Good morning, y'all. Hello, how is everyone? Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. Yes, applause. Give yourselves a round of applause. Hello, Austin. I am so happy to be here. Welcome to day one of our annual All Things Food Summit at South by Southwest. This is a very beautiful crowd with great fashion. Give yourselves another round of applause. Such a beautiful day to have you all. For those of you who don't know, I'm Nierenberg. I am president and co-founder of Food Tank along with Bernard Pollock, who's back there. You could give him a round of applause if you want. Food Tank is a research and advocacy organization really devoted to highlighting stories of hope and success in our food and agriculture systems around the globe. And we do this with the aim to inspire, motivate, and ultimately activate positive transformation in how we produce and consume food. I don't think it's any secret that it's been a tumultuous couple of months here in the United States and around the world. We're all full of uncertainty. And I know many of the folks here, especially some farmers and some teachers, are living that uncertainty in real time. At the same time, I'm seeing so much resilience and excitement around how our food and agriculture systems can be part of the solution to our most pressing environmental and social problems. And that's not because of who is or who isn't in office right now. It's because of people like all of you. People who believe that we can build just, healthy, delicious food and agriculture systems where everyone has a seat at the table. And while it's likely that the uncertainty that we're experiencing will continue, and probably for some time, we are here to discuss the bright spots, the individuals, the communities, the institutions, the organizations who are working to build regenerative and equitable food and agriculture systems. We need to uplift these examples so that we can scale them for food systems transformation, real food systems transformation. So I want to share some of the innovations around the globe that I'm really excited about. Here in Austin, for example, the Cook's Nook is ensuring that vulnerable communities have access to culturally relevant meals, because food is more than about calories. It's about nutrition, dignity, and choice. In Asia, the Asian Farmers Association is advocating for land rights, sustainable farming, and resilient food systems for small-scale farmers. In Central America, Sustainable Harvest International is proving that environmental conservation and rural prosperity go hand in hand. In Sierra Leone, the New African Society is a youth-led organization supporting agricultural projects to improve food security. And across Europe, this organization called Food Trails is uniting universities and organizations in cities to transform urban food policies, making them healthy, sustainable, and inclusive. In Australia, one of my favorite organizations is Oz Harvest, who is bringing together food businesses, donors, and charities to fight food waste and direct food to those who need it. And in Mexico, La Demanda Colectiva has spent more than a decade fighting to protect native corn varieties to safeguard biodiversity and cultural heritage. These organizations and so many more, many of you who are in this room, show us that the solutions already exist. They just need more attention, investment, and support. And we'll hear about these kinds of innovations all day long and all day tomorrow. And it's important that we hold these discussions at events like South by Southwest so that we can connect the dots between food and agriculture and our arts and culture. This is what's really going to help us change food systems for the better. Through film, music, dance, theater, and poetry, we can communicate the power of equitable, nourishing food systems that support people and the planet. So, this program that we put together over the next few days would not be possible without our amazing partners. A big thanks to BARR Mansion, this beautiful space. Please give it a round of applause. I want to give a special thanks to Melanie McAfee, who's just been an incredible member of Food Tank and has just supported us in so many ways. She's wonderful. Give her a round of applause. Thanks to our co-host Driscolls, especially Marissa Christensen and Frances Dillard. A round of applause, everyone. I want to thank the Sprouts Healthy Communities Foundation and Sprouts Market, especially Lindsay Waugh and Brandon Lombardi, as well as our partners and friends at South by Southwest. Round of applause. And you just saw her, Kelsi Creek. Wasn't she amazing? Just beautiful, beautiful singer. I also hope that everyone enjoyed breakfast. A big thank you to the Her hospitality team, especially Olivia Hernandez and Brandy Siago, for curating and preparing the incredible menu that you will be eating all day. Round of applause. And I want to thank some of our in-kind partners who provided the food, beverages, and spices that you'll be consuming. So Organic Valley, Nature's Path, Nature's Find, Simply, Parlor, Strong Roots, Mendrins, Burlap and Barrel, Black and Bold, La Colombe, Guayaki, and Grace Family Farms. Round of applause. Keep your energy up, folks, because we have a really jam-packed day, but you're gonna have, in addition to some inspiring conversations, food tastings, a delicious lunch and beverages, live music, a night sky star tour. It's gonna be amazing, you're gonna love this, and a reception. So just a few housekeeping notes. We, food tank events start on time, they end on time. The conversations that you hear today will be very fast-paced and dynamic. If I cut panels short, please forgive me later. I just want to hear from as many folks as possible and make sure that these conversations get the attention that they need. And there will be plenty of time to connect with speakers during the breaks and the reception. So again, we have that short lunch break built in, but feel free to get up for water and snacks in the restroom whenever you need, and we'll have plenty of food and drink available all day long. I also hope that everyone will share today's conversations using the hashtag #FoodTank and handle @FoodTank on all of your social media platforms. We'll be replying to your comments, critiques, questions, jokes in real time, so please use that. I'm now really incredibly honored to turn it over to our partner, Dr. Melva K. Wallace, the president of Huston-Tillotson University. Food Tank has been so honored to collaborate with the university on another All Things Food Summit, so please give them a round of applause. They're incredible collaborators. Thank you so much.
All right, how's everybody doing? Oh, I'm so glad to be here. This is a fantastic event. As she mentioned, I am Dr. Melva K. Wallace, President and CEO of Huston-Tillotson University. We are the third oldest business in Austin, Texas. There's Schultz Beer Garden. There's the Austin American Statesman. And then there's Huston-Tillotson University. We are celebrating our sesquicentennial, which is 150 years. Try saying that 10 times fast. Sesquicentennial. I made the entire campus practice saying it. I said, if we're going to be in it, we have to know how to say it. Now, I am glad to be partnering with the Food Tank. It is such an honor to be here, and I thought I would start my remarks by telling you jokes that ChatGPT wrote. If they're funny, then I'm taking the credit. I tried to grow my own food to be more sustainable. Turns out I'm much better at growing disappointment. Okay, I wrote that one, maybe, you laughed. Wasting food is like ghosting your groceries. They waited all week for you, and now they're just sitting there, heartbroken and moldy. ChatGPT wrote that one. Okay, good. Just trying to judge who's smarter. I did that one. The best way to fight food waste: cook what you'll eat what you'll cook, and stop treating your fridge like a museum. Expiration dates aren't deadlines, they're just strong suggestions. But if it smells like a chemistry experiment, it's time to let it go. Last one, folks. This determines if ChatGPT wrote this or if I did, you'll vote. Eating sustainably means knowing where your food comes from, which is why I avoid hot dogs. Way too many secrets. Thank you so much. I'll be here all day. But truly, I want to welcome all of you to Austin, where we are just as weird as what's happening in D.C. Who knows what's happening. But we're truly glad to be partnering with the Food Tank. I want to thank our faculty. I just get up and give remarks. They really make this thing happen. I just get up, give the remarks. Is Dr. Amanda Messino in the building? If she is in here, she's probably on her way. No one told me that there would be food all day. If I didn't have a cabinet meeting, I would be grazing with you the entire day. But I want to really thank our faculty, our staff, and our students who truly believe in what we do at Huston-Tillotson University. We are super excited to be named U.S. News and World Report the top private HBCU in the state of Texas. You clap for that. Niche.com just ranked us for 2025 the third best HBCU in the country. And my favorite ranking is the one that I take the most seriously, and that is we're the top HBCU in the country that puts students into jobs making the highest salaries of every HBCU. Yeah. That's the one that matters to me most, because that's what we are to be doing, is to ensure that our students are not just going to be in jobs, but they're also thinking about sustainability, where things come from, being better citizens. We're a faith-based institution. So 2 institutions came together to create Huston-Tillotson University, 2 churches. Now imagine 2 churches doing anything together. That was a feat within itself, okay? The United Methodist Church and the United Church of Christ came together in 1875 to create Huston-Tillotson University. So we're super proud about our legacy. I encourage you to follow us on social media if you can. If you have an Instagram, if you have a TikTok, I don't know if you deleted it. I don't know what happened if you still got your account. Try to go back to it and follow us. Facebook, and if you still have a MySpace, I don't know, we might be there too. Could be. Try us out. But we also, the last thing that I'll say before I go to cabinet meeting and not have the opportunity to enjoy this food with you today, but is to please come to our campus. You are welcome. We would love to host you. For those, how many people are not from Austin? So glad. I am sent here to welcome you. Come visit us, 900 Chacon. I'd love for you to come on campus. Just tell them the president said we can come on campus. I hope they let you in. I don't know. Just try it, see what happens. And then go and take a picture in front of the mural. We have a beautiful mural on the campus. You can probably Google it. And it's about food sustainability. It is gorgeous. You can take a selfie, post it, and tag us, okay? So thank you so much. I will leave you and go back to campus. But, with my trust issues, I just remember that old MacDonald had a farm. And he used that to make a business called McDonald's, probably, I think. Have a great day, everybody. God bless you.
I want to thank Dr. Wallace. Thank you for everything. We color coordinated our outfits, which I'm very proud of. And I also want to mention that, my co-founder Bernie told me, he's like, be funny today, be funny. But Dr. Wallace, I'm never going to be able to compete with that. So give her another round of applause, please. Again, we have such a great day planned, and now I'm really excited for our first panel of the day, where we're going to talk about what access to healthy food means for communities. We're joined by Major Emily Diemer, the Research Director for the U.S. Army Baylor University's Master Program of Nutrition. Round of applause. It's nice to see you. Rachel Ferencik, a Senior Director of the Hunger, Nutrition, and Health Action Collaborative at the CDC Foundation. Round of applause. And Selena, Ahmed, the Global Director for the Periodic Table of Food Initiative and the Dean of Food EDU based at the American Heart Association. Round of applause. Before we dive into this conversation, I want to thank a few more of our partners, including Ahold Delhaize USA, Applegate, Bell, Bonterra, Certified Origins, Nyman Ranch, and HHMI Tangled Bank Studios. Round of applause for them, please. So nice to see all of you. Thank you for being here. Rachel, I'd like to start with you if I can. You and I have known each other for a while now. We first met a few years ago when the Biden-Harris administration released its national strategy on hunger, nutrition, and health. And I'm wondering if you can talk about the national strategy and where it's at right now.
Sure, happy to. Thanks so much, Danny, and everyone for having me here today. So back in 2022, the White House had a summit on hunger, nutrition, and health. And as a part of that, they challenged organizations, philanthropy, nonprofits, business to come up with big and bold challenges to end hunger and improve nutrition and health. As a result of that, there were over 200 commitments made with over $10 billion in public-private dollars committed towards it.
It's amazing.
Yeah, so it covers really, everything from food access, research, physical activity. And we have been helping to make connections between partners, and we started the Hunger, Nutrition, and Health Action Collaborative as a result of that. And we're continuing. As far as we know, hunger has not ended, and there's a lot to do. Many of the commitments won't be completed until after 2026. So what we're doing is we're lifting up the different commitments. We're providing some accountability so that folks report on what they're doing. We have a monthly partner call where we're highlighting different partnerships. And we're doing really everything we can to bring partners together, public, private, multi-sector, to work on this issue.
And as you said, the challenges that we're facing have not gone away because of a new administration. I know you're looking for additional partners and collaborators. Can you talk a little bit about that and how people can become involved?
Sure, happy to. Hunger hasn't gone away. We're just continuing to do this work. And so we have a website, impacthunger.org. And we're trying to create a big tent for anybody to get involved. You don't have to have been a commitment maker. You can learn about what we're doing. You can join our partner calls. You can register there. And of course, we're always looking for funding partners as well to keep this amazing work going. We have a smaller group called a Hunger, Nutrition, and Health and Pregnancy Action Network. So we have a group that's actually focusing on issues specific to women before, during, and after pregnancy and little ones. And we're building kind of a more robust network with that group right now to keep that kind of those communications going and those partnerships going.
That's really exciting and so needed, so useful. Thank you. Rachel, I think one of the things that I was most proud of is working with you over those last 2 years. So thank you for all that. Please give Rachel a round of applause. They've done incredible work. Selena, I'm hoping I can talk to you about the numbers and the data, because I know that's really important to you. In order to continue the access to expand access to healthy food and improve nutrition security, we need reliable data. And I'm wondering if you can talk about where some of the gaps are and what's needed to continue the research. There's a lot we don't know, right?
Absolutely, and good morning. I have a question for the audience. Do you think, raise your hand if you think that we have a comprehensive understanding of what is in our food and what it does for our health? Excellent. And so that is the big data gap, I think, in food systems. We don't know what is in our food. We probably have an understanding of less than 10% of the components that are in food, let alone what they're doing in our bodies and the role that they're playing in ecosystems. And so just that fundamental question of what is in food, how do the components that are in food vary with how food is grown, vary with how food is processed, how it's stored, how it's prepared, and how we're consuming it, and then what it does in our body is a huge data gap. And without that knowledge, it's really hard to precisely manage food systems so they're nourishing for ourselves, for communities, and for the planet.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can dig a little bit more into how, this idea of how food is grown and how that impacts nutrition. Again, there's a lot we don't know, but there is some we do know.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there is all sorts of evidence that the way we grow food based on how we manage soil organic matter impacts and upregulates what crops are getting. And all of those components that crops have are linked to the ecosystem, and they shift based on the ecology, based on biodiversity, based on our management, and ultimately that's impacting what's in our health. Other exogenous compounds enter food from plasticizers, herbicides, pesticides, also enter our food in addition to the way we're processing it. And so to date, there's been lots of robust studies, but each study has been using different tools to actually examine what is in food. And so we haven't had good data in the way that it hasn't been standardized, so we haven't been able to put it together and really see trends globally at scale.
Yeah, I want to get into that standardization point in a little while, but thank you for all of that. Major Diemer, I want to shift gears a little bit because one of the things that I find heartbreaking, and especially with things that we've been hearing in the news, is that, and I don't know if a lot of people realize this, but that food insecurity rates for the people who have served our country, veterans, are at an all-time high in so many places. I'm wondering if you can talk about some of the work that's being done to help this, to make sure that veterans, the people who served our country, are getting the nutrition and food that they need.
Sure, great, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. 2018, it was found that 1 in 4 service members are actually facing food insecurity. And so we've more recently been doing, I think, a lot more work to understand characteristics or risk factors associated with that and where we can leverage nutrition services and registered dietitians like myself to aid those service members and their families, because that's our ultimate mission. So I think one aspect that has helped us identify those needs is implementation of what's called holistic health and force, where we've taken the registered dietitian, the military nutrition expert from the hospital, and starting to embed them in with the units, with the service members. So rather than taking that that reactive approach to nutrition services and care, we are there at the forefront with those individuals where we can start to identify and really understand where the gaps are. And access is being one of them.
Right.
So for an example, out at Joint Base Lewis McChord in Tacoma, Washington, right, one of our H2F, that holistic health and force dietitians, was able to identify a food access gap and began an installation pantry in which service members could come, no questions asked, and obtain resources, food, healthy food. And what that's trickled into is now taking it from a smaller unit to the installation itself, to include the hospital. How can we support these units, and integrating then our community partners? So really sort of that grassroots identification translating back up to how can we get the community involved to continue to support our service members. So that's just one example.
And it seems really common sense and useful.
Yeah, it does, right? But I think, again, I would say nutrition is our mission, right? That's what we're there and trained to do as military registered dietitians. That's our forefront. And so finally having us embedded with the units, that's what we're striving for. We are always going to advocate for healthy food access, quality nutrition, so that our warfighters can maintain their physical fitness and the lethality that we need for future conflicts.
Yeah, and again, it's common sense that food security is national security. Those two things are
100%.
Linked so closely. I want to stay with you for just 1 minute. When we last spoke, you talked about how we need a common language, and that language and semantics are really important when we're speaking about these issues. Can you talk about how that happens? How can we create a common language so that we're all sort of understanding things?
I think being here is a great example, right? I think the more that we can leverage partners like Rachel as discussed in those collaborations, the more opportunity we have to at least understand each other, right? That shared understanding is so important, and even sort of microscopically as a registered dietitian, if I'm going to a battalion or brigade commander, they have no, let me backtrack. They have a limited understanding, I should say, of what our perspective is, right? We have to be crafty and tactful on how to bring our message to the forefront. So even internally, we're facing those challenges, but practice and events like this, being able to pick minds of those in the audience, I think is what's going to help us get there.
I love it, crafty and tactical.
You have to be, yes.
That's great. Selena, I want to turn to you because I think this issue of language, semantics, how we're communicating these issues is very important to you. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So more from the education piece, and Emily and I were talking about this before, how do we have that common language? And I think education is so key to that. So the American Heart Association, we have a platform called Food EDU, and it's open access, and I encourage everybody to explore it at some point. We're also working on developing a course for dietitians. Again, another open access course, professional education development. And I think starting that education much earlier. And so, for example, I work on the Flathead Reservation in Montana of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, working on food access projects for the past decade, looking at all sorts of barriers for food access and access to healthy, delicious, nourishing food. And one of the learnings, big lessons from that is really thinking about how do we build that common language and that relationship with food early on.
Right.
So thinking about sort of food sovereignty education for the youth and really building that language not now as adults, but really starting early on. So I think that piece is really critical. In terms of the global language for food, it's also, everybody is speaking a different language. We're using different tools to measure what is in food. And so the project that I steward, which is the Periodic Table of Food Initiative, we've spent the last 3 years just developing standardized ways of answering that question, what is in food? And we're distributing those standardized measurements, ways of looking at food, to labs around the world. I think about it a lot like if we're building a road system and each engineer comes to the table with a different yardstick, a footstick, hands, like using a different measurement, we won't have our bridges connecting, we won't have our roads connecting. And really through this common language, can we really map out our entire food system globally and start to really make more informed decisions.
It's really exciting, and I love what you mentioned about early education and talking about these issues, long before we become adults. That will be a theme throughout the next 2 days, so I really appreciate you bringing that up. This is a question for all three of you. Trust is really important for all of the work you're doing, and to build those partnerships, those collaborations, to get military folks on board, to get companies on board, to get scientists on board. Can you talk about this need for trust? I don't know who wants to go first, but I'm going to look at Major Diemer because I can.
I was thinking it'd be great for Rachel.
I'm happy to start if that's okay. Right, things move at the speed of trust, right? So super important. I think one of the things that I try to remember is that turning to the wisdom of local communities is super important. So whether it's a large company, philanthropy, really listening to what is the real and lived experience at the community level is super important. So I think that's a really important component of building trust, and it takes time.
Yeah, and we haven't done a lot of that in the past, listening to those communities, because they know what they need.
They do, yes.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing more and more of that, and events like this help support that. But yeah, I think that's really important.
Yeah, so I think to go off of that, and one thing I have found is to help build trust, we need that transparency too on what's happening and where we can go, right? And what do we really need from one another? And I think being okay with that vulnerability of saying we can't do it all, right? I have a limited scope of practice within military nutrition, and my focus is on these service members. So I need community partners. I need collaborators like yourselves, right, to help bring in extra perspective or that external piece that I might not necessarily have or offer. So transparency in that, and I think stepping into what we don't know is okay. But then knowing now who to call, right, is a big aspect of that, and at least from my perspective, what's going to help continue to push trust in those efforts forward.
Thank you. Selena, you work with centers of excellence all over the world, and I know for them to collaborate, there needs to be trust. Trust in the work that you're doing, trust in the work that they're all trying to give input to.
Yeah, absolutely. So building on what you all said, I think, for the engagement is really important, is to co-create and have a really participatory model. So we're not just saying this is what you need to do, but we're really setting the agenda together and really listening to the partners, but beyond listening, also co-creating, really developing priorities together and empowering our partners and really having shared goals and shared vision and shared power.
And these are paradigm shifts that I think, 10 years ago, we would not have thought that they could come about. But they're happening very naturally, I feel like, in a lot of ways. You mentioned participatory models of research. I think, again, 10, 15 years ago, scientists like yourself wouldn't have been able to do that. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it is so refreshing that there has been this paradigm shift where, maybe 10 or 15 years ago, if you wrote a grant, you wouldn't be able to have a community member as an investigator listed on your grant. And it's so refreshing now that it's actually encouraged by many organizations and foundations. And so there really has been a shift in the system recognizing the importance of diverse voices and who's at the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that.
Danny, could I also add, I'm also seeing shifts from philanthropy in terms of what they are asking when they give dollars to local communities. Honestly, there's been a lot of trauma that is, I think, inflicted to these organizations by all they have to do to receive money and receive it from the federal government. So I am seeing more of that. Could there be even more? Definitely. But I think that's an important shift, is that trust-based philanthropy that's starting to build.
Absolutely. Major Diemer, you mentioned a word that I don't think often comes up enough, and that's this issue of being vulnerability. And I think we all sort of need to learn from that. Can you touch on that a little bit more?
Sure, yeah. So in my current capacity, I'm an instructor. I'm a research director for our master's program in nutrition, and so one of my teaching philosophies is I know what I know, and I know what I don't know. And that's okay.
Right.
But again, I know who to call. And so I think that's just probably a motto more I live by, and that I encourage the students that I work with and my partners in other projects is ask the questions, right? There's no such thing as a silly question, but if you have the question, someone else does. So bring it up, right? It's okay. And so that's probably more of where I'm coming from. And the more we can be open and honest about that, I think the more we can actually collaborate and understand where we can leverage each other's resources in partnerships further.
Yeah, that honesty, that trust that we've already talked about. Selena, I want to come back to you. We'll be talking more about this over the next few days, but when we're talking about, finding foods that are nutritious, obviously, but they also need to be culturally relevant. And how does your work sort of help uplift those culturally relevant foods that are delicious, nutritious, et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we're looking at a lot of national food composition databases around the world, one of the shortcomings has been that they haven't included edible biodiversity of more underutilized foods, of land races, unique land races that farmers have in their fields. Often, for example, we think about corn, we think about one specific variety, whereas there's hundreds of different varieties. So often that knowledge is not really captured in databases. And then because we don't know, we can't promote those foods. And so what we're doing with the Periodic Table of Food Initiative is really trying to understand what is in food of all the foods on the planet. There are over 33,000 edible plant species, and we probably have an understanding of comprehensively less than 2,000 of them. And so it's really trying to celebrate all of those foods around the world that are culturally relevant.
And
for different communities.
Right, and we celebrate them not just because they're delicious, culturally relevant, but they're resilient, right? These are the foods of the future in so many ways. They're the foods of the past, but they're also the foods of the future.
That's a great point. So often when we think about the future of food, we think about innovating, but we can also look back at innovations of the past and those crops and species that have withstood like climate shifts and are adapted to so many different situations.
Thank you. In the few minutes that we have left, I'm hoping we can ask you all to give a call to action to the audience. I want to make sure that everyone comes away feeling hopeful, that they know what to do with this information. I don't want to pick on anyone first, so whoever feels compelled.
I've talked a lot about partnership. We all have. And I guess I would say, I think, like no other time before, now is a time to stand with partners. There are some really fantastic groups doing really challenging work at the local level. They're vulnerable. They're standing up for what they believe is right at a time when a lot of organizations are being told what is not okay to talk about, what words aren't okay to say. And so, I think having a partner mindset and not just thinking about partnership as transactional, but, how are you really showing up for your partner, I think is what I am often asking myself. And so I would really ask everyone is, are you showing up for your partners? Because that's so important right now.
Thank you. Major Diemer? You can clap.
So for me, I think, right, it's just extending the partnerships here, going off what Rachel said, right? Nutrition is my mission, nutrition is our mission. So knowing that the military is there, right, and military nutrition is meaningful as a part of national security. And so really my call to action is just to continue supporting these partnerships so that we can learn from you and therefore apply that information to our warfighters and their family members and maintain a safe and healthy country as it is.
Thank you, Major Diemer. Selena, you get the last word.
Yeah, my call to action is to take bold action. So much of what we do is thinking and developing knowledge, studying knowledge, having ideas, and I think it's really the moment to implement, to translate, and to really have impact. So taking bold action is my call to action, and having those unconventional, unexpected partnerships in that journey.
All those unusual suspects coming together, unusual collaborations. Take bold action. Now is the time to stand with your partners and stand up for your partners. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you all so much. Another round of applause as they exit, please. I am really excited for our next conversation about building trust in our food systems through traceability solutions. We have Blake Stock, the Director of Sustainability at Thai Union North America. Please give him a round of applause as he joins me on stage. Hey, nice to see you. And my good friend Jason Berryhill, the CEO of Whole Chain. Give him a big round of applause. Another round of applause. I need a second. Jason, I'm going to start with you, friend. I'm wondering if you can give us a sense of why traceability in our food and agriculture systems is needed. What are we facing?
Yeah, I mean, so many of the things that we want to think about our food and we want to understand, it really starts with traceability. If you don't know where something comes from, you can't really make much in terms of claims about it, and that is social and environmental, but it can also be food safety. And that's some of the changes that are happening right now in terms of the food system. I would say all three, there needs to be more data about those to be able to verify what's being claimed.
And what challenges have you faced sort of creating a system of traceability and transparency for retailers, for consumers, for producers?
Yeah, I think that last panel was interesting because it mentioned some of the same things that we would say are general challenges, not just for us, but across the entire food system. And things like, shared language was mentioned several times, and standardization. In general, supply chain data systems are very sort of siloed. almost by design. And so they don't necessarily talk the same language, so you can't have data sharing very easily and effectively between stakeholders. One thing that's happening now, though, is a lot of movement towards standardization of that data so that different solution providers throughout a supply chain can share information, which makes traceability across an entire food system and beyond, much more attainable. And that's something that we have also worked with Thai Union as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. So, Blake, you and Jason run in the same circles. I heard you on a very late phone call the other night. I don't know what you were plotting and planning, but I'm sure it was great. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit more about the environmental and labor and social issues that have been a part of the supply chains you work with, shrimp and tuna.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me here. So I work for Thai Union, and it's probably not a company that many of you have heard before, but it owns a lot of really famous brands around the world like Chicken of the Sea. And traceability is not something that is new to us. It's something that has been embedded in our principles for a long time because it is the core, it is the backbone of sustainability in many respects. And there are benefits to traceability, including food safety, but also beyond that in terms of environmental performance or social, protecting social and labor rights. But it also is a reflection of our commitment to transparency as an organization because it's something that, again, highlights where the product's coming from, how it's been produced, and that in effect builds trust with consumers. When we're able to really identify the story behind the product and the ways in which it was produced, it really elevates the commitments that we make around sustainability and how we enact them and enforce them.
Right. And this is for you both. When you're talking about eaters and building that trust, what sorts of things are you hearing from consumers? What are they most interested in? Because I feel like, at least from my perspective, consumers' sort of needs are changing. Gen Z wants to know the story of their food in a different way than I think my generation did.
Yeah, I think, when we look at what consumers are most interested in, we tend to find that supporting local farmers is high up there, ensuring that there's really positive nutrition in the products, and then climate change.
Yeah.
Climate change is something that we take very seriously as an organization. We're the first company of our size in the seafood industry to have set science-based targets to reduce our climate change, our carbon emissions. And while it's not at the top priority for consumers in terms of looking for packaging that displays reduction of carbon emissions, at least here in the United States market, it is something we are focusing on, particularly for our shrimp supply chains. And traceability is key to that because 90% or 85% of carbon emissions for any company are baked in their supply chain.
Right.
And so understanding what practices are going into the production of that product is absolutely critical to reducing those carbon emissions.
Jason?
Yeah, I would just say, actually, Thai Union is a really good example of this. So if you go to Chicken of the Sea's website, there's a can tracker that you can see, and you can basically type in the code at the top of the can, and you can get so much information about their tuna supply chain for a tuna can. You'd be shocked. I mean, you should go there. And with that level of transparency, what we're finding in terms of consumers, it's not like they scan that every time they buy, right? They're not making that kind of decision. What they're really doing is making a brand choice based upon the trust and based on the transparency of the brand. So they're deciding, okay, this brand I trust because they're being transparent. I've used this before. It's sometimes a bad analogy, but it's kind of like a politician releasing their tax returns. It's kind of like, well, because they're being transparent, therefore I do this. That's how they're making a vote at a brand level because so.
Yeah, and then those eaters, those consumers follow that brand. They become very loyal, and I think that's a huge part of this. You want the sustainability, but you also want the economic profit that will come from that with consumers staying with you. Yeah. Blake, you have this thing that I think a lot of consumers will not understand, and that's decarbonized shrimp. What is that?
Great question. Well, like any food production system, there are environmental impacts, regardless of what that food production system is. And shrimp is no different. There are environmental impacts associated with shrimp, and there are carbon emissions associated with shrimp. So what we've done in partnership with others, we've looked at what those impacts are, what are the points in the production process that lead to the highest emissions, and we found that it's feed, it's what's going into to feed the shrimp, and then it's the on-farm operations. And so what we've done is we've changed the ingredients in the feed to try to make them more responsible, lowering the footprint, the carbon footprint, and then change the operations of the farm itself by switching to renewable energy or creating energy efficiency scenarios and using technology to support that. And as a result, we've been able to significantly reduce the carbon emissions associated with the shrimp.
Go ahead.
Just to tie that back, though, to traceability, it's because of traceability that that's relevant. Without traceability, we're talking about commodities at the end of the day. And so if you don't know where it's coming from, if you're making these investments on farm, or if you're tracking what farms are doing in terms of their activities, but you can't say that that's the exact raw material that's coming into your supply chain, you can't really make those investments. But because of traceability, it makes those investments incredibly relevant, and this is a good example of that. So.
And it's not just about commodities like seafood. You're working on a whole bunch of other different commodities and creating that transparency. Can you talk about what's happening in beef and leather?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good example, and what one of the bigger drivers there is the EU deforestation regulation, and it's another great example of where traceability can actually make an impact, because if you can imagine, certain areas, there's 80,000 cattle farmers in Mato Grosso state in Brazil, where a lot of the deforestation happens. With a commodity, if you don't have traceability and you can't say that these are the compliant farms, brands have to kind of avoid those areas, which makes the problem much worse, because what it really does is it leaves the issue of deforestation to the lowest bidders. Basically, the people who are left who don't really care in terms of the buyers. But if those buyers know that, okay, we can monitor these farms, we can trust that the material coming into our supply chains comes from these farms, that changes the entire game, because now they can invest in those same areas that would otherwise kind of be red listed to them and would make the problem significantly worse.
Sure.
I think as evidence of that too, if you look at, there's more like stories today about deforestation than there ever have been before. And deforestation as a problem is worse than it ever has been before. Those are connected. And it's because brands start to say, I gotta stay away from this problem unless they can say no, but here's how I can identify how I'm contributing to the solution.
Right. Go ahead, buddy.
And I think you just touched on something that's really important I want to kind of reiterate, which is the size and scale of the issues that we're talking about. You mentioned 80,000 farmers, in our supply chain. In Thailand alone, there are 30,000 shrimp farmers. Right? And in India, another tens of thousands. And then in terms of vessels that we source from for our tuna supply chain, tens of thousands as well. So the size and scale of the issue is massive, and I think the solutions that we're starting to see in terms of creating digital traceability systems that are able to provide visibility through the supply chain are really coming into their own at this moment, because technological advances and investment, but then regulation like the Food Safety Modernization Act by the FDA. And I like to say that nothing scales faster than regulation, and we're seeing that in this case where all of a sudden the entire seafood sector is rapidly trying to evolve to meet this moment and be able to bring product into commerce in the United States. And it's technology solution providers like Jason and WholeChain that are helping enable that. And so I think, what we're going to see is, over the course of the next 5 years in particular, a rapid advancement in technology and adoption of these types of technologies.
Yeah, and it's been exciting to see this technology and the traceability and transparency aspect of it evolve in real time. Like, it's happening like this all the time. How can we, one of the things that I feel about transparency and traceability is it's really solvable, and it's really solvable right now. Can you both talk a little bit about that, Jason?
Well, yeah, I think it comes down to standardization, because we can't just think of a problem in terms of a technology provider. It doesn't work that way. The reason why mobile is ubiquitous in our lives is because we have a number of different providers. You can, if you're on Verizon, you can still call somebody who's on AT&T's network. The reason the electrical grid works for us the way it does is because we don't have to wire up our toaster oven in a separate way every time we, make breakfast in the morning. There's standardized plugs. Standardization, if you look at like just any innovation over the past, say, 500 years, you're going to find kind of a continual leveling back to standardization. We just need the same thing in data systems. The more we see that, the more we'll see traceability become, we won't even think of it the same in, you mentioned 5 years. 5-10 years, we will not think of traceability as an aspiration, but an assumption.
So we're really close. 5 or 10 years, we'll have that standardization?
I don't know that I could have predicted when
we're going to hold you to
this
that.
Or that. Yeah, exactly. But I think this is an inevitable one way or the other. It's a matter of willpower, and this is inevitable. We can't use our commodities the way we're using them now without being able to track and trace where they're coming from.
Yeah, and I just say that while it is absolutely solvable, it's going to take full commitment from organizations, from government, from actors to be able to do that. Because we were having a conversation right before this, and quite honestly, I didn't understand half of what you were saying, right? so it's really complex, I guess, is the point I'm trying to make.
Right.
And that complexity requires expertise and investment and time and support.
Right, and if it's complex for the both of you, it's complex for fishers and farmers and ranchers and all of us as eaters. So how do we break that down? How do we build that trust that's needed, especially in all of us who are, eating every day?
I mean, it's complex, but there's shared values that we all pretty much have. Right now, I think the average time for like an FDA recall, it's about 35 days. With the Food Safety Modernization Act, their target is to reduce it to 5 days. I don't think anyone in this room is going to disagree with that, right? Like, you're talking about saving lives, you're talking about reducing food waste. Right now we use Best By dates. Those are just, they're contributors to food waste, right? Because we're not using data to determine that. It's just somebody's kind of wild guess.
Right.
And so there's a lot of shared values that are understandable when we're not getting to the technical level for, someone who's like a geek like me about the data, right? But like there's a lot of things that we can say and we can all agree on that will drive this forward.
Right, and we'll talk about that food waste aspect in a minute with the next panel, Blake.
Yeah, I was just going to say, to support what you're saying, for a brand like Chicken of the Sea, we recognize the complexity behind it. We recognize the transparency required to build the trust with consumers. And so we continue to communicate about our efforts through things like the can tracker and try to keep it high level, right?
Yeah.
Like understanding that these issues and the data packages required to make them a reality are too granular for the conversation, that we really need to talk about what are the environmental practices that help protect marine ecosystems, what are the labor practices that protect human and labor rights, and that's kind of where we focus.
Thank you. Because we only have a few seconds left, there are a lot of companies in the audience. What's your call to action? Blake, I'll start with you. What do you want them to do?
Call to action. Any company that is serious about the future of its organization should be setting robust climate change targets and then ensuring that they are meeting those commitments.
Right. Because a lot of them have been meaningless over the years. So you can clap. I have been very concerned about the commitments that are made and then retracted, and they don't share that with the public. How can we sort of hold them accountable?
Public reporting through credible, verifiable information based on traceability.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Jason, last word.
Yeah, certainly for the businesses, I would say, commitments to traceability, but that's kind of a foregone at this point. I think a lot of people anyways, but I think for the consumers here, I would say care about brands that care. Demonstrate it with your wallet, because that's going to make the difference. Most of the problems that we're talking about as a consumer, we really can't touch. But the large organizations like the Thai unions can, so we need to demonstrate that. We need to kind of, vote with our wallet, and that will help those brands to kind of reinforce those commitments, and that will bring the level up, for sure.
Care about brands that care. I love that. Thank you both so much. What a great conversation.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Round of applause. I need a minute as we set the stage. Thank you. Our next panel will focus on improving the sustainability of our food supply chains by addressing food loss and food waste, which we just talked about for a little bit. We have Amanda Rolick, the food policy advisor for the city of Austin. Round of applause for her, please. Dana Gunders, who I have to say is one of my favorite food waste warriors in the world, from Refed. She's the president. Give her a round of applause. And Caitlin Liebert, who is the vice president of sustainability for Whole Foods Market. Huge round of applause for her, please. She has a lot of fans here in Austin. Dana, I'm going to start with you like I always do. You are my favorite food waste warrior. Can you set the stage for us and sort of talk about what we're dealing with when we're looking at this issue of food loss and food waste? Where are we?
Yeah, we are about the same place we were in 2016. That may not sound like good news, but it is. We have been higher, and now we're a little bit lower. Across the country, about a third of our food winds up never getting eaten. It's about $380 billion worth of food. About 4% of the U.S. greenhouse gas footprint can be attributed to that food going to waste. So it's a big problem with big numbers behind it. I'll stop there.
But it's
for
a big,
general
context.
context.
It's a big problem, but it also has big solutions, and we're seeing a lot of progress. And you've been, part of that progress.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, I've been almost embarrassingly working on this topic for about 15 years. When I first started, it was like nobody was even talking about it, right? It wasn't even part of this conversation. And I think we have seen a lot of progress simply in the awareness, in the intention that businesses and people are going about managing their food. And I think it is a standard part of any sustainable food conversation. In terms of actual numbers, we are seeing a lot of pockets of progress. So one of my favorite examples is something that is a pre-competitive collaborative. There's one on the West Coast that is called the Pacific Coast Food Waste Commitment, and it's now been kind of modeled after in a more national way. But that West Coast project, retailers from that project have been measuring their food waste and reporting it into us for 5 years now. And what we've seen is a 25% reduction in the amount of food that is going unsold by them. Now, that's really important because not only is it the food that they do have, they're increasing their composting, in some cases increasing their donations, but also the amount of surplus has gone down, and that's important. It saves them the most money, and it also sends those signals back up the supply chain that, we don't need as much food to feed our people, and I think that's where you really get the giant environmental and resource gains.
It's really exciting, and I want to congratulate you and Refed for being such a huge part of that work. When I started hearing about Dana's work about 15 years ago, I remember going to a boss I had at the time, and I said, we got to write about this issue. It's like so big, and that person, a dude, was like, I don't think so, Danny. Put that aside for a while. So I'm so glad you kept fighting the good fight, so thank you for that. Caitlin, I want to turn to you. Whole Foods has had a whole journey around tackling food waste. Where did you start, and where are you today?
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, food waste is a salient issue, a material issue for any retailer. And I think it's important to remember that. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we have our own, special brand magic we try and put on top of it, but it'd be foolish to say that this is something that is bespoke to Whole Foods.
Sure.
So we've been working on this for years. I think, you mentioned something really great, Dana, which is that this isn't just a food waste issue. It's an economic issue. It's a sustainability issue. And so from day one, we've built a program that was intertwined with our entire organization, right? We built this program up intentionally in a way that one was informed by data. We had to invest in that data. We had to partner to get some of that data. And then we built a strategy that connected the different parts of the business. And that's important. Again, we don't want these efforts happening in a silo. So
Right.
working very closely with operations. So much of this is happening for us at the store level. So it's engaging our team members to educate them and get them passionate about it at all of our 600 plus stores. And then it's also important to remember, beyond the operational component of this, you really do have tentacles in so many material other areas. For us, we know that food in the landfill emits far more carbon emissions than when not in the landfill, right? And so working to carbonize that information and use it towards the other areas of progress, working to put dollars behind the efforts that we have. Again, I think making sure that you have an integrated program into other areas are really important, so that this isn't just like a food waste tackling thing. I mean, this is good sense in terms of shrink. It's good sense in terms of like team member engagement, carbon abatement. There's so many benefits to this. And then the final thing I'll say is that, I would say that we're sort of on phase 2 or 3, or depending on who you talk to more, but we're now in like the collective action phase where you mentioned some of the challenges upstream. For us, that is very true. And the previous panel talking about the importance of transparency, like that is really the unhidden, I mean, it's like so hidden, this piece of food waste, that before it even reaches our grocery store, things that we're maybe unintentionally doing, like specs, size, are driving up food waste. And so peeling back the curtain, asking the tough questions of ourselves, holding ourselves accountable, and then joining groups that are helping us take collective action to get more visibility. Right now we're working on yogurt and beef in partnership with the U.S. Food Waste Pact. But yeah, collective action has to be a piece of this as well.
And really pulling back that curtain, how do you sort of communicate that to your consumers? Because they need to be part of this process, right?
Yeah, I think, storytelling is a really effective piece of any sustainability strategy. I don't need to tell this group. I think there's so many ways that a retailer can communicate this. First, we have like 500,000 SKUs on our shelves, items on our shelves, right? Yeah. And so on-pack claims are something that we're seeing more and more of. We're trying to build, as a retailer, our role is to make sure that there are very rigorous standards around those claims so that there isn't, let me rephrase, there is integrity with those claims when we see them. That's really important. The other piece of it is through sustainability reporting, storytelling. I think there's so many different, it's like, again, this isn't a one-size-fits-all communication. Also, we have 100,000 team members who are humans out in the world. And so communicating to them is also communicating to the public. And so lots of different places, but certainly storytelling majorly plays a role.
Right, your team members are such great ambassadors. At my Whole Foods in Baltimore, very great ambassadors. So thank you for that. Amanda, who also has a lot of incredible fans here in Austin because of her great work. Give her a round of applause, please. When we last spoke, you mentioned that there's some great work happening to recover surplus food here in Austin, but the key is to bring businesses up to speed to take advantage of those opportunities. Can you talk about that? How do you bring businesses up to speed?
Yeah, well, first of all, this is such an amazing honor to be speaking on this issue in my hometown, and so exciting to see you all here interested and invested in this. We really need, I love what you were saying, Caitlin, about kind of the collective effort, because it really takes everyone finding their place in this problem to work towards the solution. So here in Austin, we just had our first food plan adopted by Austin City Council and Travis County Commissioners Court. So we really see this as a great step in the right direction to kind of rally the troops around a shared vision. One of those 9 goals in the plan is really focused on food recovery. We see this as a central issue to help improve our food system, make it more sustainable, help people, planet, climate, and businesses thrive here in Austin. We've got a lot of great partners, a lot of people wanting to do the right thing. And I'm looking right out here in the audience, one of my great mentors on all things food waste, food recovery, Lisa Barton, ED of Keep Austin Fed. Let's give her you should be up here, Lisa. But organizations like Keep Austin Fed that are mobilizing many, many, many hundreds of volunteers to go to those grocery stores, to go to those food retail locations, pick up food, and then redistribute it to partners like Casa Marianella or Safe House or others that can then use their budget in other ways besides having to purchase food.
Right.
So really exciting stuff there. So much of the material going to our landfill in Austin is organic material. 37% of what's in our landfill has been identified as organic material. And this is, wild that we've got 16% food insecurity here in Austin and Travis County. That's over 200,000 of our neighbors not having enough to eat, and simultaneous 1.24 million pounds of food being wasted daily. So these are, things that they can be connected. We can get smarter about how we do this.
Yeah, we can get smarter, and we can do a lot more. And this is, what we said in the previous panel, really solvable issue. You have all the tools in place.
Yes, we do. And some interesting work along those lines are some policy that's coming out of Austin Resource Recovery. That's our solid waste service department. They have something called the Universal Recycling Ordinance, and this requires all food permitted businesses in Austin to come up with an organics diversion plan. So they basically have to tell the city, report annually, what they're doing, what solutions they're coming up with to keep organic waste out of the landfill.
Yeah.
And there's we've had a lot of great success in seeing businesses take this up and work with partners to keep food out of the landfill. But we know that, it's the big partners like Whole Foods that are already doing a really great job. They're leading the edge on this and setting a great precedent. And I think we need to do a little bit more to get the word out to some of our smaller mom and pop shops, smaller bodegas, folks that may not have some of the staff and capacity to really take up these issues. So there's a lot of work that we're thinking about in terms of public awareness campaigns and getting that technical assistance to those that are maybe have less resources at hand.
Absolutely.
Can I say something about that I think is really important, Danny? That is such an important piece of this. So many areas of sustainability impact take really deep subject matter expertise, and mom and pop shops probably aren't going to have a decarbonization subject matter expert. But food waste is one of the points of entry where it really does make sense for any size or scale to take action. And it makes sense, again, not just because it's the right thing to do, but also because there's an economic benefit.
Right.
There's a societal benefit, there's brand benefits. And so I think it's really important that we're sharing that, right? This isn't just something that makes sense at scale. This is one of those solutions that actually makes sense regardless of scale.
Thank you so much. Dana, I want to turn back to you. We've talked about storytelling. I think ReFed is really good at storytelling. You're doing it through data, though, and all of these sorts of examples from the businesses you work with. Can you talk about how that gets communicated among the folks that you're working with and to the broader community?
Yeah, well, you've just heard two great stories, right? And there are so many. So we're very fortunate to have a lot of stories to tell. But I want to build on something they both just said, which is that this challenge has a really long tail, right? This is not just we work with the utilities and we get them to change some stuff and we've solved it. It's in everyone's homes. It's in all of these smaller businesses. And so I think it's not what stories you tell, it's how do you get them out there to the right people. And we do that in different ways. So for instance, on the restaurants, we have a partnership with Toast. Toast is one of the payment systems for restaurants. They have 75,000 restaurants that use their payment systems. How can we use what they're doing? And it's not just about telling the stories, because sometimes when people hear stories, they think it's a nice story about somebody else. And I think the challenge of this topic is to have people see it in their own lives and their own businesses, because it's a famous story to go out and ask a restaurant about their waste, and they'll tell you they have none. I challenge you all. Go to your favorite restaurant and ask them. They'll tell you, oh, we don't really have much, right? And then they measure it, and they realize, oh, wait, actually, we do. And I think how do you let people see themselves within a story is really important. And I think the more that we're able to work with businesses, to work with others, we have more of those stories to tell, yeah.
let me stay with you for a minute because Refed's data shows that a lot of waste is happening at the household level. So we've been talking about businesses, and I'm wondering, with so much awareness that's been created because of you and others over the last 10 or 15 years, why are so many of us continuing to waste so much food and so much money at home?
It's such a fascinating question, especially right now when food prices are so high, right? You would think, I always thought if food prices go up, waste will go down. And we just came out with a report a couple weeks ago that we've actually observed that while food prices have gone up, waste has actually gone up in households, which is so interesting. And our best guess at what's happening is that people are just not thinking of it as a strategy for reducing waste, right? They're thinking about food prices when they're in the store, so they're maybe switching to private label brands or something like that, but they are not going home and then saying, okay, now I have to meal plan, or I have to be a little more careful about what I'm buying. They're just not seeing wasting less, probably because they just don't see it, period. And Danielle, you and I have been talking about this for a decade. If you just kind of walk down the street, most people are not thinking about this. And I think the biggest challenge is that when you have the waste, when you're sitting there in your kitchen with a rotten tomato, it's too late. You have to think about it beforehand, right? It's really about managing your food better at home, and that takes a whole kind of set of strategies that are just really habits that we need people to take up. I think the good news is it's a great topic for the Real Simple magazines, the, Bon Appetit, like the culinary world loves this topic because you can get really creative. And there's a lot of tips and tricks. And so I think it's just kind of a slow build. And, I've observed that people, at least, I get a lot of texts saying like, oh, you'd be so proud of me. I just made marinara sauce out of this thing. So, slowly we're getting there maybe. I will say one other thing on that is I think both of these folks have a big role to play in public awareness, right? I think it's something that local governments can do. And it's absolutely something that, in all the communications that retailers and restaurants are having with their customers, there's kind of like a consistent beat that we can all play in really encouraging people to just, think about like that one thing. How do I store my avocado or whatever it is?
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to say my mantra in general right now for where we are in the world is like, don't try to do anything alone. Everything is made much more fun and much more productive in community. And so this issue of food waste, I hope, if we're interested in it, we're bringing it into our workplace, talking to our family or our roommates about it, talking to, our neighbors about it. There's a really cool program in Austin called the Block Leader Program, where you can, Zero Waste Block Leader, where basically you can be that like cheerleader in your neighborhood to talk about all things.
So into this. I did not know this.
Sign up. We'll
I
get
live
you some
here.
information.
Tell me more.
We'd love to have you as a block leader.
I want to be a block leader.
You are a block leader.
Yeah. But like at work, for example, we're about to have a zero waste remix potluck where everyone's encouraged to bring something that's like on the edge, in their fridge. And let's just like, and you don't get sick from this stuff, y'all. It's like, when people get sick from food, it's coming from other pathogens. It's usually not from, a little wilted lettuce but
Really important point to remember, though.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I think, Dana, this is not Refed's mandate, but kids are an important part of this education that's needed. If kids are learning this kind of, food loss, waste prevention at school, they can bring it home.
Yes, absolutely. My dream is to create a Girl Scout badge that is about food waste so they can all like go home and measure at home. But yeah, like so many things, kids, this is again a very tangible thing. They can see it, they get it, and they can bring it home and bring it into their families. Yeah. I will promote the World Wildlife Fund has a curriculum that is freely available. So if any of you are in education, that's a really great resource that you can just download. And they've had a lot of success. I think it's in 600 schools or something.
Yeah,
now.
that's great. Caitlin, I want to come back to you because, you mentioned that, while Whole Foods is doing food loss and waste prevention pretty well, there are other retailers who've taken this on, and I wonder, for advice as they're starting this process. What's the low-hanging fruit? What's really going to work for them that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, the practical advice is around investing in your data. Like, we have to understand where the waste is happening and why. I think, again, not happening in a silo, so understand if you can articulate for the sustainability teams out there that are hustling so hard, articulate the impact beyond the total pounds, right? We gotta be able to talk about the total impact, not just the total pounds. And then I would say, like, my own advice would be around authenticity, right? Like, I sometimes scratch my head when I see all these stories around, like, massive donation numbers. It's a yes and. We certainly need to donate the food that's edible that would otherwise be in the landfill, and we work very closely with partners here and around the country on that. But let's really think also about what is authentically helping and what's authentically driving impact and change. So a couple examples of that for us would be, with our partners during COVID, we noticed that it's like, whoa, we actually have like a lot of food. We don't have a way to transport that food in a safe way. And so taking a beat to say, actually the most impactful thing we can do for food waste in our communities is purchasing refrigerated vans as part of nourishing our neighborhoods. And so we have some recipients of the van here. We just stuffed one last week, which was really fun. Good to see you. And like that's an example of like, it's so beyond the number on the page. It's like taking a beat to authentically find out where the opportunity is. And my final bit of advice is like, the opportunity is everywhere. Like no one brand, you've heard me say this before, is going to solve the climate crisis, where no one brand is going to solve food waste. And so authentically figuring out who the people are that you can partner with to meaningfully dial back food waste, and then communicate what you get to dial up in response of that, right?
Yeah.
These things are all interconnected.
Absolutely. Keeping on this theme of advice, Caitlin's giving advice to other retailers. Austin is such a great example of what can happen and what can build over time. What advice do you have for other cities, municipalities who want to do this kind of work?
Well, there's so many good kind of city networks that are taking on this conversation. C40 has a great cohort that they're convening, talking about institutional food procurement and food waste and the way those things are intertwined. So my advice to other cities is give me a call. Let's reach out. Let's build this network. Let's lean on each other for best practices. Let's share information. I mean, certainly so many of the strategies that we've got built into our food plan locally were built on the shoulders of great work done by NRDC and ReFed and partners like Keep Austin Fed and Whole Foods Market. We're learning from each other, so just keep the network growing.
Again, it's very interconnected. I think that's a great point to end on. Thank you so much. Please give these panelists a round of applause. Thank you all so much. Thank you. From here, we're going to talk about the positive impact of family-owned food businesses and how they're cultivating the next generation of change makers. As they all take their seats, give them a round of applause and they'll introduce them individually. This is a great panel. I'd like to welcome Brita Lundberg, a fourth-generation farmer and the chief storyteller for Lundberg Family Farms. Another round of applause. Emmanuel Gonzalez, the Chief Experience Officer for Vallarta Supermarkets. A round of applause, please. Stephanie Katzman, the CEO of Katzman. And Garland S. Ryder Jr., the Chief Commercial Officer at Driscoll's of the Americas. Round of applause. This is such a great panel, so I'm excited to talk to all of you. Brita, I'm going to start with you. It's no secret, I think, to anyone that farmers are experiencing in real time the impacts of the climate crisis. I wonder if you can talk about how the farmers at Lundberg are working to deal with the climate crisis.
Absolutely. So for those of you who don't know, Lundberg Family Farms, there's a real farm and a real family behind Lundberg Family Farms. And we were founded in 1937 by my great-grandparents, Albert and Frances Lundberg, who left Nebraska in the wake of the Dust Bowl. So another sort of climate environmental disaster, if you will. And so when they moved to California, my great-grandpa decided to do things differently, in his words, to leave the land better than he found it. And that farming philosophy informs everything we do at Lundberg Family Farms. And we are no strangers to the impacts of climate change.
Right.
We farm in the Sacramento Valley, about 70 miles north of Sacramento. The next town over from us is Paradise, which burned to the ground about 6 years ago. We experience wildfires, droughts all the time, and so we are constantly working to work in partnership with nature. We have an on-site nursery where we develop natural, non-GMO varieties of rice that are compatible with our regenerative organic farming practices rather than reliant on chemicals. And so we also look for varieties that have shorter seasons, shorter growing seasons, so that we can be more resilient in the face of climate change, so that we can grow more rice with the same or fewer resources as the climate changes. So.
Yeah, and it is changing. Before I turn to our next question, turn off your cell phones. Just, okay, thanks. Garland, let's, Rita mentioned, water management and how important that is. Driscoll's, this has been something important to the company for a long time. Can you talk about how you're implementing practices to use water more efficiently and effectively?
Nice to see you all. I am a little nervous, so bear with me. So Driscoll's is a proprietary breeding program. We have over 20 sites around the world. We are really adapting our varieties to the regions that we're growing in. And not dissimilar to what you mentioned on the seasonality aspect, we're starting to incorporate that into our breeding programs as well. We also work with legislation, so we're actively involved in both state and county legislation. So we're involved in the Groundwater Act that took place in California, and we want to be part of the conversation. Similarly, we work in the water basins that are particularly stressed. We're involved in larger community-based projects, so 3 or 4 other major stakeholders in the region where not only Driscoll's can benefit from better water practices, but also the consumers in the area. And then lastly, Driscoll's actually doesn't farm anything, at least here in the Americas. We have about 800 independent growers who we consider our partner growers. That ranges from a 2-hectare plot in Mexico to 5,000 hectares in California. But our growers bring a lot of innovation to Driscoll's about frontline irrigation practices, sensors, technology, and they combine with our R&D team to really iterate and explore some of these best practices as it relates to water management. And we generally farm in some of the more stressed areas in coastal California. So this is something that's really near and dear not only to the family, but to the company.
Yeah. And Garland, you don't sound nervous. I'm going to keep with you for a minute. So you talked about seasonality and you talked about legislation. And unfortunately, seasonality can become a little controversial for food companies. And legislation certainly can. How do you handle that as Driscoll's?
We try to talk, well, first and foremost, the berry category is now the largest category in fresh, bar none. It's about $9.5 billion of U.S. consumption in berries. A lot of this category growth has been through counter-seasonal production. So you think about the traditional windows of summer production. We've gone to regions that can really help complement both summer consumption with that winter consumption. And for us, I think it's really critical. We want to increase the consumption of really healthy fruits and vegetables, and we feel that seasonality is the most we can address seasonality and get the counter-seasonal production in, the better for the U.S. population.
Absolutely. Thank you for explaining all that. While Garland has been talking, you're eating berries from Driscoll's. I hope they're delicious. Great. Thank you. Thank you, and thanks to Driscoll's for providing them. Stephanie, I'm hoping I can turn to you and talk a little bit about how retailers are helping eaters access fresh, healthy food that farmers are growing while ensuring that it doesn't go to waste, what we talked about in that last panel.
I think this panel is a perfect example of what's needed in the fresh
produce and fruit supply chain. You know, we have grower shippers, we have marketers for many growers, we have a retailer, and then where we sit at Katzman is right in the middle of the supply chain. So we're a wholesaler on a terminal market, and we have a distribution facility. So what that means is we bring in product from across the country and around the world from farmers sitting next to me here, and we distribute that produce out to everybody who sells fresh fruits and vegetables in the Northeast. So I'm talking about our small mom and pop shops, the fruit peddlers who might have a cart on the corner. We have lots of those in the city, in New York. Some of your big grocery stores, and we heard Whole Foods up here on the panel before, we service Whole Foods. And then a lot of the independent retailers who are too small to buy direct themselves, they can't sell through a whole truckload of produce, most of it would go to waste, but they still need to have all of the different items that grow available. We talked earlier today about how food is so cultural and there's so many different varieties. I mean, at Katzman, we bring in product from over 55 different countries around the world just to have access to some stuff that doesn't grow here or due to seasonality where we can't grow it. So the neat part about our supply chain is we move very fast and we work as a partnership. So we need information from our growers about when Mother Nature is perfect out there and decides that we're gonna get lots of production, we need to come up with a plan, and we need to come up with a plan fast, because none of our products are manufactured in a factory. Everything that we do is on a timeline. So making sure that we know what's coming, and then being able to work with retailers and communicate to them what items are plentiful and they should go on sale with. So just making sure we do our jobs well is one example of how we're fighting against food waste, because we're on top of things and we're making sure that food is getting from farm all the way to your kitchen tables at home as fast and as safe as possible. Another thing to think about is all of the great food organizations that are out there. So we heard from several food banks. We have tons in the Northeast as well. There's a company right on our market called Sharing Excess. It's a really great organization launched by a kid in college, and he was just passionate about saving food. So he goes around and anything that we can't find a customer for, and in New York we have a customer willing to buy just about everything. You know, people who want to put stuff on the retail shelf for maybe a week, and then a fruit peddler who's looking to buy stuff and probably going to sell it to you in about an hour, and you're going to eat it. So we do have that one advantage in our area of a huge population and lots of people to give access to fresh fruits and vegetables for, and all of this helps us cut down on food waste.
A lot of efficiency happening in the Katzman operation.
You have to be efficient when you're dealing with perishables.
Emmanuel, if I can turn to you, one thing that I find so cool about Vallarta is that you have departments that you don't find in every supermarket, and you use bilingual language. And I'm wondering if you can talk about why the stores were set up this way, because it's very different than other retailers.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know Vallarta Supermarkets, we're a 56-store chain based out of Southern California, so we're only in California. I would say that our shopping experience is very unique, focusing heavy on fresh, so you know, you've got a big expanded produce department, full-service meat counter, bakery, tortilleria, cocina, as well as a newly introduced department, fruteria, which is a fruit shop, basically like a produce butcher, and then as well as a guacamole bar. Nice. So, yes, there is some Spanglish in our stores, and I think it's to acclimate to the you know, second and third generation now. I'm second generation. My parents that founded the company, you know, don't really speak English much, but me coming in and being born here, I think it's important to really stay within our heritage and respect our roots, but at the same time acclimate to those generations that are coming forth.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know storytelling has to be a huge part of that work, communicating that to consumers.
Absolutely, yeah. Everything that we do it with a purpose, we do it with a reason. We want to make sure that when customers shop with us, that they're learning something, that they're taking something back, you know, with them. And we know at the end of the day that, you know, whether it's a carne asada or a birthday party, it's the heart of, you know, the family. So we're very fortunate to be a part of that experience.
Yeah, retailers are really, that's such a good point, that they are at the heart of the family. So are brands like Lundberg. They're really at the heart of families. I've been buying your product for as long as I can remember. And I want to keep on this storytelling theme about, it's your background is so important to that, and you've translated it now into your work at Lundberg. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I am a fourth-generation farmer. I grew up spending days in the fields with my dad, with my brothers, with my uncles, and my grandpa, and I always loved being out on the farm. But I was always a bit of a reader and a writer and a dreamer, and I didn't think that there would be a place for me on the farm. And so I left for about 10 years. I went to school, studied English Lit, and ended up working in book publishing in New York, which I loved. But I would be sitting at my desk in Midtown Manhattan at like 10 at night, and my dad would send me a video from the fields of a flock of pelicans in them one day or a turtle the next. And I just started to think, you know what? I'm doing something wrong here. And it was around the same time that we were starting to lose the second generation of our family, so my grandparents, my great uncles, my great aunts. The third generation was starting to talk about retirement, and the fourth generation, so my brothers and my cousins, were starting to have kids, a fifth generation. And I just couldn't wrap my head around the fact that this fifth generation would never know the second generation. And I wondered who would tell them the stories that I loved hearing as a kid around my grandparents' kitchen table or in my dad's truck. And I kind of looked left and looked right and realized, you know what? It might be me. I can give it a try. And so I applied for a job in marketing, an entry-level marketing position on the website without telling anybody.
I love this.
I told my parents after I applied, and I think the head of HR showed up in my dad's office the next day and was like, do you know about this? But then they didn't call me for like 2 weeks, so they really made me sweat it out. And I was hired as an entry-level copywriter, and I've been helping to tell our story ever since, so a little over 5 years now.
I love that they kept you hanging.
I was like, this is going to be embarrassing if I have to go back for Thanksgiving. And
It's so great. It's so great.
Danny, can I say one thing on that? I think,
of course.
Usually when you talk about storytelling for a company, it's about telling your story to the consumer or to a business partner. I think the point you made that internally storytelling to help the because they didn't know the second generation, it's a great resource for your team, but then also to attract new talent.
Yeah.
So I think storytelling both inside and out is so important.
Such a great point. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Garland, I do want to shift gears a little bit, but maybe not. I think this is about storytelling too, as well. Berry picking is so extremely labor intensive, but it's also so highly skilled, and I think many of us don't realize that. And I'm wondering if you can talk about the kinds of protections that are needed to maintain the well-being of farm laborers and farm workers, because they have incredible knowledge that I think goes unseen.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And every berry that you eat is harvested by hand. And I don't think a lot of consumers know that. I think we look at it in two aspects. One is protecting the harvesters, so we adhere to the best standards that there are out there. We've also applied our own standards. As I explained before, Driscoll's has about 800 growers in the Americas, and it is tough to enforce some of these policies. So we have a whole team that's dedicated to auditing some of these best practices that we see. Unfortunately, some growers don't meet those standards, and we have to deal with them the appropriate way, right? And a lot of what we do is bringing in growers that have the same vision and the same mission that Driscoll's has, so there's a high-level alignment of how we want to treat one another, but also the communities and the harvesters that we work in. The other thing is what we call as thriving communities. It's really important for us that not only the workers, but the communities that we operate in are thriving. And so throughout Mexico and California, since 2023, we've donated nearly $33 million to these communities that we operate in. We do a very community-based approach, so we work with our growers and the harvesters, and we try to understand what needs do you all have in your community. Right. So it's not what, let's say, Driscoll's down, it's community up. And I heard some of that earlier in some of the previous discussions, and that's proven to be pretty effective, Yeah. We also really engage with our employees to be part of solving some of these issues. And since 2017, Driscoll's just in the Pajaro, Watsonville hour, our employees have dedicated 21,000 hours of community service on some of these projects that we focus on. And so I think we really take it to heart. Without a vibrant and thriving workforce for us, there's no value for the workers, Driscoll's, and the consumer at the end of the day.
I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about, the well-being of workers in fields as the climate continues to change and heat becomes a bigger problem for workers.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for us, Driscoll's berries are generally, because the skin is so thin, we generally produce in very temperate locations throughout mostly coastal California and portions of Mexico. And so these areas are less exposed to these major traumatic events, but natural disasters do happen, whether it's fires, floods, heat waves. So we do have strict protocols with growers around when they can be in the field, when they cannot be, and safety associated with it. But we really try to work with them. We're not the police. We want this to be a problem that we're solving together.
Right.
And so luckily for us, I will say we are less exposed to some of these really traumatic weather events, but it's definitely on our radar.
Yeah, and things keep changing, so I know that it's top of mind for you all. Stephanie and Garland, I know that workforce development is top of mind for both of you, and I think Emmanuel as well. Can you talk about how you all approach that?
Workforce development,
helping your employees sort of move up, thrive a little bit differently.
So I think your workforce is your most important asset, right? You can't accomplish anything without them. So constantly training them is very important. But when we look at talent, we always look at attracting the right kind of talent. And I was thinking about it before, Emmanuel, when you were answering about your stores and how they're so unique. That's how you differentiate yourself to the consumer. So what we try and do with our labor force is we try and differentiate ourselves as well. There's many companies who do similar transactional work that we do, but how can we do things different?
Mm-hmm.
So we have our heart values, honesty, empowerment, adapting to changing needs, respect, and teamwork that we try and live by. We are working on programs to help people at all different levels of our company work on a skill that's going to help take them where they want to go. And that's very important. It's not where you want them to go, it's where they want to go, because people are passionate about certain things, and if you can harvest that passion and just point it in the right direction, that's usually when you'll get your best results. And we talked earlier about the community knows what's best for them, and then as a company, you have the means to help them, so we look at it really the same way with our labor force.
Right. Emmanuel, do you want to comment on this?
Yeah, for us, education's really important, so since 2018, Vallarta has awarded 450 scholarships, and these are to team members and or their dependents. We also have a Vallarta University that has like 4 different facets in it, whether it's a store manager taking, college courses. Right now we have a group of them doing it, and it's gonna maybe take them about a year and a half because they're so busy, but we're constantly looking at ways of improving their education and fostering their growth and so forth. Because you never know, maybe our produce clerk will end up becoming our vice president one day.
Sure.
So we definitely believe in education, and that's our way of really giving back to the community, to them, and fostering their growth.
Thank you for that, Garland.
Yeah, not dissimilar to Katzman, we are a mission and values company, so we really try to screen potential candidates coming to the company by the values and the mission. So humility, trustworthiness, and passion are our values, and then to continually delight berry consumers through alignment with our customers and berry growers is our mission. And if it resonates with people and it connects, they come on into Driscoll's, and then we try to promote internal promotions as part of our overall stepping up of careers, being 50% all internal within Driscoll's. And so I think that notion of development within Driscoll's, promoting within, screened by our mission and our values has proven to be pretty successful.
Absolutely, and I love that compassion point. And Brita, I know that's important to you, that compassion part, not just only for the workforce, but for the wildlife and the conservation issues that Lundberg believes so deeply in.
Absolutely. Like I said, my great-grandpa Albert's philosophy was to leave the land better than he found it. And I do think he meant that literally. My great-uncles told me stories of going out to the fields with their dad, and he would say, everybody says I'm going to go broke and this ground is no good, but you see that weed there? That is a good weed. That'll add a lot of fertility to the soil. But I think he also meant it more broadly than just the land. There's always this sense that we're not just caring for the land, but also the creatures who call it home. And so it was standard practice for years, decades even, to burn the rice straw left in the fields after harvest. But my great-grandpa Albert said, we're not going to do that. That came from the soil. It needs to go back to the soil. And what we found over the years was that as we stopped burning and instead started, well, we never burned, but as the years went on and we started flooding the fields, we were able to provide habitat for migratory birds as they traveled the Pacific Flyway. And the birds started coming back by the thousands as we shared that practice of flooding the fields with our neighbors, even our conventional rice farming neighbors. And then we found as we grew cover crops, our cover crops provided natural breeding habitat for ducks who had lost a lot of their natural breeding habitat. And so each spring, before we start our tractors to prep the fields for planting, we partner with our friends at California Waterfowl Association to search the fields for nests, rescue the eggs by hand, transfer them to a local hatchery to be incubated, hatched, raised to about 5 weeks of age, and then released back into the fields. And we've been doing that since the 90s, and in that time we've rescued more than 30,000 ducks.
Wow.
So it's a duck ton.
That's great. Thank you.
I was just going to ask, you guys do so much unique and cool stuff. How do you effectively communicate that to your consumers? Because they have to make a choice.
Great question, and I think it comes right back to what you were saying about compassion and about storytelling. We've been farming organically since the 60s. Growing cover crops since the 40s. We knew that, there are all these things that we could tell consumers about what we do, how we use water instead of chemical herbicides to manage weeds, which can help reduce global warming potential by 49%, how we grow cover crops to restore nutrients to the soil. But the reality is that most consumers don't realize that rice is a plant. And I know it sounds silly, but when you think about it, rice is sold in the dry goods section of the grocery store next to pasta and plant-based rice. And if plant-based rice is a thing, what is rice, right? It's a plant. It grows in the ground. The way we grow it matters. But if we start talking about soil health metrics, or chemical herbicides, it's going to go right over consumers' heads. And so we decided to focus on our duck rescue efforts, and we launched a Ducking Good Rice campaign a couple of years ago to really highlight the fact that our regenerative organic farming practices are a way of caring not just for the land, but also the creatures who call it home. And that if we care this much about ducks, imagine how much we care about our rice. And it's not just ducking adorable. It's also the embodiment of my great-grandpa Albert's philosophy to leave the land better than we found it. And if people want to dig deeper into our farming practices, let's go. I love talking about soil. But if they just, are happy with a few duck puns and get the sense that we care about the land, we're good with that too.
Yeah, thank you for that. For all of you, and I know this from our prep call, the work that you do means a lot to you, and you're part of family businesses that have continued for generations. And I'm wondering how you sort of communicate that to one another and within your families, within your own communities that aren't part of work. How do you sort of talk about what you do every day? Emmanuel, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Are you talking about like how we communicate to the public or amongst each other?
Well, amongst one another as sort of colleagues, but also to your community that is not in this business.
Yeah, it's really just working together, and humility plays a huge role. That's one of our core values. So it's really coming to work always humble with an open mind. Working through things. Debate is also big, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's constantly debate. And really, at the end of the day, everyone's goal is what's best for the customer, what's best for our consumer,
right.
What's best for our team members. So I think it's just really being patient and working through it. And yeah.
Patience, debate. Stephanie, I'm going to turn to you next.
So I think in our industry in general, in all parts of the supply chain, you have a lot of family businesses. And my theory behind that was you have to be completely crazy to get into this business. You have to be born into it to be in it. But honestly, it's really the excitement and the passion, I think, that keeps you in this business. And that's the way we really talk about it in my family. And I think it's neat to have family in the business because they're there with you for all the great victories, and they're there to support you through all the big challenges. You know, we get home and you sit around the dinner table, you all know what you went through during the day. So like you can see it on each other's faces, but you can also talk about it. You can help each other out. You know, I'm lucky enough in my family, I have 2 siblings and a brother-in-law in the business who came in. We're all the 4th generation. And it's just great even being able to see them all every day since we don't live together anymore. So I think that is a big part of it. And then it's surrounding yourself by all the non-family members that are like family too. And I think we have a lot of great people in our company, some who have been with us for 20, 25, 30, and 35 years.
Wow.
And they're like family members. And I think when you grow up in a business with people who helped you build it, you kind of get that passion bouncing between you.
Absolutely. You are the epitome of excitement and passion, by the way. So thank you. Garland.
This might be a little counterintuitive, but we try to have fun as a family.
Yeah.
We work a lot together, and it can be stressful. So we take time to connect as individuals, not necessarily as peers. And then conflict. We need to have and work through those meaty topics as a family.
Great.
But at the end of the day, I think, you know, family or private companies, it's so nice because that mission, that vision that you put into place and the values, you steer the ship.
Right.
And you can really work with your employees about how you want to operate and treat one another. So the longevity of private businesses, especially in agriculture, we feel is actually a point of differentiation.
Yeah, it's so great. It's so great. Thank you for all that. Brita, you have the last word.
Sure. So a few things come to mind. Lundberg Family Farms is owned by about 40 family members, but only 4 of us work full-time at the company. There are other family members involved in different ways, whether that's on the board or whether that's on the farm, selling their rice to Lundberg Family Farms, the brand. But we also have a family council, which we set up probably about 15 years ago now to help bridge the family and the business. And that family council creates space for us to connect, just have fun together. That's so important. And also space for us to just have conversations with each other. Sometimes hard, sometimes, you know, smooth sailing, but just having those conversations is so important.
Conflict, debate, fun. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Please give these panelists a round of applause. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you all again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before we go into our next conversation, I'm really excited to play a short film for you called Wild Hope, Mission Impossible from HHMI Tangled Bank Studios. In your program, there's also a QR code to share the film, which is available online for free to your networks. So enjoy the film. And Pat Brown, the founder of Impossible Foods and a professor at Stanford University, among many other things. Give him a round of applause. Pat, my friend, one of the things I enjoyed most about this movie, especially at the very beginning, is how many hairstyles you had. Like, it kept changing. I loved it. There's no response to that, I'm sorry.
Well, my stylist is my daughter, and basically I get a haircut whenever she decides it's too long and too unruly, so it fluctuates a lot.
I loved it. I loved it. Jared, my friend, can I turn to you? You know, this film is great. There's so much richness in it. What was the inspiration for you behind it?
There were a lot of inspirations. It's part of a series we have called Wild Hope, which is designed to go out and find whatever else is going on in the world. We wanted to find people who were making a difference in conservation in ways that is inspiring people wherever they are, that there are things you can do to take action.
Yeah.
So the series, we're 3 seasons into our Wild Hope series, but when we saw this story, it was sort of, it epitomized so much of what we were trying to do. It was a person who was not going to wait around for someone else to solve the problem. It was a person who was recognizing an important problem and that he had the solutions to solve it. And it was just an incredible journey, being able to follow the story all the way through to see how Pat landed up where he ended up with this.
Yeah.
So it just had all the elements. We're a nonprofit production company whose mission is to tell stories about science, to help educate, help inspire people to recognize what science can do. And this story had that in spades as well, because it shows the underlying science that was required to make these changes. And so it had all the elements, it had a great character, and we sort of knew that it would appeal to audiences on a bunch of different levels.
Yeah, and I love that, you do take the viewer on a journey. This is an actual journey of what inspired Pat. How do you reconcile that with what's going on in the world right now, telling these stories of hope in sometimes an unhopeful world?
I would say it's even more important now. Yes, and sometimes quite often a very unhopeful world, but despite that, there are people, by the end of next year, we'll have, I think, 45 Wild Hope episodes.
Oh, nice.
Every single one of them is about hope, is about people who aren't saying I have no hope, but who are getting up in the morning and making a difference. And sometimes it's very local, sometimes it's very much about what can I do in my community, and other times it's about how can I do things big like this and actually change the world. So I think more than ever, we need that hope. We need to be able to get up in the morning and say, hey, there are people who are making a difference, there is still change we can make. So that's the goal of the series, and I think it's as important now as it ever was.
Film is so important for that inspiration, and thank you for doing these films. It's really important. Please give Jared a round of applause for being such a great inspiration. Pat, for me, there's a very personal moment in the film where we hear about the guidance your parents gave you to pursue what's meaningful. My parents gave me that same kind of advice, and it chokes me up a little, right? Because that really shaped who you are and shaped your career.
Yeah, I mean, it was always expected in my family that, what we would be choosing to do was basically to try to make the world better.
Right.
And it was never even it wasn't particularly discussed. It was just sort of understood. And, what could be more rewarding and fun than to make that, the goal of your life.
Can you talk about the fun aspect? I think we forget that scientists can be really fun because it's such a deeply, you have to have deep knowledge of your subject matter, but you are clearly a person who has a lot of fun doing it.
Oh yeah, I mean, one of the things that I believe about science, and I just believe about basically life in general, is that the magic ingredient for creativity is fun. And, at Impossible Foods, well, also in my lab at Stanford, it's really important to have kind of a loose sort of fun environment and to make sure that, what we're doing is stuff that we love, that we're having fun doing.
Yeah.
And that we have colleagues that are fun to work with and so forth. But yeah, I think that's you basically almost can't be creative if you're not having fun.
Right. And that creativity, for both of you, that creativity comes from curiosity. So Jared, you have a deep curiosity about the world around you. I've had many conversations with you, and that translates into these films, but your whole staff has that deep level of curiosity as well.
Yeah, I think you need that to, want to tell these stories. I was someone who, growing up, I was interested in science, but I didn't pursue that as a career. I fell in love with it when we started telling stories about it, because I think that's when all the pieces come together, and the challenge of figuring out how do you make something interesting to a general audience who maybe think they're interested in science, maybe don't, but how do you sort of apply that? How do you find the path through? And I know Pat and I had a conversation at an earlier screening about how much of the story was about Pat versus how much of it was about the work that Pat did. And for me, when you get it right, you find that perfect balance where I know for me, every time I watch this film, I've seen it a lot now, but every time I watch it, I'm so intrigued by Pat the person, Pat the scientist, and the work that Pat does. And when you can blend those together, then it's a lot more compelling than an educational piece that is just going to teach you something. You can teach a lot if you tell a good story. And so that's where the fun part of my business is the creativity of how do you put that together in a way that will, will engage an audience and keep them there and watching and learning.
Absolutely. Pat, when you first started being an academic, a scientist, did you think about the storytelling and communication side of this work and getting it to an audience like this?
Not really.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm not naturally an extrovert and not a public communications person. But so for me, it was all about doing the work that I was capable of doing and trying to have an impact there. It would speak for itself.
Yeah, I kind of respectfully disagree. I've been on many panels with you for several years now. You're a good storyteller. You've learned how to do this in a really creative way. But, I also know you as somebody who is not a pessimist, but you see the problems in the world. And I wonder how you remain hopeful. And do you think we'll reach a point that eaters, consumers, will understand that their food choices have a real impact, not just on, planetary health, but human health?
I think that will happen. I think the way I approached the problem was start out with basically the belief that you're not going to solve it by cajoling or educating or coercing or trying to get people to change parts of their behavior or to reduce or eliminate something that gives them a lot of pleasure.
Sure.
I think that education will happen. But what we had to do was to accept the fact that people are going to continue to love meat and milk and dairy foods and fish and all the foods we use animals to make today, and recognize that the real problem isn't that people love those foods. The problem is that we're using the wrong technology to produce them. Mm-hmm. And in the food system, animals are just a technology. They're used as a technology to turn plants into meat and milk and eggs and fish, for that matter. And when you think about it that way, it's clear that there has to be better technology for doing this. A better way, by technology, it's just a tool we use to accomplish something of value. And people, thousands of years ago, realized that domesticating animals could save them a lot of labor and energy and produce, an accessible source of food that they couldn't have otherwise. And there was really no better way to do it. And at that time, of course, the population was a lot smaller, and the amount of land globally that was required to do all that was not extremely impactful. Well, now, as was pointed out in the film, we're using 45% of the ice-free surface of Earth raising animals on land for food. And as a result of that, the average populations of the terrestrial mammals, birds, reptiles, and amphibians are less than a third, and fish for that matter, are less than a third of what they were just 50 years ago. And that is a catastrophe, okay? And it's not stopping. It's that population collapse isn't stopping. And the thing to realize is that, it's not just, those animals are cool and, it would be sad if there were no giraffes in the world and so forth. No, it's a much bigger issue than that because they're integral parts of the ecosystems that keep our planet viable. In fact, and by the way, it's not just vertebrates. The populations of flying insects worldwide are probably dropping at least as fast. They haven't been as well tracked, but all the evidence suggests that they're also less than what they were 50 years ago. And I think something a lot of people don't realize is that insects, flying insects and birds, and the animals that disperse the seeds are essential parts of the reproductive system of plants. You can think of them, they're literally like the sex organs of plants in a way.
Yeah.
And when those populations are collapsing, that is just basically the first domino. That's the first sign of a much larger scale ecosystem collapse. And again, the thing to emphasize over and over again, overwhelmingly, it's due to our use of animals as food technology, which is incredibly inefficient, completely unnecessary from a food security standpoint, from a nutrition standpoint. We do it just because of the extra pleasure that people get from those foods. So that's really why the way I figured is if you can do a better job of delivering that pleasure, the nutritional qualities that people value from these foods, and make them more affordable. You don't have to educate, great to educate people, but you don't have to persuade them. They'll just make a choice. They'll choose the food that does the best job of delivering what they care about.
Sure.
And nobody likes the fact that their meat comes from a slaughtered animal, okay? Doesn't matter how much they love meat. That's just, they accept that as a necessary price to pay for the foods they love. But if you could make the same foods without using animals as a technology, a lot of people say, oh, no, no one will want to buy them. Yes, they will. If they're more delicious, more nutritious, and cheaper, people will buy them.
I'm going to interrupt you there. I think you're very good at sort of highlighting what we'll lose from this industrial animal agriculture system, biodiversity, all of the things that really keep Earth going. But there's also the flip side of that. Many meat eaters, we're in Texas, feel like they're going to be deprived of something. And I think that's a challenge we face in sort of the food movement. We're telling people that they're going to be deprived of something rather than what they'll gain. How do we switch that conversation?
Well, I think basically, rather than making it a conversation, the onus is on us. Those of us who are working to eliminate our dependence on animals in the food system, to create foods that deliver everything those meat eaters want. And, we've made huge progress at Impossible Foods. There's still a long way to go, but I think the critical thing that we've proven at this point is that it's doable, that we can actually we have beef, pork, and chicken products that in blind taste tests are preferred over the animal versions, okay, by meat eaters, by mainstream meat eaters. So it's doable.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we need to do so that nobody has to give up anything. If you say, you have to give up something you love, forget about it.
Yeah.
You're not going to win.
Right. Is the change for you from what you're seeing with your work happening quickly enough?
Well, not as quickly as I would like, absolutely not. But, my feeling is it'll take whatever time it takes, and our job is to make it happen as fast as possible.
Yeah. While we're seeing this sort of push and urge to limit meat consumption and other animal products.
Not meat consumption, to limit the use of animals as the technology to produce the meat. Keep eating the meat, just don't use animals to produce it.
I'm going to continue on. We're also seeing interest in a sort of a move away from ultra-processed foods. So I'm wondering how you, as someone who created this Impossible Burger, sort of are able to think about this problem. We don't want ultra-processed foods either. We want foods that are healthy for people and the environment.
Sure. Okay. That's an excellent question. So first of all, I would say at this point, most of the serious nutrition scientists in the world are realizing that ultra-processed is a stupid category. Okay. In fact, there have been a number of papers published in the last year or so, and more are going to be coming out from, I would say, the most authoritative sources. That the foods that are classified as ultra-processed There are only 3 categories of those foods that are associated with all the negative impacts that are attributed to this broad, uselessly broad category. Sweetened drinks, sweetened, basically breakfast cereals and things like that, and ready-to-eat meat and dairy products, okay? Like, processed meats and so forth. Everything else, if you look at everything else that gets binned in that category, there's 0 association with any negative health consequences. And there have been you should check I'll send you the links. But this is.
I got the links.
So ultra-processed it's kind of like saying, well, brown animals are dangerous or something like that. It's a meaningless category with respect to the health consequences.
Sure,
what matters is the nutritional properties and, high glycemic index, high saturated fat.
Yep. I would just say, Pat, that it might be a meaningless category to scientists and nutritionists, but it's not a meaningless category to big food right now. And I think that's what we're up against. And so how do we reconcile? There are a lot of alternative meat products out there that folks like Mary and Nestle, a famous nutritionist, consider ultra-processed. And I just wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I should have a talk with her, but basically I suspect that if you were to ask her, okay, what are the foods that get binned into this broad category? Which are the ones that are actually the bad guys? Okay, she would agree with what I just said. It's basically things that are sweetened foods and basically processed meat and ready-to-eat dairy products, and because that's what all the evidence says. So I think what's going to happen is eventually the truth wins out. Okay. There are periods of time, we're in one right now, where, bullshit is dominating, but eventually the truth wins out, and I think the dust will settle on this issue.
Yeah,
but it's a problem in the meantime.
Yeah, and I'm very sort of optimistic because Gen Z and young folks have a very big bullshit detector, so they're not going to buy into that. I want to move on to, something you said in the film is that you're always thinking about the future. And we've been hearing about this work that you're doing to transform farmland and steward it in a really creative way. Can you talk a little bit more about what we saw in the film?
Yeah. So, from the start, my goal, just to be as direct as possible on it, is to completely eliminate the use of animals as a food technology because it's just irreducibly destructive. And But it's not enough to do that. Then we have to repair the damage that was done. And we don't want the people who are making a living, who are just doing a hard, dangerous job trying to support their families. They're not the bad guys at all. The slaughter cartel is the bad guys, but we don't want them to be collateral damage. And when you think about from a macroeconomic standpoint, I actually wrote an opinion piece for The Guardian about this, which I can send to you. But basically, the total income, like if you just focus on cattle farmers, the total global income from beef and dairy sales, the final product, is something like $800 billion, which is serious money, but a tiny fraction of that goes into the pockets of the farmers. Okay, so let's say $400 billion, okay? Well, that's a lot of money. But right now we're spending more than 10 times that much every year trying to replace fossil fuels with renewable energy. And projections of the economic impact of climate change basically are projecting that it's going to be upwards of $20 trillion a year. So if we could, if governments and other organizations would recognize that we can actually put the brakes on climate change, which you literally could. If you could phase out animal agriculture within a couple of decades, the negative emissions from that phase out, methane decay, nitrous oxide decay, and recovery, pulling carbon out of the atmosphere by biomass recovery, would offset all predicted ongoing emissions. For 30 years, we'd have a 30-year period of net zero, and it would offset more than 2/3 of predicted CO2 emissions through the end of the century. A huge impact on climate change. And given the economic impact of staying on our trajectory right now of climate change, it would be the best bargain ever to basically pay farmers and ranchers, not compel them, just offer them. Okay, you want to keep chasing cows around, good, bless your heart. But but you can make more money by basically providing a public service, just like teachers provide a public service, firefighters provide a public service, restoring and preserving native ecosystems on the land that 10 years ago you were raising cattle on.
Sure.
I think that that may seem like a fantasy scenario, but from an macroeconomic standpoint, it's like a complete no-brainer. And what we need, though, is to provide them a playbook. And something that I think people aren't aware of is we don't understand how nature works. And we certainly don't understand how to restore a native ecosystem on land that's been degraded by animal agriculture. And that's why we're doing this experiment in Arkansas, because we're not pretending we know the answer, so we're trying a bunch of things.
Experimenting.
It's an experiment.
As a scientist does. And I agree that for farmers who want to get out of the vicious cycle of factory farming, and many of them do, many I know, they need a just transition. And this is one component of what a just transition could look like out of animal agriculture.
Yes, well, I think that it's more than that. There are farmers who are not looking for an alternative. I would say pretty much everybody in animal agriculture, the farmer side, are struggling, okay? It's just a very, very difficult, economically challenging business. And if someone were to say, you can stay on your land, you can keep your land, you can keep the tax advantages of having agricultural land, except that now you can earn a living by basically restoring a native ecosystem and providing this huge service to the world. Previously, you were providing food. Now you're basically stopping the greatest environmental threats the world has ever faced. And we don't need this for food anymore. It would be a voluntary thing.
Right, of
Not
course.
because people want to stop
Sure.
What they're doing, but because they see a better alternative.
Thank you. I want to end in these last few seconds with, a question for what's next for both of you. And Jared, I know you're constantly dreaming up film ideas. What's next?
I think even more so now, the challenge is to find those stories that really showcase the foundational science that underlies so many of the advances, so many of the things that are interesting and relevant to our lives. So, we're looking at health, we're looking at more wild hope. It's fertile ground. The stories are out there.
Literally.
People like Pat are out there. And so it's our job to find those stories and to find ways to make them relevant and make them realize. Again, with what I love so much about Pat's story is that he always seems to be one step ahead of where the problem is. He recognizes the problem, and he's already thinking, as he's inventing the burger, the meatless burger, he's already thinking about the carbon market.
Right.
And so, finding people who are thinking that far ahead and who are actually taking steps to get there, those are the stories that we want to tell.
Absolutely, and thank you for doing it. Pat, in about 30 seconds, what's next for you?
I'll say what I'm working on right at the moment. I've reactivated my lab at Stanford. I am right now, one of the projects I'm working on is developing, I think, what will be a major source of protein in the human diet in the future, which is the protein isolate from leaves. Because in order to make foods that consumers love, that can compete against animal-derived products, you need a protein source that's ideally flavorless, colorless, extremely water-soluble, things that don't apply to the existing plant proteins on the market. And it turns out that most of the protein on Earth is in leaves. Most of the protein in the diets of most animals on Earth comes from leaves, like elephants. That's where they get all their protein. And it's just never been developed as a protein source, but the protein from leaves is incredible from a nutritional standpoint. It's extremely water-soluble. You can make a clear liquid solution of this protein that has 4 times the protein concentration of milk. That's basically a clear liquid. And so it's never been developed because basically leaves decay when you store them, whereas seeds don't. But that's not a problem anymore. So I'm trying to develop a scalable system. It has huge benefits for food security because you don't have to depend on just a few crops because every plant has leaves, basically. And the protein from grass is pretty much the same as the protein from oak leaves. And so anyway, it's another project. And then I'm continuing the Carbon Ranch project, and I'm looking to expand that to some other locations. Next, possibly California and Madagascar.
Oh, very cool. I'll be interested to hear more about those. Such exciting work. Thank you both. Great. Congratulations on the film. It was great. Thank you both so much. Give them a round of applause. Yes. We're going to take a short break in our panels for now so you can all get a bite to eat. You can find a full menu in your program, but I want to thank a few of our partners, including Impossible, Farmer's Fridge, Certified Origins, Atlantic Sea Farms, Little Sesame, Yolele, Spirit Almond, Sprouts Market, Hasta la Luna, 504, Inland Seafood, Aquanaria, Swig Cheese House, and Saggiano. Please make sure to come right back to your seats because we have another special musical performance from our singer-songwriter, Kelsi Creek. And our next panel will start exactly at 2:10 p.m., so I'll see you all then. Eat your Impossible Burgers and have a good time. I hope she joins us at every summit. Thank you, Kelsi. How was lunch? Good? I hope you enjoyed it. Another big shout out to her hospitality for making everything delicious for these 2 days. So give them a round of applause, please. I am now very excited for this discussion that will focus on closing the nutrition gap and making sure that we're not just filling people up, but actually making sure they are nourished. For this panel, joining me, we have Yvon Girard, the North American CEO for BARR Brands. Give him a round of applause. Bigger. I know it's after lunch. Come on. And Cécile Belliot, the CEO for BARR Brands. Okay, here we go. We are so excited to have you here. Thank you so much. I am hoping, Cécile, that you can start by talking about BARR's origin. You have a really great origin story.
Yeah, absolutely. So BARR is a French company. We've started 160 years. So we are 160 years old, so you can imagine the very long history. So this is a 5th generation. We are a family-owned company, 100% private. And I'm sure that you know part of our brands because you may have been raised with them. Babybel, The Laughing Co., Go-Go Squeeze. We are used to say that we sell portions of goodness coming from dairy, fruits, and veggie. And we want to have very simple ingredients in our portions, in our snacks. Some brands have already 100 years, like The Laughing Co. And I think what is very important to understand with the company is that because it's a family-owned company, because this is a 5th generation, the only question that my shareholders always ask me is how do you make sure that with the decision that you take today, the company will be here for the next 20, 30, 40 years. They consider themselves as, I'm just here to pass the baton, and I'm here to work for the next generation. And when you start to look at things with that kind of glasses, there are topics you cannot escape. You cannot escape from climate change.
Sure.
You cannot escape from the fact that there is a huge link between food and health of the planet, but health of the people. And that as part of this value chain, as part of this chain, we have a huge accountability on how people feed themselves and feed their kids. We cannot escape from the fact that there is, on one side, 1 billion people who suffer from obesity and 1 billion people who suffer from hunger.
Right.
So the food system as it is today is just broken. So everything we do today is to try to showcase that there is a path. There is a path where you can deliver on both performance and sustainability. And as we've seen that today, food is a fantastic lever to solve massive issues today. issue of the climate, issue of the water. We know we're all gonna, lack water in the world.
Right.
It's already a fact. It's not even a question. So I'm used to say that we are the first generation of leaders who knows everything. We have all the data. So it's not a question of data anymore. It's a question on how. How do we drive the change? So that's the kind of conversation I have with my shareholders, and I think that's what makes us different.
Before I follow up, I just want to mention that there's some great Baby Bell products being passed around. Do you want to talk about what's being passed around, or do you want me to do it?
Sure, I can. We prepared actually. I'm Ivan. Thanks for having us. And first of all, I want to start with that. A big shout out to your organization for inviting us. The food was amazing today. It's digestion time. We are talking about food together. So please join me for a big round of applause to your organization.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
And then it's about purpose. It's about not only our brands. We're here to bear witness of what we do, but you have a kind of bento box within. You have a Baby Bell product. You have a Go-Go electrolyte product. You may have a Laughing Cow product. And these are the 3 portionable snacks that we sell in the US. We'll sell them massively. 2 billion of portion snack of goodness around those 3 brands that we serve to the American consumer. Wow. So this is what you eat. We'll talk later about our plant-based version of cheese as well. But basically, our goal is just to join the movement of goodness with you all and to testify on what we do.
Thank you. I think this is a question for you both, but Cecile, you mentioned that Bell is very forward-thinking and that you have this accountability, this responsibility. So many companies are just sort of realizing that they have to have that accountability and responsibility. Do you think that other brands look to you both? You're here in North America, Yvonne. You're the global CEO. Are other companies coming to you and sort of learning from you?
Yeah, I'm sure we are part of a lot of coalitions because we share a lot what we do. By the way, there is no way to change the food value chain if we don't go for partnership and coalition. I need my retailers if I want to have an impact. I keep on telling to the retailers of the world, you cannot tell me that you do not have an impact on how people feed themselves. You promote, you merchandise, you decide price. So the way you put the product on shelf has a massive impact on how people feed themselves.
Right.
And there is more and more awareness on the fact that, yes, we have a massive issue. Obesity is not only in this country. Obesity is everywhere right now in the world. You will go in emerging country, you will go in Nigeria, you will go in Indonesia, where you have, growing GDP, people getting access to packaged food. And instead of, providing them better food and getting them out of malnutrition, we provide them empty calorie. We nourish them through fat and sugar. This is the way we have started to feed the world. So this issue is at global level. And yes, there is more and more, consciousness about that. And that's where we can make an impact. And my motto is to prove that if we continue to oppose performance and sustainability, we are in the corner. If we continue to oppose healthy and fun and playful, there is no way for people to adopt the right diets.
Right.
Because, I'm used to say, a lot of people say, we need to educate people. But nobody wants to be educated. I don't want to be educated. People want to, you have to appeal them. You have to make it fun for your kids,
right.
So that they want to try, they want to discover the real taste of food and fruits and even veggie. So I'm trying to convince that at Bell, we can make an end in everything we do. We do performance and sustainability. We do health and playful. We are global and truly local with the way we approach the food.
Right.
And I see a lot of people that start to look at us in a different way and come to us because they try to learn. Because again, we are a living proof that there is a way.
There is a way. Yvonne, if I can turn to you, you have been instrumental in making sure that the company's journey in the United States and all over North America is a successful one. And, Cecile was talking about how the food system transformation, she didn't say it quite like this, but this is what I gained from it, has to be delicious. So can you talk about some of the ways that you're appealing to consumers in the United States? You mentioned the vegan cheese, and sometimes people sort of ruffle their feathers at vegan cheese, but you've learned to make it delicious.
First of all, to your original question, it's a real call of action to action for everybody here in this room, individually, collectively, with the farmers and the growers, towards our supply chain, the manufacturers, the retailers, and we're working a lot with the retailers on that. So it's definitely a joint effort and a mission that is beyond business, I wanted to specify. Then, we guys in the room, we have a problem. This is the numbers. So the numbers are this. 90% of us in the United States snack 3 times a day. 25 is the average, 25% of calorie intake that we take, average, comes from the snacking. It goes up to 40%, especially in kids. So at the same time, so it's big market, we snack, we love snack, everybody loves to snack, right? At the same time, we're only 10% of us, 1 in 10, that meets the dietary needs in fruit, vegetables, and dairy. So that's where we have a problem collectively, individually. We're managing what we call our nutrition gap at all levels for yourself, for your family, for your community, in your business, in your workplace, everywhere. There is this possibility, this opportunity to close this gap. And that's what we're trying to do here. And to close this gap, we have 3 levers that are encapsulated in what we call the purposeful snacking movement. That is the snacking full of purpose. And what is a snacking full of purpose? It's 3 things. First of all, you have to be nutritious. You have to be into the nourishment. The first keyword is nourishment. It could be about cautiously and consciously processed food. It could be about meeting dietary needs. It's very individual by individual. You may need no added sugar product. You may need high protein product. Another one may need without gluten, and so on and so on. And it's all about driving our portfolio on this nourishment topic that is a key topic. In the nourishment topic, and there were great conversations this morning about that, you have the portionable snacks. Portionable snacks means anti-waste snacks. When you snack something that is portionable, and that's what we encourage and that we do super well, you control what you eat, you help your consumers control what you eat, you help them actually know what's in the product. In what you eat right now, you have a non-added sugar option, you have fruit-only options, you have protein options. So this is the nourishment piece. The second pillar, Cecile was telling about that, is joy. I was having a chat with Patrick from Impossible Food. You know what he told me? Hey, Baby Bell, that reminds me when I was playing my red wax and doing some stuff and animals when I was young. So the playfulness in food is key. Food is about joy, it's about being social. Even snacking moments are more and more social. So that's what we do in the second pillar that is really about joy. Joy is about flavor, joy is about texture. Let's talk about the alternative dairy options that we have. I love cheese. My goal, my job as a CEO is to propose alternative to the ones that prefer plant-based cheese. And this one is another way as well to reach that. The third pillar, and maybe I'm going to stop and Cecile's going to start talking about that a little bit because I'm talking too much, is about building the future, fixing the system, and coalescing together to drive the change and be an agent of change. And for that, you need to be leading by example, you need to be humble, you need to be acknowledging that every year you have to do better than the year before. And on that, I just want to quote some stuff. But in the US, with 4 different factories and 2,000 people, there is 0 waste to landfill at BARR in our company. There is 0 water waste as well. And we are recognized for that as many folks and many companies in the US by retailers, and we are leading this with the retailers and all the stakeholders in the room.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. Yeah, we can clap. I love it. I want to stick with you and you can chime in, of course. When we're talking about this purposeful snacking movement and everything's portion size, how do you deal with the issue of packaging and the potential waste that could happen there?
First of all, as a vision for us is zero plastic, zero aluminium. And I can tell you we will get there. We will get there. So how do we deal with that? We believe in paper. We believe that we will be able tomorrow to provide only paper-based packaging. We have already tried, for instance, Babybel in this country will be soon, so the wax will stay the wax because it's part of the product. It's why you love Babybel. It's because you play with the wax. And on top of it, we will switch to paper packaging. We, in Europe, we already have a prototype of machine capable to put the equivalent of the Laughing Co as a portion, not anymore in aluminium, but in a paper pack. Within 5 years, it's going to be put on the market. And why I believe in paper, it's recyclable, it's come from nature. If you drop it by mistake in the nature, it will disappear. And we do the same for Go-Go Squeeze. We are already working on a Go-Go Squeeze paper pouch. So it takes time, it's a lot of research, it's a lot of investments, but we will get there. And by then, what I wanted also to share with you is a fact that nobody really perceived. When you look at portion control, so we believe in portion control because it's the right size, the right calorie amount, like nutrition, and no waste. But we believe also in this because from a carbon footprint point of view, if you benchmark, for instance, a box of Laughing Co portions, so individually wrapped in an aluminum foil, and you put the same quantity of Laughing Co processed cheese into the bulk option, which is the plastic tub you're going to find, in the stores here. And we have studied with a very precise analysis, a life cycle analysis. We have studied the impact coming from the packaging on the Laughing Co portion box and the tub option. Because we are capable, after so many years of producing Laughing Co, to have a very, very, very thin aluminum foil, so the weight of the packaging is extremely light in the version in portion, and because then it's just a round box made of paper to compare with the plastic option, the reality is that the portion control packaging is as a CO2 footprint impact, which is 25% less important than the bulk option. So sometimes you feel you're making the right choice, moving to the bulk option, but when you look at the data in a very precise way, and I'm not talking about the waste, because when you open, of course, a tub, if you don't eat it all after 1 week, it's not exactly the same, you throw it away. You never ever throw away a Go-Go Squeeze pouch or a Laughing Co portion. Because the product is protected.
Sure.
The integrity is protected.
Absolutely.
So even if you think in terms of carbon footprint, today, the option of the portion is better, and tomorrow, it's a commitment, we will have the paper portion.
Right. Yeah, that evolution has to happen, and it's a lot of experimentation. All of that has to happen. Sadly, we are running out of time. This conversation went very fast. I want to give you both a chance to give a call to action to this audience based on all of your expertise. So I'll start with you, Cecile.
I think that what is beautiful with food is that every day you make choice. You choose what you put on your plate. And every day you can advocate. I don't know any other field where you could have a much bigger impact than into food. And the good thing is that health of the planet and health of the people is directly connected. So put more veggie and fruits in your plate every day. Half of it, I really mean it, half of it should come from fruit and veggie. Good for your health, good for the planet. And the other thing that I would like all of us to advocate is the value of food. The reason why the system does not evolve fast enough if you compare with the impact we could have is because the profit pool at the beginning of the chain, meaning the farmers, the people who feed the world, who feed us in this room, they do not get enough fair revenues for what they do. And because they don't have the fair revenues, they are not capable to transform themselves, because if you don't know what you're going to earn at the end of the month, I can tell you that I can talk about the end of the planet, you will not move. So it starts by, and that's the way we have transitioned towards regenerative agriculture everywhere we operate. We have started by providing to the farmers and dairy farmers, especially, you know, here but also in Europe, a fair revenue that was not based on the price of the milk today, not on the market price, but on their cost of production. And then we have put incentives so that there is a benefit for them to move towards regenerative agriculture. So we need to change the narrative behind food. I know there is inflation. I know we need to support the people who are in food insecurity. And at the same time, we need to valorize more food because we need to re-put profit pool at the beginning of the chain.
Absolutely. It doesn't have to be either or. Thank you for that. Yvonne, you get the final word.
Thank you. I'll be super short. It's a challenge for us all. It's about managing the snacking nutritional gap together, starting with ourselves, starting with our families, with our children, in educating them, starting with our jobs and in what we do. There are opportunities every day to be part of this movement. It's a cry of rally for everyone, retailers, state officials, governmentals, consumers, non-profit, because this is a fight that goes beyond business. We're talking about food, we're eating every day. So let's manage our gap together and let's coalesce together. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you both so much. The collaboration is what it's all about. Thank you. Thanks for your partnership. Thank you. Round of applause as they exit, please. Thank you. In these next few sessions, we're going to look at how we can help all eaters of all ages lead healthier lives while building vibrant, resilient communities. For the first of these discussions, I get to sit down with Lindsay Waugh, the Executive Director of the Sprouts Healthy Communities Foundation. Please give her a big round of applause. So nice to see you.
It's good to see you too.
So, Lindsay, throughout these 2 days of this summit, we are going to have a chance to hear about some exciting projects that really help kids connect to hands-on experiences that teach them about our food and agriculture systems. And you have called this kind of education really a vehicle that allows us to deliver so much more than gardening skills. What are kids learning? Can you talk more about that? What are they learning beyond how to plant something?
Sure. Well, first I'll start by saying that Sprouts Farmers Market is a purpose-driven company. And so what that means is that we have a goal of helping people live and eat better. And so we do that through the product in our stores, the way our team members show up at work every day, and then also through our foundation, through the work that we do out in the community. And so when we got involved in the school garden movement about 10 years ago, what I'll say was there was a lot of conversation about gardens being nice, or gardens being fun, or way to go, you're getting kids outdoors, that's neat. And as the Green Bronx Machine or others that are familiar with this work know, that you're not just making that exposure point, you know, in that one moment to maybe growing a carrot or, you know, learning how to use a knife. You're really giving kids access, knowledge, confidence, and desire that shapes the way they show up as resilient little people and how they carry that into adulthood. So initially we were involved in the school garden movement because we're committed to helping kids learn how to live and eat better. But what we saw as we were on campuses more frequently and our programs took root is that school gardens weren't just influencing nutrition outcomes, they're shaping how kids connect with nature. They're shaping how kids connect with community. They're helping them build confidence and resiliency. STEM becomes alive, academics become more fun, and so what we realized is by making this investment, we're really arming these children with what they need to move through and be successful on the school campus and outdoors as well.
Absolutely. It's growing interest in nature, as you mentioned. It's growing that interest in community, technology, the people around them, and just growing this sort of, I think, curiosity about life. I want to talk a little bit more about how we make sure that this is, throughout the lifetime, that this interest in well-being and community spans the lifetime of not just kids, but all of us.
Sure, that's a great question. When we look at healthy habits, we know that they're formed at a young age. And so I joke about this, but one of my favorite things to see is second graders with knives in their hands. Because once those kids learn how to chop their own vegetable and make their own snack, I'll tell you, when they become teenagers or they go off to college, they're going to have more of that confidence to be continuing to connect and create that relationship with food.
Yeah, I've seen it in my own life with my oldest stepson, who had a garden at his school, but now as a high schooler is taking all of these cooking classes and really understanding that. Do you think that there's more of an opportunity for schools to be doing that with the help of foundations like yours? How can we make it sort of that it's not just these little programs in small cities, but much wider?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there's several familiar faces, I think, in this audience who are kind of arm in arm with us in this work already. But what we've found is by looking at schools as hubs for community, and then how that connects out to the neighborhood that the schools are in, and then how you connect those various neighborhoods or those nonprofit organizations that really are the experts in this school garden work, so that there's an ecosystem. And what I've found, especially in a moment right now where there's a lot of uncertainty that we're seeing with funding for nonprofits or issues that we're maybe all feeling worried about, when you have that vibrant ecosystem, that's where you get the sustainability, and it becomes bigger than one student or teacher pet project. It becomes something that truly is transformative.
I'm interested in Lindsay, hearing from you some personal stories of what you've seen. You've been, part of this foundation for a decade, right? And really learned from the people who are your fundees, your grantees. Are there any sort of particular stories you want to share?
Well, there's a lot of really good stories, because I think that when you do this work, it becomes personal for each child. The goal is to have them make a lasting connection so that they see themselves in the work that they're doing. And so one of my favorite stories, and you're going to start to hear more from our foundation about the work that we're doing to lift up youth voices, and that's something we're going to be working on with Food Tank in the year ahead. But there was a young man, and he's in Birmingham, Alabama. He started out in one of the 8th grade after-school programs that we helped to fund. Very shy, lived with his grandmother. His name is Cedric. He'd be okay with me sharing his story. But when the pandemic hit, he was really isolated, and he was really worried about his grandmother.
Sure.
And not having all the safety net resources to connect his family. And so the organization that he worked with is called Jones Valley Teaching Farm, and they operate farmland on school campuses. They teach kids, career development. They have food that goes back into the food system. And at that time, they ran a youth-led farmers market that was at their Saturday market in the neighborhood. And their funding source was that they would sell the food.
Right.
And Cedric went to the nonprofit leader, Amanda, who's a good friend of mine, and he said, here we are in the middle of a pandemic where we should be more creative and come up with ways that we can fund our work as a nonprofit, because there are people in our neighborhood who can't get to the grocery store.
Sure.
And so he took that, I think, passion and that strength that he had to have a brave conversation, and what that transformed is the entire way that they operate as an organization.
Wow.
So today they have a free farm stand open to anybody that can come in from the neighborhood. They partner with a senior citizen or a senior living community across the street and help make that food available. And what I'm most proud of is that Cedric has grown to become an advocate. He's a director now at the program.
Nice.
He's in his early 20s. He's joined us as a lead speaker in other events that we've done. And I think when you see that power shift into the hands of the next generation and you feel it.
Right,
You know,
right.
that's the piece I think that makes it so memorable.
Yeah, kids teaching adults is so cool to me, and I'm all for second graders with knives for sure. That empowerment piece is what's key to all of this, though. It's again, you're not just growing food, you're not just growing the education aspect of this, you're growing empowerment and community building. Lindsay, not every retailer has a foundation that is sort of as active as yours. What's your advice for other retailers or other companies who want to get into the philanthropy sort of side of all of this?
You know, we're really fortunate at Sprouts that we are able to have a dedicated nonprofit arm to do this work. But anybody that's in this room or who's tuning in to study and follow Food Tank knows that any moment is an opportunity to make a connection for something that you're passionate about. And so, finding those networks, creating them, finding people online that you can tune into and help support, I think makes a difference. It can be really isolating, I think, when you're, doing nonprofit work. And so just finding a buddy and taking something on, I think, is the way to get started.
Absolutely. So we talked earlier this morning about some of the federal cuts that have been made in local food systems and making sure that schools have an opportunity to benefit from what farmers are growing locally. Do you expect, because of these recent changes, that philanthropic organizations like yours will get more attention because of the need that will be out there?
We're in a moment where the way that I view it is that we have to slow down, pause, and connect to understand what's important. And if something's important fundamentally and you believe that it's something that's worth, moving forward, then it shouldn't matter, what's happening in the broader system. And so the way that we're looking at it as an organization is paying attention to the needs of the organizations that we're supporting, listening to them, hearing, if they have funding shifts that are happening, how can we or others step in to help them continue to offer their program through challenging times. And we made it through the pandemic. And I will tell you, when the pandemic hit, school garden funding was one of the first things to get cut, and students were not on school campuses. So all those gardens went to weeds, and there was this major moment where we didn't know what would happen, but we got through it by working with our network, continuing to stay connected and focus on what's important, which is the kids that we're trying to help support.
Yeah, I really like the Sprouts sort of model of really listening to communities, working very closely with them. That's been very important to you over the years, hasn't it? Just really getting to know your grantees.
Yes, I say people either really like working with me or they don't. Because I have a tendency with my team, we view ourselves as a true partner in the work. And so what we want to do is be boots on the ground, leverage our stores. We have over 430 stores with team members that go out and volunteer. We have the awareness that we can create by telling stories through our channels. And so I think that having a partnership that becomes bigger than a donation and it becomes like a commitment to the work that you're trying to advance is what makes it feel really lasting.
Yeah, and it is lasting, and you've done an amazing job, and it's been inspiring to hear about all the work you're doing. As we sort of sum up, I've been asking almost every panel today, what's your call to action? What do you want people to do? You have retailers, you have eaters, you have farmers, you have chefs. This is a very diverse audience. What do you want these folks to take away from, learning about the work that you do?
Something that's really, really important is paying attention to your role in a moment in the movement and what's happening. And we talk a lot about youth and what it means to the next generation to have a better food system, or to pay attention to how we're caring for our planet because these little kids are growing up. And what I would challenge everyone to do is spend time talking to a kid. If you have children in your life or children in your family or in your community, ask that second grader, what do you think about this? Tell me why. What gets you excited? How do you spark joy? Really getting them to feel that connection, because there's a lot of things that could have you feel weighted down, and kids feel it just as much as we do as adults. And so one of the things that we're leaning into as a foundation is saying, how do we have intentional ways to lift up youth voice? So we're not just saying this program's good for a child and putting them in it, we're really giving them an opportunity to share feedback and help us shape how we think about the programs that we have for them.
I love that feedback loop with kids. That's so great. Lindsay, thank you for all of the work that you do. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for this collaboration. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Bigger round of applause. She's doing incredible work during difficult times. In this next session, while we're getting set up, and I'm going to get up for a second, we're going to continue talking about how we can cultivate positive food experiences for young eaters. And I have to say that some of my favorite people are on this panel. The work they are doing is truly inspiring. Give them a round of applause, please. All right, so joining us, we have Linda Novick O'Keefe, the co-founder and CEO of Common Threads. Round of applause. Jessica Gudmundson, the executive director of the National Farm to School Network. Round of applause. Chef Adrienne Lipscomb, the founder of the 40 Acres Project. Big round of applause for her. She's local, y'all. And Ashley Rouse, the executive director of the Edible Schoolyard Project. Big round of applause. I am so excited to see all of these folks. This is a really powerful group of women that I admire, and I'm just so glad to be on stage with, so thank you. Adrienne, I gotta start with you, as always.
Hi, everybody.
You are deeply, deeply embedded in the food movement, especially here in Austin, but also elsewhere. You've done a lot of culinary diplomacy. But you're also really thinking about food and nutrition issues as a mom. And you shared a story with me last week that I kind of found confusing and disturbing, and I'm wondering if you are open to sharing it with the audience.
Yeah, sure. It still is confusing to me, too. So I have 4 kids, and 3 of them are in elementary. I have 1 in pre-K 4, 1 in first grade, and 1 in second grade. I do not recommend it. But I received an email from each one of their teachers saying the same thing. And it pretty much states that they are no longer allowed to hold back the children from getting unhealthy snacks, which they were doing a little bit when they go to the cafeteria. Snacks range from 75 cents to $3.15. That's my first perplex, is like, how is a snack more than what the school lunch is, right? And that what they were concerned about was that children were now buying the unhealthy snacks and that they were not eating their lunch. And their excuse is that they are under contract and that they still need to be able to get as many calories for their calorie intake. So they were forewarning us to let us know that if you saw an increase in the account, in your child's account, this was probably the reason why. And so for me, this is coming from a pre-K 4. So they're allowing kids to get their unhealthy snacks and eat them first before even attempting to eat their lunch. And so a lot of kids were not eating their lunch.
And before they have the education to know, I mean, they're getting it from you at home, but like when you're around kids, it's a very different story.
Yeah, it's very different. So my children were pretty much raised, and they still are raised in gardens. And so, you know, though that this really didn't affect us because they do take their lunch to school, it still was a conversation I needed to have with a 4-year-old, right? Like, don't buy the Pop-Tarts. Do not look them in the eye, you know, like it's just, you know, like I have to make this, you know, conversation, and then, you know, the middle kid is like, I'm not doing it, but he's the one that gets the most, right? Like he's the one that will choose something. So, you know, it left me thinking about other parents and their choices, and, you know, and parents that are on the free lunch program, but still put money in their children's account, but having the free will that now that they can choose unhealthy snacks. And it also made me question the school district going, why aren't you choosing healthier snacks from the vendors, or having conversations with the vendors to provide a healthier snack option for kids?
Right. So many problems intrinsic in all of what you just described.
It's a lot. I'm still dealing with it.
Yeah, I know. I'll be interested to hear what happens. Jessica, if I can turn to you. Obviously, schools can be incredibly important places to shape young eaters' relationship with food, but procurement practices also offer opportunities to support the broader food system and local economies, and I'm hoping you can talk about that.
Yeah, happy to talk about farm to school all day long. Farm to school is three things. It's sourcing locally grown, nutritious, whole, minimally processed foods to serve in cafeterias to kids, at the same time that we're providing nutrition education, helping kids understand where their food comes from, and then also providing an experience, experiential learning, allowing kids to get their hands in the soil, understand what it means to plant a seed, watch it grow, and nurture it that entire time. It includes things like learning how to cook with food and doing farm tours and all sorts of fun and exciting things. But the reason that we talk about needing to do all these three things, which are all important in and of themselves, is when you do all three is when you actually have significant impact in children's lives. So doing all three of these things together is going to result in better outcomes for kids. They're going to have a positive, strong relationship with food that's going to last them a lifetime. And if we're doing all three of these things, then kids are engaged. They're eating what's coming down the cafeteria line. It's not going in the trash, because that might be the case if the kid doesn't have a chance to develop a relationship and understand that food. So when we're creating this positive space in school, we're also helping our farmers. Farmers absolutely need good, strong, stable markets that they can count on for all their hard work and all of their growing, their raising. It's so important to create opportunities for farmers to build and grow and develop and make sure that we have access to food as a country.
It's so common sense, right? And I wonder, when, it works in the work that you're doing, right? Because you have a supportive community. Why doesn't it work elsewhere? Why don't people understand it?
There are significant, it's the most natural thing on the planet. You would think, oh, here's a farm, here's a school, let's connect the two. But there's so many barriers along the way. And there's a million different things. People who grow food, people who raise food need to understand child nutrition programs. They're very complicated. They have strict rules and guidelines about what can go on the plate and how much they can reimburse for it. So if the farmer doesn't understand what a school needs to buy, they're not growing the right things. They don't have the right quantities. They're not able to maybe they're growing the right things and they have the right quantities, but they're not able to make a profit. All of these things require a farmer and a school to get together to talk and understand each other.
Yeah.
Then there's that's just one part of it. Maybe the farmer has no way to get their produce to the school. Maybe they don't have access to a refrigerated truck. Maybe the school doesn't have equipment to cut up the sweet potatoes, and they need the farmer to chop them first before they send them along. So there's just so many little things along the way that can prevent these programs from getting off the ground in the first place. I remember there was a farmer in California growing watermelons and, right down the street from a school, within half a mile, and for years and years and years wanted to sell his watermelons to that school. And then at some point, he finally was able to make it happen and was literally crying tears of joy.
Awesome. Yeah, you can overcome these obstacles. Thank you. I'm going to cry during this panel. I'm just warning everyone. Linda, you recently told me that during the pandemic, you saw a lot of donors, and we've heard this today from Lindsay and others, shift away from school gardens. And just a few days ago, USDA's decision to cut $660 million from the Local Food for Schools cooperative program will likely result in the same thing. You're not going to see a lot of funding for procurement. You're not going to see a lot of funding for school gardens. What's this going to mean?
I'm sweating. I'm sweating because I'm hot right now, but I'm definitely sweating just potential cuts. Our programs that fund Common Threads and so many organizations like ours sit right next to those programs that were just cut. And to just make this really real for everyone, 60% of all of the dollars for Common Threads are coming from government sources.
Mm-hmm.
We're a SNAP-Ed implementing agency in multiple states. We receive a lot of specialty crop block grants in multiple states, farm-to-school grants. And so, for example, in the state of New York, they're notoriously late in execution of contracts and reimbursement times. Last year, it took them 8.5 months to actually execute a contract and start reambusing us. So that was, we're a $4 million organization with no reserve. Most small organizations don't have that float. That was like $1 million that we had to float, and it rocked us for the next year. And right now, they're 6 months late on executing our contract. So you take that they're late, and then attorneys making, our attorneys represent USAID, so they're really nervous because, potentially, if our program were to get cut, we wouldn't receive any reimbursement for programs that we have started after January, after those executive orders. So a lot of organizations were, and we were just talking about it, we all as nonprofits have to figure out how we're going to partner together if we want to make it. Yeah, I think that that's probably the only way so many of us are going to make it. I mean, we're going to start seeing organizations shutter and sunset. We're seeing it already.
Yeah, we should all be sweating over this, and I think that's the thing here. For me, food and agriculture have always been a nonpartisan issue. I don't want this to turn into a partisan fight, and I'm really afraid that we're already in it. And I wonder if there's a way, maybe you can all think about this before I turn to Ashley, how can we convince our lawmakers not to make this partisan? But Ashley, I want to turn to you and see, if you can talk about how you're teaching nutrition in a way that can help connect the dots between eating healthy and a resilient food system. I'm getting emotional, I'm sorry. A resilient food system that nourishes people, animals, the planet, all of us.
Yeah, so can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so the way that we think about teaching kids at the Edible Schoolyard Project is really through providing them with experiential learning and joyful experiences. It's not just about the food, it's not just about gardening or cooking with the food, it's really about the connections and really understanding how you can show up in the world, how you show up in the world, and how to understand your value, the value of the food that you're eating, the value of others, and being in community with each other. And so I think that a lot of times, there's this focus on nutrition or being healthy, and we don't think about that. We think about how do we help kids understand their relationship to each other, their relationship to the land, and how that teaches them essentially how to be. And the important piece of that is how we're all connected and related. And Linda and Jessica and I have spent some time this afternoon talking about all of these cuts. I'm not trying to go off the record here, but it is truly important right now because all of us have a deep passion for this work, and we have really beautiful programs doing amazing things. And so in my mind, what we're going to have to do is be more intentional about our relationships with each other and come together and look at the shared resources that we have so that we can lean on each other. Maybe we become one unit to keep making sure that these programs last. At the end of the day, we're talking about children and we're talking about farmers, and those two groups of people are extremely important. One for the future and one for who feeds us. So
it's so interesting to me because you all take such joy in this work, and you are teaching relationships, you're teaching love, you're teaching community, and now that's at stake. And again, I'm going to go back to the common sense part of this. I don't get it. And I wonder how, Food Tank is a storytelling organization. There are so many storytellers in this audience. What is your advice on how we communicate this in a way that gets across to lawmakers or just normal folks who are like, I don't care about school gardens? Whoever wants to jump in.
I'll jump in and say, come and spend the day in the garden. You will find that it is every child's happy place, not just every child, but every adult. Right now, post-pandemic, one of the things that the educators told us in the school that we partner with is we want kids to reconnect. They have been so isolated and so behind screens, they just want additional time with each other and additional play. And so when we think about the work that we do, we activate the senses, right? We want to provoke awe and wonder and create these places where kids forget about what's going on in life. And if you think about it at the end of the day, that's so interconnected with any science or lesson that we would do with humanities in the kitchen or science lessons in the garden, because we're all a part of this larger ecosystem. And it's important to understand our connection to that.
Thank you. Jessica, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, happy to follow up. I agree with everything Ashley said, and I think we take a deep breath, we remind ourselves that we know how to move this work forward, and we have power connected and with each other. I think one of the most important things is building awareness, making sure people know these things are happening, they impact our daily lives, and they have real life consequences when we do things like take funding out of programs and away from farmers. So I do think there's just a need to share this message publicly. Hey, we need to make sure there is no bad investment in farmers or kids. There is absolutely no bad investment. And it's important that we continue to make this investment because we care about our future. We want there to be a better future. We want to move forward and have the things that we didn't have when we were kids. So let's share this message, let's repeat this message, and then let's come together and talk about solutions. Think about how we're collectively filling in gaps and working with each other, just like Ashley said. National Farm to School Network is a network of nonprofit organizations and individuals all across the U.S. Join us. We will provide you information. We will tell you, hey, now's the time to advocate. Call your legislature. School food is potentially going to be cut. Let's work together. Let's share the message. Let's make sure people know, and let's make sure people repeat it.
Right on. Thank you so much. Adrienne, you're one of the most outspoken people I've ever met.
Really?
Yes. And you have an amazing platform because of your social media, because of the work that you do, being a chef, being an architect. How do you communicate this in Austin? What do you want people to know?
I mean, I try to go beyond just Austin.
Mhm.
I think I try to make it really relatable to understand. I mean, we were once kids too, and we rather be playing outside than doing homework, right? Like, we rather be outside and doing recess. We rather be acting like we were making food outside and pulling leaves and growing things and messing with bugs and things of this nature. I think a lot of us as adults have lost our curiosity and also the idea of innovation and being able to move something forward. But we also need to remember that there's a legacy beyond us, right? So beyond us as adults, but the next generation of children. And, you know, for me, I already know, you know, soon in some time that my life will be over, but what will I leave? Like, what will that imprint be to the community that I can help move the system forward, especially when it comes within food? And what am I good at, and what can I push forward? And it seems to be I am funny, and I smell like barbecue right now, if y'all saw me outside.
Smells great.
It's a Texas perfume right now. But seriously, for me, it is about the children. It is about what we leave them. Right now, we're doing a huge disservice. A lot of our systems, even our organizations and NGOs, have worked in silos. And it is a time for us to come together and really push this forward. And if I can be a voice, a catalyst, a glue, anything to help do that, I will.
I know you will. The 4 women on this panel are going to have the greatest legacy for so long.
Please don't cry.
Long after they are gone. Thank you. Brought me back. But like the legacy of the work that you do is so important. You are teaching so many people, and I just want to leave you all with that and the audience with that. Linda, how do we communicate this to others so that they feel it and understand the absurdity of it and the reality of what happens when you can allow these things to flourish and grow?
Well, first, you know, cooking, meal sharing, there is evidence that it improves emotional well-being and mental health outcomes. There is an evidence base for the work that we do. And just a little proof in the pudding, like we had one of our students in Miami, I know there's some Miami folks here in the room, but actually went through our program from kindergarten, did our in-school program, all the way to 8th grade, our after-school cooking program. And I went to class one day, and I see this older kid in the kitchen, and we, at that time, didn't have a formal high school program. I'm like, who is this guy? And apparently he just wanted to volunteer and give back in his former elementary school, so was like volunteering in our classes,
yeah.
and I started crying. And it just so happens that his best friend also went through the program and now opened up a soup kitchen in Miami. So like the program works. We have a new high school program that I
Sure.
told you about that takes up a lot of real estate in my heart. And so we teach medical school students, so we mirrored that curriculum and are teaching a STEM-based program to juniors and seniors.
Yeah.
And so over 10 weeks, these kids are learning a plant-strong recipes. They're learning the connection between diet and overall health outcomes. Turmeric is an anti-inflammatory, how fiber really improves gut health. They heard from a psychiatrist about how, you know, gut health really is related to mental health. They had a doula come in and talk about reproductive health and diet, which blew them away. And then at the end of the day, we give them paid internships, and they go into their former elementary and middle schools and teach alongside our chef instructors. So it's a real whole child, whole school, whole community approach.
really
And
is.
we actually did a post-survey with University of California, Davis, and 67% of those kids now want to pursue a career in healthcare.
Nice.
So like it, again, like there's the stories and then about these actual kids that are improving their relationship
Right.
with food, which is so powerful. But you know, legislators want to hear the evidence too. So I think it's a perfect combo of communicating both.
Absolutely. You need that data, you need the evidence, you need these examples. Quick call to action, because I'm trying to do that. People feel a little bit powerless. What do you want them to do? All of you.
I'm just gonna put a bee in everyone's bonnet about just, you know, I see a lot of messaging on LinkedIn from the foundation community that they are indeed mobilizing. We need the foundation and philanthropic community now. Like, as I said, there's a lot of, or we saw this in COVID, and you know what, the food banks are under a lot of stress. Everybody needs funding right now, but it's often programs like ours that are like funders quickly pivot towards. So like this work, prevention, everyone's talking about food as medicine, which thank God, I mean, I would have never thought that would have happened 20 years ago, let alone 10. But right now, can we talk about flipping the food pyramid and talking about children and prevention and reversing a trend of generations of non-cookers? So that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Ashley.
I would say pick up the phone and call your legislators and talk to them about the cuts that are being made, because it's going to directly impact children and farmers. And every child needs to eat every single day, sometimes 3 meals a day at school, and it's the only meal that they get. So I encourage every single one of you to not make this a partisan issue, to pick up the phone and call and have your voice heard.
And this really matters because those legislators, their staff has to count all those. They use that. It influences them very much. Jessica.
I don't know if I have more than that to add, because those are the two most important things. I can't underscore enough the need for funders to step up in this moment and fund, you know, getting people to food, but fund the work that ultimately, you know, is the systems change work. It's so critical that we have funding that's dedicated towards making sure we're not 20 years from now still funneling money into food banks. We want to get away from that. We want to change and we want to evolve. So that funding is so critical. If you're a funder, how much of your portfolio is dedicated to systems change? Think about increasing it in this moment. Organizations like NFSN desperately need funds to be able to be on Capitol Hill and to be advocating for these things on behalf of all the people all across America who are engaged in this work and benefiting from it. I agree with Ashley. Call your legislators. If you've never called your legislator, we can help you. We have talking points. We can tell you what to expect. And it might be scary the first time, but trust me, it's really easy and so needed and so valuable. If you are a parent and you don't know if there's farm to school or programs like this in your community, go to your school and ask. Do you have a farm to school program? Do you want one? Can I help you? What can I do? So there's just a million ways to think about creating relationships, understanding the system that you are working within, and leveraging it, because we all can support each other.
Thank you so much. Adrian, my friend, you get the last word.
Yeah, this is kind of fun. I'm going to echo everything. I never thought I was going to be the one to say call your legislator, but I am. And but also I need to tell you they work for you and they're human. So they go home, they close their doors, they leave the office, and they're in the street, and this also impacts them. So call them, email them, see them on the street. If they're at your restaurant or if they're in a space that you recognize them, have a conversation with them. They're human, and they need to know. Also, in action, know your farmers. Know your farmers. Go to the farmers markets. Speak to them. See what their needs are as well. They could be like they are trying to get into school districts. You could be connecting them to your school if you have children in school. Plant a seed. Plant a seed. Plant a garden. Get your kids in the neighborhood to be curious about it. Grow unique heirloom vegetables. Pick up a variety. There's more than one tomato, y'all. There's more than 2 tomatoes, y'all. So there's plenty of opportunity to learn about food and to invoke your own curiosity about food too, because guess what? Everybody has to eat.
What a great way to end it. Give them a round of applause. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you. Most powerful women I know. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next conversation will again be about the power of food for healing, wellness, and deliciousness. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Mark Hyman, a physician, a New York Times bestselling author, and the co-founder and chief medical officer at Function Health. Big round of applause. Bigger. Nice to see you. While Mark and I get to chat, we're going to be passing out a Sprouts Blue and Blue Watermelon Project charred tomato and roasted vegetable crostini fruit bowl. So enjoy that. It's been a minute. It's so nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
I'm so glad you're here. I'm wondering, and I've been dying to ask you this for months, what do you think about the growing food as medicine movement and all of the sort of energy behind it? Are you like, finally, or are you really happy?
Yeah, well, that's a funny question because I remember years ago, probably, gosh, it was maybe 25 years ago, I was the medical director at a place called Canyon Ranch, which was a health resort, and I wanted to change the menu to imbue food as medicine principles into the menu. And we had a meeting with all the chefs, all the doctors, and all the owners, all the nutritionists, and I got up and I said this, and one of the chefs got up and says, "This is not a fucking hospital." So I think we've come a long way from that. And I am very excited. I think, you know, we have been working in Washington after I wrote my book Food Fix, then on my nonprofit, the Food Fix campaign, which does both education and advocacy, and have created a lot of initiatives. We got a prevention and wellness caucus in Congress. We're working closely with Vern Buchanan, who's the head of all Medicare and the health subcommittee. And we have a lot of food as medicine initiatives like medically tailored meals, which are now being put forward in bills. We now have it in the military. So I see great progress, great awareness, great interest, and it's sort of kind of flipped a little bit, the script a little bit, because before this was a Democratic issue, now it's a Republican issue, and I don't really care because I don't think health is red or blue or purple. It's just a human problem. So that's where I come from. I'm really focused on how do we leverage this moment where America's woken up to the fact that, God, we're not so healthy and we better do something about it. And part of the solution, a big part of the solution, is fixing our food system from field to fork.
Mark, you're somebody who goes to the Hill a lot. You have a lot of relationships with a lot of different lawmakers. You know, how do you make these connections for them so they see that it's a nonpartisan issue, that it's an issue for all of us? Do they get it? Do they understand?
I mean, it's not hard. I mean, the data is there, right? 75% of Americans are overweight, 93% are metabolic and healthy. We're 48th in life expectancy, and we spend twice as much as anybody else. We have 40% of our entire federal, entire healthcare budget, which is almost $5 trillion, being now paid for by the government. It's 1 in 3 tax dollars. I mean, it's just become untenable, and I think there's this growing awareness within Congress. And when we started, to be honest, it was a very low awareness level, like the awareness among members of Congress and Senate about these issues, except for a few key people like Shelley Pingree, who's here, and people like Cory Booker and McGovern from Massachusetts. There's a few people who are really pushing this forward. but it wasn't kind of a widespread consciousness shift. And I think there's been this big consciousness shift with the MAHA movement, for better or worse, and I think it's this crack in the edifice of food and food systems where we're starting to see something really shift. Like right now, I would not have ever believed it. There's in West Virginia, which is the most overweight state in the nation, the governor is going to probably sign the bill in the next day or two, a bill that kind of bans all food dyes, which is pretty amazing, and it'll be historic. And then I think it's just a domino effect. And I see this. I mean, Utah just passed a bill, whether it'll be able to implement or not, to get rid of SNAP for soda. Just like you can't buy alcohol or cigarettes or other things. So I think there's bills in 20, 30 states that are now in process that are MAHA basically bills, one way or another, whether it's creating food as medicine programs, whether it's getting the chemicals out of our food, or whether it's supporting physical education in school. That was a bill passed in the Senate. I testified a couple of weeks ago, and there was a bill that just passed yesterday called SB 25 or Senate Bill 25 that was designed to create an advisory task force on chronic disease to get all the chemicals out of school foods, get PE back in school, not a punishment if you can't go to recess or PE if you're bad, which is dumb because that's what the kids need more of. And that is going to mandate that doctors in Texas learn about nutrition, which I don't know how they're going to implement that, but I mean, that was amazing. So, yeah.
I'm wondering from your perspective how much influence, going through the pandemic had on this growing MAHA, Make America Healthy Again movement.
Great question. I think what happened during COVID was there was a big crisis in the public trust around science and medicine. And we were told things that turned out to be not true. We were told to trust the government's advice, the scientists' advice. And even those same scientists like Anthony Fauci kind of admitted, gee, the whole mask thing and the 6-foot thing was all, we were just making that up, And the vaccines were another issue, where it was probably the most studied randomized controlled trial vaccine we've ever had. But they said it's safe and it's effective, period. And you couldn't question that. And like any drug or any medical intervention, even getting your blood drawn, there's a risk of infection or risk of bleeding or risk of something. And so to say it's perfectly safe and totally effective it kind of didn't give credit to the American public to understand the nuances of who it would be best for and what it meant. And we know, for example, that it's that it has no ability to prevent the disease, but it prevents the severity of the infection. So it doesn't, like measles, if you get a measles vaccine, you're never going to get measles. But COVID, you have to keep getting it and getting it, and they never told us that. And then that kind of created a big, what's going on? And then we had, the issue of not only efficacy, but safety. There's a lot of consequences now we're learning about people who got the vaccine and post-vaccine syndrome and post-COVID syndrome. So it sort of shook America up a little bit and started to question the establishment and to question the influence, as Bobby Kennedy calls it, the corporate kleptocracy, which is or corporate capture of our agencies and government by industry. And I see it. I mean, it's so obvious. I was privy to some inside information from a big food lobby group, and they're basically creating a war plan, and they going to have meetings with Secretary Kennedy, and they're going to try to pull up one over on him, but I think it's not going to work, and I think they're starting to realize that their gig is up, and they have to start changing.
Do you really think they think that their gig is up, that these lobbyists with all
of
this
power?
I
mean, there was an article in the New York Times. I think the Consumer Brands Association met with Bobby Kennedy on Monday of this week and immediately issued a letter that was intercepted somehow by the New York Times to all the members, like, the big food companies who are members of this association, and basically said, kind of gigs up, change is imminent, get ready. Like, we're kind of on our heels a little bit. And, they go in with their talking points and their fake science and their fake grassroots lobbying and their co-opting of science and grassroots groups and academic institutions and front groups. And they have a whole kind of war plan on how they do this, which I outline in my book, Food Fix. But it's, I think it may not work this time. I think, Brooke Rollins is still trying to get her feet on the ground, who's the Secretary of Ag. But I think her and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are actually working together, which is extraordinary. I mean, I think the USDA causes us to be sick, and the HHS, or the Health and Human Services Department, kind of cleans up the mess with Medicare, Medicaid, and all their health programs. So there's got to be an alliance, and I see that happening. I know they're meeting. I know there's this conversation's happening. So it remains to be seen. It's a moment that's fraught with danger, but full of possibility. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. You mentioned the need for nuance before, and you have written extensively about healthy eating and its link to increasing not only our lifespans, but also our health spans. Can you sort of explain what the difference is between those terms?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty intuitive. Your health span is how many years you're healthy, and your lifespan is how many years you're alive. And for the average American, the last 20% of their life is not healthy. So they only have 80% of their life having health span, and 20% not. And that means, you're not functional, you can't do what you want, you can't engage in your social activities, your family activities, work activities, things that give meaning to life and purpose, you're kind of cut out. And so we want to kind of close that gap. There's something called compression to morbidity, which means you basically kind of live healthy and then just die, right? You've all heard the stories of, my 100-year-old grandpa was like having dinner with us and had a nice time, said goodbye, he's heading out to bed, and he fell asleep, and that was the end. And the same day he was walking 5 miles. So you hear those stories. That's when your health span and lifespan are just about the same. You don't spend the last decade or more of your life in poor health. I mean, 5% of the Medicare population accounts for 50% of the cost of Medicare, which is over $500 billion.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that can be addressed through food as medicine. And we're seeing this now with food as medicine programs. There are pilots and studies that show that you can, by providing medically tailored meals, meaning if you're a diabetic or a heart failure patient or a kidney patient or you have something serious, we can provide the food for you, and it's not only going to be helping you health-wise, but it's going to save up to $12,000 per patient. This was just a study from Cleveland Clinic. There's a lot of that kind of data, which to me is very encouraging, and hopefully be able to be used by the Secretary to actually move forward with Dr. Oz and change some of the Medicare policies around reimbursement. Because right now there's no reimbursement. And I think one of the things we're working on is actually trying to get nutrition as a paid-for service within healthcare. Right now it's not, unless you're diabetic or have kidney failure. And it's basically, if food is medicine, it is a drug. And I think I should maybe define what food as medicine is, because I'm not sure if people really get it. It sounds like, it's great, food is good, it makes you healthy and so forth, or it can make you sick, we get it, it's the biggest poison, it's the biggest healer. But what does that actually mean? Well, food is basically molecules, and those molecules modify your biology in real time. They change gene expression, they change your epigenome, they modify hormones, they regulate inflammation, your immune system, they change your gut microbiome, they change your brain chemistry, literally with every single bite. And so depending on what, just like general pharmacology, which is, you're not going to give one drug for every disease. There's not one food or diet or approach to every problem. If you have an autoimmune disease, it's maybe one approach. If you have diabetes, maybe another approach. If you have kidney failure, it's another approach. If you have, depression, it might be another approach, or bipolar disease or schizophrenia. So there's a remarkable nuance and actually specificity.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, with drugs, there's the dose, the drug, the dose, the frequency, the duration. It's exactly like that. And we can literally reverse most chronic diseases that are thought to be irreversible, like diabetes or heart failure or autoimmune diseases or other chronic issues like chronic mental health issues, by using food as medicine. And it's not like a theory. This is well backed up by research.
Sure. Mark, when we're talking about sort of personalizing medicine and using food as medicine in the way that you've just described, what kind of logistics are necessary? What kind of infrastructure is necessary to put this into practice in a wide-scale way?
You mean delivering medically tailored meals, or just the framework of food as medicine?
I think all of it. Medically tailored meals are certainly one part of it, but looking at, the way doctors interact with patients now, there's some change needed there, right? That it's not just prescribing drugs, it's prescribing food.
I mean, that's going to take a minute, and I think there's some big levers to pull around how we shift healthcare to be more focused on nutrition. One is something that I proposed to Bobby Kennedy, which is to ask all medical schools that receive federal funding to provide evidence of their nutrition curriculum. And according to the National Academy of Sciences, you should have you should have at least 10% of your curriculum be nutrition. And I think only 20% of schools meet that. And of the nutrition they use, is not probably the right nutrition, like what I learned in medical school. And so that then could lead to a rule where if you're a federally funded academic center, either research or other avenues, that your funding is dependent upon you having a certain percent of your curriculum being nutrition focused. And then you could also reimburse for nutrition services within healthcare. That's one of the things we're working on with policy. And there's some great allies: Senator Cassidy, Senator Booker, Senator Marshall. These are I mean, Booker's not a doctor, but Cassidy and Marshall are both doctors, and they understand these issues, and they're really leaning into the right efforts on this. So I think there's a lot of interest in this. I think that could be a huge thing, because right now, my daughter's graduating in a month from medical school, and she had like zero nutrition, zero education about insulin resistance, about microbiome, about environmental toxins, or more the things that really cause people to be sick. And so if you put on the exam a certain number of questions, then the curriculum has to change. So ultimately it comes down to licensing exams, and there's also $17 billion that the graduate medical schools get. Like if you're in residency, there's $17 billion that go out from the federal government. We're working on making that not a no strings attached, here's the money, do what you want. But if you're getting this money, here's your accountabilities for providing the basic nutrition education to your residents, particularly in specialties where it matters. If you're really, any specialty matters, but like if you're a surgeon, it may matter less, but in the immediate term, although I think it matters a lot how healthy you are when you go into surgery and what happens after surgery. So it should be a mandatory part of medical school, and I think that's coming.
Yeah, and that movement has been growing, and your daughter learned a lot from you. She didn't need that education, but so many medical students are.
She never listened. One time, I wrote a book called The 10-Day Detox Diet, and it was all about how to improve your metabolism and lose weight. And I walk into her bedroom, and she's like a teenager. She's reading the South Beach Diet. I'm like, what are you doing? So.
Good parenting, Mark. But what I'm trying to describe is, I personally know of a lot of medical students and medical students who are part of nonprofits who are craving this information, for lack of a better word, hunger for it. And they're teaching themselves, they're learning from nonprofits. What advice would you give your daughter, and others like her before they enter medical school to learn more about these things?
I think, the Institute for Functional Medicine is a nonprofit educational institute, and I'm on the board. I've been the chairman, and I've been involved for over 20 years. And it's got a wonderful nutrition curriculum that could be just the most basic foundational curriculum for people who are in medical school, who are thinking of going to medical school. You have to get some basic foundational understanding of nutrition in the human body, and they're not providing it. So they need to kind of be self-taught, and I think there are resources out there. There's other curriculums out there. I think the American College of Lifestyle Medicine might have one. So there's a lot of things that they can draw from, but it's really essential that if you're going into it, you should. Now, my daughter, no matter what I said, she would not read the books I suggested. She would not listen to me. I said, I'm not paying for tuition. Of course, then she got a full tuition scholarship, so I didn't have that lever. She didn't read this book, so, what are you going to
do? The self-teaching aspect is not only good for medical students, right? It's good for people in this audience. And you've written so extensively on these issues. Is there particular advice you want folks to take away from this discussion about, how they can get started? If they haven't really understood food as medicine or medically tailored meals or some of the things that are now becoming popular because of the MAHA movement, what advice do you give them?
Read my book, Food, What the Heck Should I Eat? And then there's a shorter version called The Pegan Diet, 21 Principles for the Nutritionally Confused. So either of those really lays out, from a scientific perspective, what we know about nutrition and what we agree on and what the foundational principles are. And I just was on the Diary of a CEO podcast with Christopher Gardner, who's a Stanford professor who runs the Plant-Based Medicine Institute. And so we had a very vigorous discussion about the merits of different ways of eating, but at the disagreements were around the margins. Like he's a vegan, I'm not. I think there's a role for animal protein, and the quality matters, and how it's grown matters, and not contributing to the destruction of the earth through industrial CAFO farming, of course. But we agree on that. But it was amazing to see the amount of agreement that there was, and that the consensus: we should be eating real food, we should not be eating ultra-processed food, we should be eating lots of fruits and vegetables, we should be eating lots of good fats, we should have adequate amounts of good quality protein, and we shouldn't be eating refined starches and sugars. I mean, it's not complicated. It's really not complicated. I used to do a program called the Danielle Plan at this church in California, and we had I gave a lot of talks, and I would give these talks, and I was like, wow, if you believe God lives in you, why are you feeding him crap? You know? And then we ended up having this Daniel plan that 15,000 people signed up for. They lost £250,000 in a year. They did it together in small groups, which I think is a really powerful way to change. We find that small group learning and small group support. It's AA, it's Weight Watchers. And so I used to say it's really simple to figure out what to eat. You know, ask yourself a simple question. Did God make this or did man make this? Did God make a Twinkie? No. Did he make an avocado? Yes. You know, even a 3-year-old can understand that, right? What are Doritos? Is this something that you can pick off a bush or a tree or grow in the earth? No. So it's not that hard if you really just simplify it. We actually wrote a book called The Daniel Plan. It did very well. We won the Christian Book of the Year award. I'm the only Jew I think ever win that. Well, there was that other guy about 2,000 years ago, but you know.
Oh boy. Okay. I want to push back. I want to push back a little because I feel like from consumers, the eaters I hear from, they're confused about what to eat. And your friend, Dr. Dari Mazafarian, will be here today to talk about how he and others.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow I'll be.
Yeah, are trying to sort of unpack that confusion and make the information that people are finding on the internet, whether it's, you know, your blogs or books or whatever, just sort of more, again, lack of a better word, digestible, and have the information that's really valuable be at the top.
Yeah, it's really challenging because, as I mentioned, you know, the food industry is very focused, very organized, very strategic, and has infiltrated every aspect of our society, from the media to academic institutions, to professional societies like the American Heart Association, to social groups. Like I went through the list. And the problem is that, you know, they don't want us to know what's good and what's not good. And 40% of nutritionists who are on Instagram are paid by the food industry to promulgate misinformation, to confuse people and get people to misbehave with their food, to eat their junk. And that was an expose in the Washington Post last year. So that's just one example of the level that they go to confound and confuse people. And I'm having to work with politicians who are like hearing the lobbying talking points. Oh, this food won't be safe. It's not going to be affordable. It won't be convenient. Discriminating against the poor. They have all these really noble talking points, but you dig a little bit below the surface and you realize that this is just their strategy to prevent any substantive policy change. And I think the people who are now going to be in place, whether it's Dr. Oz or Dr. Macri, or Bobby, or Jay Bhattacharya at the NIH, there's a really solid group of thoughtful, independent scientists and doctors and policy folks who really want to make a shift, and they're not fooling around. And the food industry's sweating in their corner. They're going to try to fight back hard, and I think what everybody in this room can do is kind of help keep the pressure on Washington and on your state capitals to do the right thing, to make sure that this movement doesn't kind of die down. Whether you're Republican or Democrat, doesn't matter. Like, everybody gets sick, everybody's affected by food. The change that have to happen regardless of what your political beliefs are. So it's not a partisan issue. It can be made one easily, but it's not. And I think just being out there and pushing your legislators to do the right thing is a big deal. And actually sharing content on social media and using your platforms and talking about it and talking to your friends. I mean, having dinners to talk about this. How can you help and participate? Like, we had a dinner at our house with a bunch of local folks who are influential about how do we focus on amplifying this movement to create health in America. And then we had a meeting with a bunch of senators to, you know, in our house to have a dinner to talk about, you know, how we support them to do the change they want. So it's not like one little thing. It's got to be just like an army of us out there day after day. And it gets tiring, but I think it's really important because this moment. We have like 4 years or maybe 2 years. I don't know how it goes, but this is that moment when things could shift. Just like, and we've seen this before. You know, we saw segregation, and then boom, it was over. We had civil rights, or we had. I mean, it wasn't exactly over, but, you know, at least legally it was over. And we have, you know, women's rights, gay marriage. I mean, these things were not things that were acceptable, and then they happened. And it's kind of odd. You know, we had, like, you know, Johnson, who was a pretty big bigot, in the civil rights bill. We had Reagan, who was basically the most staunch anti-communist in the Cold War. And then maybe the McDonald's eating, soda drinking president will help fix the food system. Who knows?
I think that's a good point to end on. Thank you so much for being here, Dr.
My
Hyman.
pleasure,
Always a
Danny.
pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you
so much. Thanks. Thank you. Mark Hyman. Read his books. They're very interesting. Provocative guy. Always happy to listen to him. In this next conversation, we're going to talk about how we scale this work even further around food as medicine and make sure that efforts for our health continue to receive the attention they deserve. So I'd like to introduce our panelists. We have Roy Steiner, the Senior Vice President for the Food Initiative at the Rockefeller Foundation. Please give him a round of applause. Joy Chevalier is the chair of the Austin Travis County Food Policy Board and the founder and CEO of Good Cook Snug. She needs no introduction here in Austin. And Brandon Lombardi is the Chief Sustainability Officer for Sprouts Farmers Markets. We love Sprouts. I want to thank just a few more of our in-kind partners, including Floofy's, Quinn, Tony's Chocolonely, My Moshi, Brass Roots, Swig Cheese House, Daily Harvest, and Better Sour. Give them a round of applause. So, Roy, if I can start with you. We heard a little bit about the increased need for philanthropy a little bit earlier. Shh. And the Rockefeller Foundation has made a massive investment in food as medicine, and I'm wondering why and how that came about.
Sure. We've been around for 113 years and spent a lot of our early philanthropy on improving the productivity of agriculture. And about 7 years ago, we just, really got hit in the face with the source of greatest early mortality is your diet. So what we're actually eating is, as Mark was saying, is killing us. And so what does it mean to actually shift that system? And that was the question that led us to the food as medicine. And when you start looking at the numbers, just to punctuate some of this, if you look at, I ask, this is one of my favorite questions is, what is the cost of diabetes in the United States per year? And when I do that, most people will guess 3 billion, 30 billion. It's $327 billion. That's almost $1 billion a day for one diet-related disease, right? And most people are we've lost control and lost understanding of how expensive our food system is. And we can shift it. This is solvable, right? And I think we're on this panel really believe that. And when we do that, it's pretty extraordinary.
Yeah.
And we're starting. We've just launched the largest set of randomized controlled trials on food as medicine with the American Heart Association.
I know.
Yes. It's a $200 million research program that started a few years ago. And we have 20, 30 RCTs right now running across the country. So it's actually ready for the moment.
Yeah.
This food as medicine moment is happening. And the goal of those trials are to provide actuarial data to the insurance companies so that food as medicine can be a reimbursable medical benefit. And that will fundamentally shift the system because suddenly, turns out, food is actually cheaper than pharmaceuticals, and in many cases more effective for some disease states. And if we can make that shift, it's going to be pretty transformative.
One question that comes up for me, because the pharmaceutical industry is so powerful, they must be totally shaking in their boots over stuff like this.
It's a mixed, actually there are some pharmaceuticals that are actually quite, companies that are very supportive. Because it turns out when you feed people better, they actually respond to your drugs better, right? And so there's a whole set of cancer drugs, all of that you can demonstrate that you're going to create much greater healing. So it's not fully. There are some, obviously, that they're going to take a huge profit hit, but others that won't. And so we've got to build a lot of allies across everyone.
Yeah, it goes back to sort of unusual collaborations, which you know all about. Brandon, I want to turn to you if I can. Lindsay, your colleague earlier, talked about some of the work that the Sprout Healthy Communities Foundation does, but you're also doing a lot of work on the retail side to support the food as medicine movement. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So thanks for having me, and thanks for having Lindsay earlier. The big headline for me, right, is that there are potentially hundreds of thousands of deaths annually in this country that are preventable and related to nutrition. The science is there. We know that. There seems to be a disconnect in the medical profession and how people are talked to about the needs for prevention, for treatment. I think you alluded to it, Roy, that we spend $600-700 billion in prescription drugs annually. I mean, that's almost half or more than half of what we spend for food at home. And so Sprouts, we've been in the health food space since we opened as a fruit stand in like 1943. And our legacy founder, was driving up to LA from San Diego to bring fresh fruits and vegetables down to his community in San Diego. And so this has been in our DNA. And so we curate our assortment to specialize in supporting people who need specific dietary services, both food and engaging consultation in terms of how they interact with our team members. We've got 7,500 vitamin and supplement SKUs, and our vitamin people go through extensive training, and they live and believe our purpose of helping people live and eat better. And so, when you come in, as you think about bridging the gap between, the medical profession, possible lack of knowledge in terms of their nutrition education, how they communicate, to patients who may not have the understanding about how they can change their life and embark on a healthy living journey. Retailers like us have to be there for them, both with the assortment, both with the content, both with clear packaging, how to understand it, help them along that, and also be engaging at the store level. And so we've been doing that for years and years now, and we just continue to get better at it. So we like to say that we're there for our customers wherever they are in their journey. So we don't just have 2 gluten-free SKUs, we've got aisles of it. We don't just have 2 grass-fed, types of beef or bison or alternative, lean proteins. We've got our plant-based milk set, outperforms our traditional milk set, our dairy milk set. So, as you think about our customers and how they like to shop and what they're looking for, we want to be there for them where they need us.
Brandon, just for a moment, can you talk about how the team members you mentioned at your stores are so critical to this work?
No, absolutely. I mean, many people don't know where to start. I mean, like I said, they're not getting that. I have a predisposition for high cholesterol, right? And when I went to my doctor and we discovered this, he didn't say to me, let's talk about your diet. What are you eating? What should you be eating? How do we think about your nutrition profile go forward? It was, do you want to get on a lipid? And so, or a statin. And it was like, no, I'm not even 40 yet. Like, this was 10 years ago. And so, but I'm in the health food space, so for me it was easy. I was already eating well, and I kind of, I could tweak. So, but a lot of people aren't. Most people aren't. I mean, this audience is probably predisposed to, being further engaged in this than most people are. So talking to the choir here, but most people need that assistance. They need that gap bridged for them, and so you can't just do that by having the right product, having the right content on the label, getting the right media content out to them. You have to be there for them when they arrive at the store as well. Now we've got a great e-commerce business, so we help people through that. So again, finding them where they are, being there for them where they need us, omni-channel, but being at the store, many people need that consultative engagement.
Thank you for that. Joy, I want to turn to you because so much of your career has really been spent helping consumers make food as medicine something they can do easily and deliciously. How do you do that?
So what's up, Austinites and Central Texans? Hey, y'all. So some of you guys may not know, but the Cook's Nook is actually a nutrition solutions and interventions company. So we are actually working with those in city, county governments, healthcare, insurers, and others, benefits platforms companies who are actually trying to execute on these interventions. Typically, they're in Medicaid and Medicare, but they don't necessarily have to be, right? And so what we do is we create nutrition, our general wellness meals, renal, diabetes, and heart health meals. And also we have a maternal health program as well that's actually quite targeted. So my background before this was actually, I was a global product strategist and person who focused on targeting. How do you meet people in communities where they actually are to get them involved? And then I moved to food. So to your question, what we are attempting to do is to basically in the spaces that these two have just talked about, how do people actually reach that? How do they access that? Your cities and counties ask because it affects what happens in their county health hospital systems, right? Your healthcare systems ask the same thing. They see them at the door, they see those renal patients again, and the ER, way more expensive to have dialysis than it would have been to have fed them for a year, appropriate renal meals, right? And then you have those who do have the opportunity to be on a store floor and try to make choices. I think we're going to be in a state very quickly where we're talking about what does self-directed care look like? What does that mean? when you no longer have access to things that you maybe have had access to before, Medicare, Medicaid, reduced dollars in your own homes, whatever that looks like. That how do you make those choices, where do you make those choices becomes incredibly important, and making sure that the program, the mechanism is there, the nutrition is there, the program is there, the education is there, and whatever that looks like.
Yeah, thank you for all of that. So many things to unpack there, but I now want to turn, something that's been brought up is there's so much research that's needed to make all the things that the three of you do work. And Roy, we had Selena Ahmed, your friend, our mutual friend, talk about the Periodic Table of Food initiative. How does that fit into the food as medicine world?
Sure. So if people don't know, there's an initiative we are calling the Periodic Table of Food initiative, and it really came out of this question of what is quality? What do we know about our food? And I've been in food all my life, and I didn't realize that most food composition tables measure anywhere between 25 and 150 molecules in a particular food. An average human diet has 20,000 plus. We measure and understand less than 1% of the molecules we put into our body. Isn't that that's pretty extraordinary? And it's like we've been looking at the night sky with our eyes, and suddenly now with mass spectrometry and bioinformatics, we have the Hubble telescope. And we're going, oh man, there's galaxies that we had no idea existed, and that's what we're finding out in our food. So the Periodic Table of Food is this network of mass spec labs all over the world for the very first time analyzing our food in its full diversity. And we're finding all kinds of amazing things that I talk to food scientists, and they've been studying this for 50 years, and they go, really? And so we were at the cusp of an incredible nutrition revolution.
Yeah.
What that means now is we can actually start asking questions, what is the difference between organic and regeneratively grown food and conventional food? Turns out there's a big molecular difference. Whether it makes a difference in health, we still have to figure out. But people say, oh, it's the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. And we have now real hardcore data to show that. And the way you grow food matters to the nutritional density of that food. And we're getting better and better and better at being able to do that. The others then is the same methodology. We can measure urine and stool, so we can measure everything that's coming in and everything that's going out. And that's going to be really interesting because we can do all these biomarkers now and start asking questions we really had no tools before to do.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I think, we're at the beginning of something really extraordinary. And
Yeah.
it's a super exciting time in science.
It is a revolution, and I wonder, Brandon and Joy, how can retailers and businesses use the research that's being done with the PTFI, but all the other research that nutritionists and dietitians and academics are doing all over the world to make sure that we're providing food that's not just healthy and delicious, but also culturally relevant, fits into communities. Brandon, do you want to go first?
Sure, I'll jump in quick and then pass it over. But so we, again, as I talked about, as being in the health food space for a long time, we work a lot with small farmers, small producers, small growers to really focus on driving organic. So 20% of our business is produce. Half of that last year was organic. And you have to really nurture those relationships with farmers. Regenerative is another piece. We know, as you mentioned, that research is starting to come out, less so on regenerative, but more on organic, but it's starting to come on regenerative as well, that there's higher vitamin content. It's better nutrition for you. But how do you tell that story to the customer?
Mm-hmm.
Organic's been out for decades now, and people are just starting to understand. For a long time, there was controversy about it. Is it better? Is it not? Misinformation. I think we're getting to a better place where we can, so a retailer like us, we continue to drive that. We work with farmers. Our customer wants it. We want to bring that along. We want to help them scale because there is not a lot of regenerative or organic farmland compared to what we need. And so, it's retailers like us, like Whole Foods, like others, that work with local farmers, work with organic farmers, work with regenerative farmers to help bring that to scale and help get that word out. So that's where we fit into some of those things.
Yeah.
And again, back to what I mentioned on, how we think about, grass-fed, how we think about line-caught seafood, how we think about pushing wild-caught. You have to drive it to the customer and sometimes help bring the customer along on the benefits of these attribute-based foods in order to drive demand and then bring scale. And so it's this kind of chicken and egg thing, but we're pretty good at it.
No, you are pretty good at it. And I appreciate you mentioned relationships. You have to build those relationships and have them in place to work. Joy knows that very well.
Oh, that's where we get to spend all of our time. So despite the fact that, we focus B2B, so we're typically behind the scenes building these kinds of nutrition products that eventually go out, dealing with the metrics, the distribution, how that organization wants to make sure that folks are receiving that nutrition. We spend a lot of time on two parts. One is, what is the food? What are the requirements, whether it's the Heart Association, Diabetes Association, et cetera. Now a lot of GI meal requests as well. But we develop a variety of food, a variety of experiences for someone to have the kind of nutrition that they're going to want to have, right? That might be a meal. It might be in partnership with a vegetable set. It might be in combination of, I got to take things away and they have to be snacks. But the point is, we end up working with a lot of academics, and we're actually in the study that actually just got mentioned for our maternal health program, is actually in that program, to try to understand, all right, what are the studies saying to us, and then how do we make literally a meal be a great experience, a culturally relevant experience, that it tastes, smells, and still has the experience that someone wants. It has touchstones in that food that make them want to stay in the program,
Right.
that make them want to eat that food, even if you say it is the ultimate in a renal meal, right? That's not what's going to make that pediatric patient, that renal pediatric patient, eat it. It's going to taste like something that they want. It tastes like something that reminds them of family or home or some experience. And so you got to do both. You got to do both parts. And that's what we end up spending a lot of time doing, is creating a ton of nutrition, getting it appropriately looked at from the dietetic's standpoint, and then saying, does it have the right story and the right experience with it too? Is it coming out of a Southern cookbook, a Northeastern cookbook, an African American historical cookbook? Is it Korean meals? And whatever that experience has to be. So you got to layer both sets on.
It has to be part of that, absolutely. I've been ending most of these panels because they go by so fast, and I'm sorry about that, with asking you all for a call to action. And this audience, what do you want them to do? What do you want the federal government to do? What do you want health institutions to do? I'll start with you, Roy.
Yeah, I think we're at the verge of getting food as medicine, whether that's medically tailored meals or produce prescription programs, to be reimbursable medical benefits. And I think that's going to be transformative, and we should support it in another way. And then the other thing is, I think we need also a whole dose of humility and curiosity. I think there's, in a social media landscape where there's a whole bunch of bullies and know-it-alls,
Right.
I think we need to just be kind to each other, and there is not one way and one body and one diet. We have to be curious. And in my Baha'i community, we talk about a humble posture of learning. And I think we all need a humble posture of learning.
I love it. Joy.
I'm going to come back to the idea of self-directed care. I'm going to be that person that's going to tell you $1 billion cut this past week in programs that directly bring food from farms into the marketplace, where we can actually access them and transform them into the things that people use and eat and consume. And so if we're talking about those who will no longer have access to that, what does it look like to do self-directed care, even more so than in the past? And how do we have to be in the exact place at the right time with the right nutrition and help them along in this process? How are we going to be able to do that? It comes back to being in those communities very directly.
Thank you.
Buy local.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Buy local.
Go ahead. Jump in. Go ahead.
No, that was it. Buy local.
This is a big. The health trend, the declining health trend, is a big issue. I started with mentioning, disease, heart disease, diabetes, cancer, et cetera, all these things that are related to nutrition. But it's not only food, right? There's environmental factors, there's poverty, there's time. Many people work 2 jobs. They don't know how to cook. This is big. It's bigger than us, and it's going to take a holistic approach. So all I can say to you all, who are, again, already my target audience, you're already hostage to this thought. So I would just say, do what you can. I'm not as much of a believer anymore in emailing your congressman or congressperson. Years ago when Ralph Nader was making change, it took 3%, to do that. I don't think that's the case any longer. So I would just say do what you can. If you have money, support nonprofits that are advocating for this stuff or that are bringing, nutrition to kids in schools and getting them to, reverse a, increasing obesity epidemic in children. Like, if you have money, support. If you don't, if you have a social media platform, use that, advocate that way, educate people, bring them along on the journey, drive more demand in the health food space so that we can scale, as I alluded to earlier. So do what you can in your given space, and that's what I would say.
Thank you so much. I really love that throughout the day, the ideas that you've all mentioned this, but Roy said it in a concise way. Humility, curiosity, kindness, these are all things that will take us forward in ways that I don't think we've seen for a long time. And hopefully, in this time of uncertainty, we can remember those sort of tenets of inspiration. So thank you all. Give them a round of applause, please. I also want to thank the Sprouts Healthy Communities Foundation for making these last two Hey, everyone sit down. You're not allowed to leave yet. I want to thank the Sprouts Healthy Communities Foundation for making these last two sessions possible. And please make sure you come back and join us tomorrow because we're going to pick up part 2 of this Food is Medicine conversation. I'm going to thank a few more of our in-kind partners before we continue. Best Day Brewing, Bonapac, Daily Crunch, Dr. Bronner's, Fairhaven Orchards, Oddbirds, Saffron Road, and Traditional Medicinals. Give them a round of applause, please. So our next panel is going to be taken over by somebody who is a much better moderator than me, and it will talk about the influence of chefs on creating more resilient food systems. Moderating this discussion is Dr. Shweta Chakraborty, the CEO of We Don't Have Time North America, and joining her we have Chef Ileana de la Vega of El Naranjo, and a recipient of a James Beard Award for Best Chef in Texas, Chef Jue Hong, the executive chef for Lucky Robot Sushi and Nova Day, Chef Dave White, the 2025 Chopped Grand Champion. Give that a round of applause. He also appeared on Below Deck Mediterranean and is the author of Salted. I love Chef Dave, as you can tell. And Chef Olivia Hernandez, the owner of Her Hospitality, who is behind all the amazing food. I'm getting out of Shweta's way. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. We've made it to one of the final sessions. We've made it to the end of the day, and you're in for such a treat. Thank you for being here. For those of you, hi, Joy. For those of you coming in, please come in, take some seats, fill it out, and let's get excited because we're celebrating chefs this afternoon. One more round of applause for this amazing group. Thank you all. Okay, I'm going to repeat everyone's name because there was a little transition going on. So just so we're clear who we have on stage, it's a mix of local chefs, private chefs, and you can try their cuisines, I believe. They've been sharing some of their cuisines. So I'd like for each of you to talk about where they can try your food and what your favorite dish is as I introduce you as well. So Chef Ileana de la Vega from El Naranjo, James Beard Awarded Best Chef in Texas. Please, when I come to you, share a little bit about where they can really try your cuisine, especially for those of us who are coming in from out of town. Then we have Chef Jay Wong, Executive Chef of Lucky Robot and Nomad. Jay's food I've already had the privilege of trying because he hosted a dinner reception for us at his restaurant, Nomad, and it was amazing. So please share your favorite dish there too for the audience. And then Chef Dave White, 2025 Grand Champion, and from where I know you from, to be honest, is Bravo's Below Deck and author of Salted. Let's welcome Chef Dave White. You have to say where we can try some of your amazing talent as well. And finally, we have Chef Olivia Hernandez, owner of Her Hospitality. And Chef Hernandez, I have been trying your food for the last few years here. So I am so thrilled to have each and every one of these chefs on stage today. Let's just go down in the same order and tell us about yourself. Tell us what got you into food, where we can try your food, and what your favorite dish is. I can repeat those if you forget. Let's start with you, Ileana.
Okay, thank you. Is it sound? Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Ileana de la Vega here. I'm chef owner of El Naranjo restaurant here in Austin, Texas. I have been in this business for over 30 years. I started my first restaurant in Mexico, where I was born. And there was a social turmoil, so we moved to the States and we opened it 14 years ago, a truck, and then a restaurant. We have it for almost 13 years now. My favorite dish, el naranjo, I think is the one it takes the most time to make, which is the mole negro. So my family is from Oaxaca, and it's where I had my restaurant, my first restaurant. And it takes 3 days to make. And that is, one of my favorite things, obviously, because I enjoy very much working with chiles, tomatoes, and all the native Mexican ingredients, and that it takes a while. So that's my favorite one.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go to Chef Jay Wong.
My name is Chef Jay Huang. I have 2 very different restaurants. So I have Lucky Robot, which is the first sustainable sushi restaurant here in Austin, Texas. And I also have now a coastal Yucatecan restaurant. So for the 2 restaurants, my favorite dish at Lucky Robot is going to be my Chiqui Toro. This is my ode to a sustainable fatty tuna. So we take sustainably caught big eye tuna, top it with a little pork lardo, flame kiss it, and top it with just a little bit of green onion and a splash of ponzu. Over at Nomade, which you did not have, is going to be the tempura de pescado. Again, an ode to Japanese food, but we use a very traditional condiment called recado negro from Merida. We mix that into the batter, so you get this piece of fish that's jet black. But then we top it with a whole bunch of different sauces, some avocado, crema de ajo, and then some really beautiful gooseberries. And you eat it like little lettuce cups. So I just enjoyed that yesterday. It's my favorite dish.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to make a return trip before I leave Austin to try that. Thank you. Chef Dave White, some question to you.
Good afternoon, guys. Cut a long story short, I started in the industry very, very young. Didn't have much going for me. Diagnosed with ADHD, mild Tourette syndrome. Found the industry, saved me. Cooking saved my life. Been in it ever since, 24 years. Opened up doors for me. Opened up restaurants in the southwest of France. Lost them during COVID, unfortunately. And I was like, what next? Went onto boats, went onto below deck. Found an industry which I loved, passionate about so much. Traveled the world, changed my whole personality, character, met some incredible people, and that's just one thing that I say to everyone. Travel is so important. It opens up so many doors for you, and it's just a learning curve. Don't worry about school. Just get out there and go and cook, because it really did save my life.
I love that, actually, a lot. Actually, a lot like you. I think I was a troublemaker, but I have an origin story that's funny. My mom has had food trucks all my life, and she ran this amazing business where she figured out how to support construction companies by creating routes where Rancho Santa Margarita is being built in California. And she figured out that she could she could give credit to the construction workers who are traditionally just not getting lunch because they're building and they don't have money till the end of the week or whatever. And she just found a way to disrupt with food for us, it was a necessity. We're immigrants, we gotta cook, we gotta do what we can to pay the bills. From that, I went into the printing industry, I went into anything but food because my mom wanted me to go to food, so I said absolutely not, heck no. And then I, kind of like you, ran into a crazy kitchen in Silver Lake called El Cid. The person cooking back there, Chef Anders, is actually a protege of 14 years. I met him at El Cid, and he's now here doing this food for us all. I cook privately. I do events privately. You can taste my food at events like this. We've been doing Food Tank for 3 years. We do large events. I cook privately for tech executives and sometimes evil cabals, but we try to pay livable wages and do all the things that we can with that money because, frankly, it's a Robin Hood land. And I think, the mental health space where you're trying to help your staff and all that is the same crossover. Like, we take all this money and all this fame that we can possibly get to try to do something for people like we needed. That's it. And you can try my food here.
Thank you, Olivia. Okay, so, thank you. Yeah, we can clap. That's good. That's legit. Okay, so you'll notice I packed 3 questions into one, and that's because like there's so much to go through and so little time. But there's one question I'm gonna throw to all of you because it's really an underlying theme for not just today, but Food Tank across the board and through all the places that it shows up throughout the year, right? From Sundance to the UN conferences on climate and sustainability. Let's talk sustainability. So I'm gonna start with Jay. I'm gonna throw it to Jay. I'm gonna popcorn around. How does sustainability really underpin the preparation of the food and the delivery of the food, and really the ethos of how you approach and think about creating for future generations? So talk about how sustainability factors into your practice, Jay.
So I think when I first started in sustainability, this was probably 2016, 17 for Lucky Robot, I was thinking about it just X's and O's. Can I check all the boxes? You know, what is sustainable? Is it red, green, or yellow, whatever? It's actually really interesting. Olivia and I were actually just down in Merida with Environmental Defense Fund, and I think the idea of sustainability has changed for me. I might have changed for her, but it's not just the sustainability of the fish, it's also the equity of the people that catch the fish. And that's something that's really changed in my view of sustainability. For not just seafood, which is kind of my expertise, but also farming. Like, where's the equity for the people that are bringing the food to our tables? Because that human connection, and we are the liaisons as chefs, that's our job, is to connect the people who catch to the people who eat. So.
I love that. Thank you. Ileana.
Well, what we do a little bit is to at least do not trash anything. I come from a country that the waste is, considered super bad. So using everything that you can, and that's what we do. So we try to, use as much of the produce and as much of the meat and everything in order to, have a good balanced restaurant. So we don't waste anything in Mexico. So that is one of the things. Then we work with a lot of importers because we use a lot of Mexican produce and products as well. So we work with them, and we know that what they're doing, especially with the corn and the major staples, they are like well taking care of the people there.
And you see the importance of this, right? As somebody who is also providing cuisine from your native home, right. How important it is to keep these, to source appropriately so that these products can still be available generations to come.
That is correct. And also trying to support them. Like you can plant a chile here that is from Mexico or from somewhere else, and then you're taking that away from those people that they were if you will, the creators of that product. So I try to keep supporting them and then supporting the people also here in the United States and Texas as much as possible.
Amazing. And I know you've done a lot with education. I'm going to come back to you on that for the next question. Let me jump to you, Olivia.
My journey, I think, was similar with Jay, and I think at first it became getting the coolest, the most expensive, the most in demand. So honestly, I started with Ora King salmon. That was like my whole personality for a little while. It was just like sustainable, Wagyu of the ocean, incredible, amazing, let's do it. And it was a way too for me to be honest with my pricing and to be honest about the food I'm serving. Because there are people who charge the same premium pricing and they're serving not so premium product because business, because capitalism, blah, blah, blah. Don't care, not for me. I just try to be honest. I'm just like, hey man, I made you this Ora King salmon. I put a percentage on it. I pay livable wages. I'm not trying to lie. Here's the QR code. And I think I've just kind of evolved. And as we've met fisheries and as I've met the people behind the products and also have kind of wanted to get closer and cut down on my carbon footprint, it turns out like there's incredible seafood right in the Gulf of Mexico, right in the Pacific side that are incredible products. They're sustainable, and we can do really well to help by just carrying it, by putting it on our menus, and by you guys buying it at home too.
What I'm hearing is that there's a correlation between sustainability, transparency, and just honesty. So that's all good words. Dave.
I think sustainability is about knowledge. I mean, a lot of people don't know about it. So we do events like this, Food Tank put on, and we learn from these talented guys around us. Like, would you know to use king mackerel instead of tuna? Would you know to use Quarre salmon from Norway? Like, no one would know these things, so it's all about knowledge and learning. Does people know how to cook mushrooms properly? Chanterelles, do people know how to render them, to treat them like meat, to season them, to over-season them? We don't know how to do that. So it's all about opening a book or spending time with talented individuals and just learning these little pro tips that will help you get on that path.
Love that. Okay. I hope we get 2 more questions in each. The clock is coming down rather quickly, and there's so much more to talk about. I want to talk about how, right now, okay, we're not talking politics, unless you really want to. Does anybody here want to get into that? No? No? End of the day, sort of not the kind of conversation you want to start before happy hour? We're not talking politics, but the U.S. is fraught with some drama at the moment. Talk to us about how food transcends politics, right? How about that? I think that's something we can get on board with. And how food brings different types of people together. So food as a cultural connector. Let's start with, let's go back to Dave.
Oh, politics. I've got a couple of friends that love politics, and I always just disappear. I think food does bring people together, fundamentally anyway. It's always a talking point. You could always bring up something, and it's always a distraction as well, like I do when I'm cooking on my Kamado Joe and get away from those conversations. But I know it's a tough one for me, politics, but I just think food is, like I said before, it's saved my life. I've dealt with mental issues before, and I'm very open about it. I had a breakdown. I'm below deck if people don't know about it. And the camera crew were like, "Do you want us to show this?" I'm like, "Well, what's the point in doing it?" The thing with media is they have a choice to show it or not to show it. You don't really have a choice, but they choose to create the drama, and I guess that is the same with politics, right? Food is a savior and it's a blessing, and it's the only real thing I feel like we have now. You can be, doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, what you do, anyone can always get into food. It doesn't matter, it's a savior, so.
Dave, I love that. We'll take your reality TV drama over real-world political drama any day. So thank you. Please keep doing it, because that's what, honestly, draws audiences in and connects us as humans. So, Ileana, talk to us about same thing, and also the role of education for you.
Yep. So I think, I get into this business, start cooking and everything to share, sharing. That was my main important thing to do, like sharing with others my passion and the things I like to do. And we have something very important in Mexico, in some countries in Latin America, and also Spain. It's called la sobremesa, and I think that part is very essential, to kind of break into the politics or any dissent that we can have with others, because you can talk about it. You can't just talk about the things. Just like hiding under the table, that is not the solution. We need to talk about it and try to find solutions that work for us. So. Also make it part of your meal, talking about things, talking about the problems you have or the problems they are outside, and then try to come with a solution at least that works in the inner circle or, bigger one. So that will be my take on that. And education, that is the other part. I also got into this in a purpose, especially when we moved to the States and opened the restaurant. I thought the Mexican food in the United States is kind of very confusing. To say the least, I will say. And so it was a little bit of my idea to try to, in a nicer way, to educate what is regional Mexican. And don't take me wrong, I'm okay with Tex-Mex, Cal-Mex, Chicago-Mex, New York-Mex, either one. I think it's a regional cuisine of Mexico too, because in Mexico we don't have only one cuisine, we have many. So just to share all that I have been studying for so long, and it's just to be open to the changes, of course, but also kind of respect the history of our food and connections there.
Incredible. Okay, so we just need to feed politicians a little bit better. We need to bring them to your restaurant, and then we'll solve some of those.
That'll be lovely.
Jay, over to you.
I think restaurants in general, and I think we talked about this actually when you were there, it's meant to be a place to escape. Like, we have just so many things happening in our day, like, bills and kids and everything else, right? But the one thing that we all have to do is eat. And when we come together into a restaurant, and you come to my restaurant, you go to Ileana's restaurant, we just want you to escape. Escape to the Yucatan, escape to Oaxaca, escape to whatever you guys themed, like these guys are wonderful chefs, but we want you to escape and relax and let everything else just go by the wayside. And I think that's the true power of food, is it connects people at a common table. You can let all your worries and politics and everything else just go by the wayside for an hour and a half, and then after that, you can continue the conversation outside, but just not inside the restaurant.
Olivia, the power of food in connecting people.
Well, I've seen the power of food in different ways. I mean, we're seeing it here. We're seeing people connect from all parts, from all places of Austin. So many of us flew in and came in. But I also think food, like Jay said, it's a connector. Everywhere from fishermen to eater and consumer, chefs, it connects us with each other. It brings us solace. For me, food is like my escape. Also, when I'm making food, it's just that thing that I have to do. And I'm usually not putting politics into the food. I'm just like, come sit at my table, let me nourish you, let me feed you. It's a convivial experience. It's like, I'm just nourishing you, I'm feeding you. You can talk to me if you want. You don't have to talk to me. We can just have some good food and chill out. For me, that's what relaxes me, is like making a complicated dish. The way Ileana said, her favorite dish is the one that takes the most time, because you put your body and soul and just, you turn a thought into something people can eat. And I think that's magic in itself. So that's my connection to it.
Love that. Thank you. Some really good quotes there. So, okay, last question for each of you. It's really going to be about how much more do you have to do? Have we seen your best work yet? Or what can we still look forward to? Just talk to us honestly about this. Be candid and give us some teasers of what is yet to come for each and every one of you. I'm going to start with Jay. And I'm also going to let the audience know that we really bonded over both being scientists. He's actually a neurobiologist by training as well. So science meets food intersection much. I love that. So Jay, talk to us a little bit about what's still in store for you.
There's a lot in store for me. Just in terms of science, something that I apply every single day is really the scientific method and asking questions. Why? Why is it this way? Why is it not that way? Why should we plate it this way? Why should it taste this way? Who wants to eat this? Who doesn't want to eat this? So a lot of questions that I ask. We're working on a taco tasting at Nomade, and it's like, why do a taco tasting? Who wants to eat tacos? Who wants to pay $45, $85, $100, $110 for a taco tasting? I don't know. But I think ultimately I'm trying to challenge my chefs to become better, and that's now my role, is not just doing the food itself, but hopefully educating a new generation of chefs to then carry on their own restaurants and their own ideas.
Amazing. So keep your eyes on Chef Jay Wong. Thank you, Jeff. Sorry. Jay. Olivia, what's still in store for you?
Oh my gosh. Well, this summer we'll be opening a coffee shop if all goes well, but probably, next winter. We're still voting on the name. It's a family thing, so we're going with it. It's going to be her related in some way. Maybe we're looking at Her Brews and Bites. So I'm excited to invite you all to finally have a place to come and hang out, because I feel like you see the social media, you see the party you can't go to, and you get to come to this one, but then all the other stuff that we post and we show, and that actually helps keep the doors open so that my staff can come and spend these big, long weeks here. That's just what's in store. What's in store is more.
Awesome. More reason to come back to Austin. Ileana, can I come to you next?
Sure. Well, even I'm getting older, and the restaurant business is a little bit tough on you physically, mentally, and everything, because it's day long. Your day never ends. I still love it. Even my daughter is in charge, basically, of the restaurant now. I'm still in charge of, checking with her every single thing that comes out, or the new things on the menu and such. The other thing I do is, the culinary trips. So I do that, and I love it as well, to show Mexico through my eyes, and especially through the food. And we're expanding to other countries as well.
Amazing. Okay, so keep your eyes on these chefs. And Chef Dave, last word to you. Now, audiences know you from television. Is there some TV? I know legally you might not be able to divulge too much, but where can we see you? Anywhere coming up? Or what's in store?
So I just did another Food Network show, which I can't say, but it went well, so to speak. I just had a baby girl, my beautiful wife, little Juliet. So a lot of my time's going into that, 16 hours a day, and then coming home and trying my best to be a good dad. I want to open a restaurant. That's the goal in Florida. But the big thing is I want to do the highest ever dinner party on Mount Everest. That's the goal. 7,500 meters. To raise awareness for mental health, just to put it out there in the limelight, because it's more and more public knowledge now, but a lot of people don't like to talk about it. So I feel like putting my life on the line, it might help. But yeah, we're talking about it, and it's an expensive mission, and it's not very quite possible. But a guy called Nims from 14 Peaks, he's interested in doing it. So fingers crossed it comes together in the next few years. So that's the goal.
All right, amazing. Well, audience, thank you for staying engaged through the session. Please join me in a round of applause for our amazing chefs, Chef Olivia, Chef Dave, Chef Jay, Chef Ileana. And you can follow them on their socials, check out their food, and please enjoy the rest of your South by Southwest experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
A round of applause, please, and Shutta as well. Thank you so much. That was a great panel. Don't leave yet. There's way more to come. All right.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, Stephen.
Is she not amazing or what?
No.
We'll wait for everyone to come back.
We're about to get started, everyone. Take your seats. Please don't leave. There's a reception coming. There's a great ending panel after this one. So come on. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Again, a big thanks to the last panel. Give them a round of applause. Energy, people. I know it's hot. Okay. So I am excited to sit down with my good friend, Stephen Ritz, who is an educator and urban farmer and the founder of the Green Bronx Machine. He is a force of nature, as you will see. So we're going to play a video from the inspiring new film, Generation Growth. Enjoy, everyone.
I'm planting cucumbers. I'm planting basil. Me too. I'm planting basil.
Do you like basil?
I've never had it.
Hello? Good morning, good morning. You go in my classroom and you ask children where do they get their food. They say the gas station, the drugstore. That's appalling to me that children are shopping for food in a drugstore. We're seeing all kinds of health anomalies in communities of poverty.
You got the bodegas with 5 different types of pork rinds, but no fresh fruit.
There's a strong linkage between having poor diet, having poor health outcomes, and then they're just affecting your quality of life across so many different dimensions.
Zip code and skin color should not determine outcomes in life. I'm out to change that. Hello, Toledo! How many of you would be excited about having a tower garden in your school? I had this vision. I could teach children if I put this magical garden in the middle of a classroom and built school around it.
Stephen Ritz and his Green Bronx Machine are opening young minds to science, nutrition, and wellness.
When you cultivate a palate, you are changing the trajectory of those children's lives and taste buds forever. You like the lettuce?
Yeah, I like the lettuce.
For me, the greatest resource in the world is the untapped potential in communities like mine.
Parents are sending us their best kids. They're not keeping the good ones at home.
Can you put the chair down? Can you put your arms through your shirt? Maybe that'll help bring some brain power.
I hope my son can see past the hood. When he comes home, he tells me about the garden or what he's tried and what we should try. He has 1,000,001 suggestions.
What's happening in the inner city and beyond, a lot of that has to do with food, period.
Children want to be engaged and involved in something. So sometimes you gotta pull a little magic out of the hat.
You can hug it, but not too tight.
My favorite subject is science. I'm a quick thinker. Look at mine right now. Look at mine.
How did you do today?
Good.
All right, good.
I'm exhausted. I'm emotionally depleted. But my heart is full.
Oh my God.
Once you see it the first time, you're inspired. But the fact that you keep seeing it over and over again, how lives are being changed, then you're motivated. Something special is happening here.
This is how change happens. Access to healthy food, one person, one community at a time.
You can't rush growth. You can't go from seed to harvest without care and cultivation in the middle.
Woo! So exciting that this movie is coming out. I want you to all give a round of applause for this man who's made this all happen, Stephen Ritz.
No, give it up for Danny. It's International Women's Day every day, so I just want to shout out my wife, my daughter, and all the kids who are watching, because they're still in school for after school.
Amazing.
So from here we are, guys, in Texas. Holler!
That's great.
All right, let's get to it
great.
and have some fun.
So, Stephen, nobody pulls magic out of their hat quite like you do. I'm wondering why it was important to document the work that you're doing in this incredible film.
So this film was filmed 6 years ago. It was filmed pre-COVID. It was filmed pre a certain administration and one that we're dealing with now. It was filmed before I almost lost my wife to cancer, largely due to food-related diseases. And if I were to tell you 6.5 years later that every single kid in that school, in this film is thriving, every single school is outperforming their peer index neighbors by 10 or more percentage points, and that we've done it 1,000 times across the United States in marginalized communities everywhere, and we're determined to keep giving it away, you would think I wasn't growing vegetables, but something else. But that's the good news, and we're just getting started. So I think it's important to lift up teachers, because now more than ever, teachers change lives. It's important now more than ever to think about food, to think about our nation, to think about the health of our nation, to think about what we as Americans can do together to grow something greater. And where does it really start with? It starts with food.
Yeah.
And, you know, I've said it, you know my shtick, the quote's not gonna change. The most important school supply in the world is food. Period. It's not computers, it is food. Input equals output, and children will never be well-read if they're not well-fed. And we have an opportunity now, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, to coalesce and grow something greater and really prioritize the consumption of fresh food, local farming. And, you know, I'm looking at Mark-Oshima. We're partnering now with Babylon. I can't change the distribution system. That I can't do, but I could put a farm in every single school in America that's going to entitle kids to redeem their own food stamps and keep the money. That's what's up. That's the new entrepreneurship that we want to develop. So I couldn't be more excited. And, you know, Danny, kudos to you, man.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
You are the leader. No, you bring us together, you know? I mean,
it's my pleasure and honor to bring everyone together along with my colleagues. You know, one of the teachers in the film, and teachers are really at the top of mind for me right now because of everything that, you know, you mentioned happening. She said to her, she said she's exhausted, but her heart is full. And I am afraid right now that teachers are just going to be exhausted. How, you know, what are your thoughts, and how can we change that?
Let me be clear. Teachers, a lot of them are exhausted. I'm looking at Adam down here. I see a lot of people I know locally who have had to make a switch. They're not only exhausted, they're overwhelmed. And then you know what else they've done? They've quit. We have gotten the largest teacher exodus in the history of this nation this summer. So even in your beloved hometown, you know, look, we had programs, we had funding. We couldn't find live teachers to give programs to because they were warehousing kids in auditoriums.
You're talking about Baltimore.
I'm talking about Baltimore. You know, it's great. And I was recently in Pontiac, Michigan, the same thing. So teachers are overwhelmed. But imagine if you give somebody something that comes with unlimited support, no site license, no annual fees, no tier subscriptions, takes the traditional business model and says, to hell with it. Allows teachers to have access to what they need when they want it. Now, let me be clear. There are some parameters. We expect you to do certain things, but we give you guidelines, we give you support, and we make it manageable. And then we get the hell out of the way and let you have fun, but give you real-time data and analytics that you can access, not at the principal's choosing, you're choosing in real time. And what do we find, thanks to our friends at Google? That most active time for teachers is 9 o'clock at night to 6 o'clock in the morning after they put their own kids to bed. And if you give them something that they can use and utilize and access that makes sense, they're going to use it.
Yeah.
No one wakes up to fail. No one, I'd rather fail here than succeed here. And nobody rises to low expectations. But let's give them the support they need. Let's not overwhelm them. And let's make sure schools are performing and kids show up.
Can you talk a little bit about how the program can scale to meet students' needs sort of at any level?
Sure. So, let me be clear. People think I'm the cheese hat guy, I'm the farm guy, I'm the salad guy. No, I'm an educator. And I believe the greatest way to end poverty in this nation is through public education, now more than ever. The greatest way that we're going to safeguard whatever rights we have left, and I'll leave it there, is through an educated and engaged constituency. And that starts with children who are literate, financially literate, and independent. And that comes through meaningful employment. But no one's going to hire a kid who can't read, who can't be engaged. So as much as I love food, and let me be clear, I was looking at Karen, and I wish she was here so I could give her the props she deserves for really leading this. And Karen knows from where I come, and from where I come is a place you got to really want to be at, because you can't get there unless you choose to, or unless you're stuck there or born there. So the ability to move children, we've looked at 4 generations of failed policy. Increasing health disparities. Look, I'm the only guy on the Knicks. I'm still available, but I'm the only guy on my basketball team that's walking upright. And that's the reality of my community. Whereas 2.5 miles away, the average life expectancy is 15 years greater. There are big disparities there. But what do? We made this a program that makes it fun for kids to come to school and standardizes the process, not around growing vegetables. It's project-based learning. So ideally, you will grow a lot of food, and we use low-cost replicable technology. I don't want to spend 2 years waiting for a greenhouse that's never going to come, that's going to leak, or some kind of technology I can't understand. I want something that kids can get into each and every day that I can keep in my classroom that's safe. Listen, I'm looking at Bill. I was on the phone with Bill, and my car got shot up 2 weeks ago, driving home. So by the grace of, I can't put kids outside in my neighborhood sometimes, seasonal things. So the garden lives in the classroom. The kids get excited about what they're growing, but if you see the film, they're reading, they're writing, they're doing math. And the cool thing is every 30 days, you get a hell of a lot of crap to eat. And then you can scale it up. And you can do amazing things. So, I'm a lot older than I look, and I'm aging well, I like to say, largely because of what I eat. But Mark, you can hold up my shirt. It was when I met, I think the year before I met you, I was 350 pounds. That was me. Eating myself to death and disease, largely because of what's available in my community. And the bottom line is that kale is the new normal in the South Bronx in my community. Kale is the new normal. We got kids boycotting Wendy's because they found out that they don't pay the farmers who look like them a penny more per pound, and the kids started activating. You're getting nuts about it. And these are kids who they're going to be the next Karens. They're going to be the next Sandra Sotomayors, the next Barack Obamas. Listen, at your event, by the way, Aaron's making a film for you. Little Aaron, who you had last year, we're going to be in the film. Yeah. He's got a buddy. We had a mom who heard her son talk for the first time in our school, thanks to Danny, and then we celebrated him at the Food Waste Work or something.
Thanks to me.
So, it's amazing stuff. You cry, I cry. We're sending kids to college. I got immigrants who came through this program, medical school, and they're eating their way to good health. So the whole thing was really to do something that was never been done before. I don't want to beg for money, and I'm not, so don't worry. I wanted to do something that gave teachers tools, and a lot of it started here with Whole Foods, because when I saw $3,000 as a teacher, many, many years, I was like, that's a chunk of money. Senor, good to see you. And, you could do something with that. And imagine if the solutions didn't require big amounts of money, but huge lifts of capital and people. So you put that $3,000 to good use, and you do it again and again. And that's how we started scaling. Principals got on board because teachers got on board because we could measure it. And then there's free stuff out there. Like, listen, remember my AOL? I had an AOL account for years, in a VCR that said 12 o'clock. People said you should learn about Google. I did, and we got Google Analytics, and away we went. Free, in real time. I didn't want to sell things to people. I wanted to empower people. And that's what
Yeah.
this and you and Food Tank and we are all about. And that's what we need to celebrate. The power of us, the power of now, and the power of people doing amazing things. And the power of business done right. Because let's be clear, business has gotten us into this problem. Bad business. But I believe good business has a benefit for everybody. And we cannot, now more than ever, nonprofit our way into prosperity. So imagine creating great relationships, customers, market share. We have 2,100 jobs out of our school.
Yeah.
And those kids, they shop at Whole Foods now instead of sitting around, you know, and going to the Bulletproof Bodega. You know, they want me to get Seth Goldman's iced tea down to the community now so they go buy it. I mean, these are good problems to have in the hood. You know, with kids who want to grow up and be something epic instead of, you know, like I did, thinking I was going to be a basketball player or a raps. You know, I will share with you this. On Halloween, we don't call it Halloween, we call it Character Day. We had the best Character Day in the history of our school. And I'm in an elementary school where more than half the girls in public housing came to school dressed as Kamala Harris. And to understand what that meant when 5 years ago, they were coming to school dressed like Missy Elliott. And I love Missy Elliott, you know, but a lot more kids can aspire to be Kamala Harris than they can be Missy Elliott, because you can get close. The second most popular costume was my wife, Mrs. Ritz, and they all came dressed as her, and they came to the top to clean up my desk and behave myself. And it was an amazing day.
Yeah.
You know, and then the election happened, and we're still going forward.
Yeah.
And the kids are gonna be okay. We as adults have to be okay. We have to stop name calling, we have to stop playing the blame game, and we have to look how we can set an example. And then, of course, the coolest thing is, you know, with this whole piece with Kamala Harris, and for kids and communities like mine that are starving for fresh food and starving for opportunity, is, you know, Babylon Microfarms. Because Kamala Harris gave a great speech in front of it, and then to have this technology that's accessible in our classroom, where children of color can see this and say, wow, we can address the wrongs of slavery. We can address the wrongs of migrant labor by creating equitable systems that are fun, that are handheld, you know, that you can do amazing things, that you could be technicians on. And, you know, I don't have to worry about parents complaining their kids are getting dirty when they don't have one pair of clothes. Their precious sneakers aren't going to get hurt. And the other thing is, then we get out in the community, we do amazing things. I'm telling you, Hopi Mike, he hunted me down, he saw me in Arizona. Hopi Mike gave me seeds at the last event.
That's awesome.
We planted seeds in front of every liquor store in the South Bronx with Native American corn with senior citizens. And, you know, people were like, what the hell is he doing? It was me, grandparents, and kids, and these seeds grew to be epic corn plants. And we put them in drug locations, we put them in front of crack spots, and the kids took care of them, the seeds grew.
Nice.
And that was, you know, these are my children of the corn, food advocates, you know, kids who are gonna really take over the world, one good meal at a time.
Absolutely. You know, the film has been being shown across cities. What's the most sort of special reaction you've heard from a community?
Well, so, you know, there are so many little, this clip, you know, Miss Poland, we're gonna have a Miss Poland Day, and she's now on her 6th generation of kids who are actually doing this program, coming back and teaching it. The foster care farm in Appalachia is now 100% sufficient, you know, in a community where you could make $6.25 an hour. These young men have homes. We're creating add value products. I got a plan with you and me. We're gonna talk to a couple people. We're gonna grow some ingredients and put this in add value products. And wouldn't you pay $1 more for a product that was grown by a kid who didn't wind up dead of fentanyl in the middle of Appalachia? I think so, and I believe there's enough of us out there to do that. Thank you. So there's that piece. Yeah, I get little kids going to college and going to land-grant colleges for free instead of, you know, someone's prison, because, you know, we've got opportunity to do things with technology, with food, with community and advocacy. So, you know, I believe that high-performing, if good schools equal property value, in the worst communities, we should focus, and worst meaning, you know, most marginalized, we should really focus more on schools. It makes good sense to me.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm going to keep doing. This is where I'm putting my stake in the ground, and I'm willing to drop dead there doing it. But, you know, no one's killing me anytime soon.
No, they aren't.
I got a lot of energy, and I'm eating my vegetables.
And Stephen, I've known you for 10 years now, and I've seen how incredible the inspiration you give people, you know, it activates them in a way I have never seen. I wonder for this audience, as we wrap up with another panel today, what do you want them to do? What do you want them to do? As we've been saying all day, it's an uncertain time. What do you want them to do?
So I tell children, there are a couple of things I want to do, but number one, be kind. Be kind to yourself, be kind to each other, be kind to the planet. Call your parents if they're still alive. That's what I want you to do as an immediate. It would be really cool if everyone got out of here and gave each other a hug. That's something actionable that we can do today. I'm not writing, I do have 3 masters and a PhD. I'm the notorious PhD, I like to say. But I'm not doing another white paper. I want to do stuff that you can do today that someone else can do tomorrow. And that's why, I'm so grateful for your support about the film. We started a campaign that was, 1, can you share the film? That's pretty easy. Number 2, can you advocate for healthy food in your school and your community? That's pretty cool. I didn't take on certain food niches that certain people might expect me to do. I'm leaving that for a later date. Number 3, can you eat seasonally? Can you eat locally? And can you prioritize the consumption of fresh fruits and vegetables? Yeah. Can you think about reducing food waste? And kids get really excited about that.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, compost is cool, and kids really love learning about worms and bugs and the microbiome. I have a kid trying to name every single bacteria living in my stomach. It's a big list. They're learning to count to 1 billion. And then lastly, be kind to yourself, be kind to each other, and be kind to the planet. But in terms of action, as we sit here and we get ready to break, man, you want to change the world, I don't give a damn what car you drive. Think about what you're eating, because you do it 3 times a day. Where'd it come from? Where was it sourced? I'm looking right at you, Raj, man. A big shout out to Raj. Where would we be without guys? There are so many amazing teachers in this room. So just eat seasonably, eat locally, eat responsibly, and be a good role model and a good citizen. And, hold the door for a stranger. Pick up a tab at Starbucks. You won't go broke. No one will go broke giving love. And now more than ever, this nation needs to love itself and each other and our neighbors. Please, dear God. So we can do this.
We can do this. We can do this. No one's going to go broke giving love. Give it up for Stephen Ritz, everyone.
And I came, Danny, with a quote for you. Because I did my homework. And, Danny cries, and sometimes I do too. And I tell kids it's okay to cry. And, sometimes these days can make us feel a little broken. So I found a quote, and the beautiful thing is that this quote is anonymous. And it starts, because it's easy to feel broken right about now. And this is for the kids who are watching, wherever, because we got a lot of cities tuned in. When life breaks you, it's because you're ready to be put back together differently. And all of us are. Every piece of you that feels shattered is a piece that can find a new place, a new purpose, and a new meaning. And trust the cracks that where they are, light can get in. And sometimes in our brokenness, we can find the greatest wholeness. So find the courage to rebuild, to reimagine, redefine what it means to be strong. We are not broken. You are not broken. We're just breaking through. And with that, the degree to which we resist any injustice is the degree to which we are all free. So let's celebrate, give each other a hug, and
Thank you, Stephen.
See you in Baltimore.
Thank you.
And see the film. See the film. www.generationgrowthfilm.com, or see me and I'll come do a screening with you. And Raj, I want you to review it. So I came just to pick your nose about that. See you later, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen.
Holler.
Thank you.
Hold on. Take a selfie with the kids. They can't believe I get to do these things. Everybody wave!
Thank you.
Look at me,
Another round of applause for the great Stephen Ritz. All right, our last panel is coming up in just a moment. Do not leave. There is so much food, so much drink, so much fun to be had. This is going to be a great panel. So, there's going to be a sky tour. It's going to be great. NASA's here, musical performances. It's, just stay here. Now we have a chance to learn about mission-driven brands and how they are changing business as usual, which includes another tasting experience that I think some of you are eating right now. So joining us, we have Sorella Harada, the co-founder and co-CEO of Simply. Nope. we don't have Sorella. I didn't look before. She's going to join us in a minute. We have Karuna Rawal, the Chief Marketing Officer for Nature's Find, and Dusan Vujovic, who is the head of North America at Tony's Chocolonely, and Joe O'Connor, the president of Applegate. Give them a big round of applause, please. And hopefully Sorella will join us when she can. So I want to thank a few more in-kind partners, including Meaty, Ceremony, La Belle Patrimoine, ButcherBox, Riverence, Tyndall, Maker's Mark, and Vista Brewing. Give them a round of applause. So did everyone get what's being passed around for this panel? Nope. Is it being passed around? Elena, I'm going to look at you. Okay. Okay, great. Sorry. All right, I'm going to start talking to y'all. And thank you so much for being here. We're grateful to all of you. You are all huge supporters of Food Tank. It means the world to us. And so thank you, thank you, thank you. Dusan, I'm going to start with you. And I want to get this straight because this is what you said to me. You said you are a mission-driven brand that produces chocolate, not a chocolate company that tries to be mission-driven. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, first of all, I wish I could take credit for that tagline, but it's not my tagline, unfortunately. I think it goes back to how we originated as a company, and it's something that we keep in mind both for business and for the purpose of the Tony's Chocolonely company, which is we started way back with the need to talk about the issue in cocoa supply. Most brands usually come with the need state of what's the gap in the market, what's going to be the brand positioning. Fortunately, unfortunately for us, our founder, now 20 years ago, came and said, there is a major issue within the cocoa supply chain, and the big chocolate companies are not doing much about it. People need to hear about it. We need to create noise, and we need to create this issue awareness. So chocolate to us was just a medium to talk about the issue, which is very different than what most brands, especially back then, but even now, do. So we were, let's make chocolate to create conversation that there is an issue. Let's get people to know about it, and maybe we can address it. This evolved over time because, again, somebody way more creative than me created this very tasty chocolate, which helped us say, maybe there's a viable business. So if the chocolate tastes great, if there is a brand, maybe instead of talking just about the issue, we could essentially come into the playfield and address the problem ourselves, meaning, why don't we participate, why don't we lead by example, and show people that this can be done. So that was a big mental shift of how we're going to go about it. Hence, this great tasting chocolate is now across the world. People can taste it, and we're leading a way in how to address this issue. We're a long way to go, but we're making big strides that it's possible. And if we can do it, we're taking all the excuses off the table for everybody else to say, why don't you do it too?
Right, it's so true. If you can do it as a chocolate company who, is fairly new in this space, because a lot of these other chocolate companies have been around a long time and doing the wrong thing, if you can start out doing the right thing, which you have done, they can do it too.
Well, that's the mindset, and I think I take a lot of pride being now at Tony's 3 years, and the brand has been here about 8 years in the market, is we hear a lot of challenges about Tony's. Are you guys premium? What do you stand for? Why are you so loud? Why are you so weirdly shaped? What's about the wrapper? They'll find a lot of excuses, but if you think about it, I like to think of us as this small niche brand from Netherlands that was creating a lot of noise, like I said, looking and feeling different. Fast forward 20 years ago, we're the fastest premium brand globally in 30 plus countries, 5th biggest BARR brand in the country. So all of a sudden the narrative changed. So we are now really being disliked or not appreciated for different reasons. One was challenging what we're doing. Now it's eating somebody's lunch. So now people are like taking notice. They're like, well, these guys are here to stay. These guys are proving you can be well at heart, well at taste, and well all around. Sure. So we like these conversations. We admire our competition. We admire everything they do. I don't take anything away from them. But again, to me, the only way to end exploitation within the industry, which is our ultimate goal, is to get the farmers out of the poverty. And to do it, you need to pay them fairly. You need to do the hard work. And if you do that, the whole industry would be better.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We have some great chocolate that's available to the audience. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, you guys all got, I think, the dark almond sea salt bar. We are mostly known for our milk chocolate. We have a lot of SKUs that are very tasty. But we also have very tasty dark bars. This is our best-selling bar. I hope you guys enjoy it. I know some people that like dark prefer this one. We also have a custom wrapper for this special event, which we really love. We do that for a lot of clients, a lot of big events. It's another way for people to talk about their own business in a way of also helping Fire and joining our drive and our mission. So a cool way that we talk about it. So hopefully you guys enjoy. We have a lot of different bars there. So feel free. It's a guilty pleasure. It's the end of the day. It's been a long day. So don't hold back. I always find an excuse to eat Tony. So
these branded chocolate bars make my stepchildren like so happy. So thank you. You've been doing this for several years. Joe, let's go from chocolate to meat, okay? Applegate recently made a really wonderful announcement around scaling regenerative agriculture. Can you talk about that and what it means for you personally too?
Sure. So yeah, chocolate to meat, right? There's a transition. So Applegate, we had started our little foray a couple years ago into regenerative, and it was 500,000 acres of certified regen, and we were thrilled. Well, I'm proud to say today, as we continue down that journey, it's now up to just shy of 11 million acres of certified lands, both natural and organic, and it's an 80% improvement from the goal that we had previously established, and we're doing it 8 months ahead of schedule. And all credit to my team, to our suppliers, to our certifiers like Rock, who have played such a huge influence on us, and we're so blessed. To me personally, it's, you want to clap that?
We can clap that. Round of applause for that, please. 8 months ahead of schedule.
Yeah, let's clap that. And just for me personally, I mean, I do these roles for my family. I mean, I'm doing this for my daughter. I mean, we're setting the stage. It's another one of these pathways that we believe is one of the solutions to improving the planet, improving human health, and it's why we continue to invest here at Applegate.
It's incredible work. I saw, your amazing colleague last week at Expo West talking about this, and the excitement in the crowd about these hot dogs is really awesome. So thank you for doing that. Karun, if I can turn to you, Pat alluded to this earlier in the panel with him, Pat Brown, but I would love to hear how you think the climate crisis is going to impact the need for more plant-based foods and moods in the market.
Yeah, I think as we look at what's happening with our planet, our population continues to grow, and we're all experiencing the effects of climate change, and it's becoming very, very clear that we're running out of land and water to continue eating the way we've been eating. So we think I think it's going to take a lot of different solutions. We are one, and for those of you who probably aren't familiar with Nature's Find, we are, hopefully you had our yogurt this morning, so that's our, thank you, our dairy-free, nut-free yogurt. But our company started as a research project for NASA, where NASA was trying to understand what kind of conditions would need to be true for life to thrive outside of Earth. And that journey actually took them to Yellowstone National Park, where our chief science officer discovered a fungi, which wasn't a plant, wasn't an animal. Part of the third kingdom you learned about in science way back when. And it turned out to be something pretty remarkable. So it's 50% protein, 30% fiber, has vitamins and minerals. And now we grow it in Chicago using fermentation, actually in the old Union stockyards. We are growing new protein every 3 to 4 days, and using that to create both meatless and dairy-free foods. I think some of you are going to be tasting, I believe they're passing out one of our new products, which, thank you, which is called 5 Bites. And they're not trying to mimic meat, they're just a delicious falafel-like elevated falafel that has veggies and 5 protein and comes in globally inspired flavors. So that's one of the new products. But our yogurt will be around tomorrow as well as those products, so hopefully you'll get to try them.
I just so love the irony, I guess, of where the production site is. It gives me great joy for some reason, so thank you. Sorella, I already introduced you because I didn't look up. I was deep in my notes and I thought you were here. What we've been talking about for the last few minutes is all shiny and bright, but there are real obstacles and challenges to mission-driven brands like all of you. Can you talk about some of what you've experienced?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sorry I'm a few minutes
late.
No. Just got here to Austin, and I love Austin, but 2 things I don't miss is the heat, it's a really hot day here, and the traffic to get here. So, but really happy to be here with my fellow panelists. Yes, scaling regenerative organic agriculture is a challenge. It's a challenge on the two-sided. as a challenge on the demand as well as a challenge in the supply. Starting on the demand side, one of the things that we face is an emerging brand, an exciting brand into the marketplace where regenerative organic pantry staples, your elevated basics, grains, beans, and oils, we call ourselves the silent hero of every healthy plate, is education. For an emerging brand with limited capacity on capital to educate consumers on what is regenerative organic agriculture and why it matters for you as a consumer, because food is medicine, and the connection of food to agriculture, to the soil, to the ecosystems, to the people, and to the animals, and the nutrient density that it's going to bring to you. So brands like us here working together to really collaborate and educate the consumers so it creates the demand at the shelves at the supermarkets and restaurants. And the second part that we see the challenge is also creating the supply. There is no shortage of demand for regenerative organic agriculture right now in the marketplace, but there's a big shortage of supply. So at Simply, we work directly with our international farmers to help them, meet them at where they're at, and help them transition to regenerative organic agriculture. And that is the true work, is working with the farmers to help them with financing, if that is seeding or education, the paperwork that is needed for certifications, paying the premium for the market, but being able to transform a conventional agriculture system to a organic and on top regenerative organic is a truly challenge, and it takes time. It's not something that you can do within a few months. If it's truly a conventional agriculture that is based on inputs and chemicals, it's going to take a minimum of 3 years to take some of those traces out of the soil. So the challenge is in both sides, and is understanding how do we balance to scale that.
And we've been talking about relationships all day, and the relationships that you and so many other brands have with farmers is so critical to this work. Otherwise, it just doesn't happen. Do you want to talk about the products that Simply has provided so generously for this event?
Yes, I think I see some of you might already have some. One of the dishes that we have here is our Simply Regenerative Organic Tricolor Quinoa and a rose water quinoa rice arroz con leches, shaped off with some Tony Chocolonis chocolate on top. And this is the first product that it was certified, regenerative organic certified on the grain category nationwide and in any grocery store. So, and it was our first product to market. I'm Peruvian myself, and we wanted to understand how food is connected to the soil, so I quit my job and went back to my roots in the Andes, got to know farmers, and the first product we brought to market was quinoa. We didn't really know that we were going to become a pantry staples brand, but in order to grow authentic and nutrient-dense quinoa, and the reason why we fell in love with it 25 years ago here in the Western Hemisphere is because of its nutrient density, gluten-free, amino acids, but the reality was that back at home, the farmers moved away from some of those indigenous practices to only focus on the cash crop, which it was paying, which was only the quinoa. So when we went back, we realized that in order to reinstitute some of that indigenous knowledge, we had to create a market for their rotational crops. And we became a pantry staples brand. After quinoa, we introduced their rotational crop of beans. And now today, we're the #1 bean brand in Whole Foods, where you can find us with a selection of 8 different beans across nationwide.
Thank you so much. Yeah, round of applause, please. Joe, you're going to play a clip, but these hot dogs, you want to talk about them real quick?
Yeah, so you're eating our 100% grass-fed hot dogs. This is where the regenerative comes into play, comes from the lands. And obviously, it's been a staple of Applegate. It's one of the entry points where consumers find our brand is the old, iconic hot dog.
Yeah, that's great. Before we watch this clip, do you want to set it up for us?
Yeah, so real quick. So it's complicated to talk about regenerative. And I think like for people, sometimes it's really hard to tie together in such a short time period to tell them like, what does it actually mean? We all know life is crazy right now. It's confusing. People have so many things on their plates. So how do you get a message across? So one of the things we started to realize at Applegate was we need to just go back and simplify things and talk about biodiversity. And just like you're here, we all have our senses. And one of this clip that we're going to play for you is a gentleman named Bernie Krause. He recorded over an 11-year period at a state park in wine country in California. And he was a former musician in the 60s. He toured with the Beach Boys and the Doors. I mean, incredible background. He got fascinated with nature. And so he would go to this spot and he would record every year the sounds that the forest was producing. And so we'll play a 1-minute clip and just listen, close your eyes, whatever you need to do. It's in 4 segments, and just listen to the change and what's going on in our environment.
Thank you.
I mean, it's depressing as hell.
Yeah.
And it's scary. And it is scary what's going on. We've heard it all throughout the day. We've heard about all these great paths, that there's no one way. But when I hear that, and we start to think about regenerative agriculture, we think it's about bringing life back to the land. And we feel that that's the way to talk to our consumers.
Yeah.
And in our case, we feel that animals can have a positive impact. And I've seen it firsthand. I've seen what the rotation and the cycle is. And I know how important it is to our farmers, our ranchers, our partners. And so that's the way we want to start communicating. That's where we're going to take our messaging forward, is through experiences like this. And we believe that's a way to make the connection with consumers.
So powerful. Thank you so much. This is for all of you. You know, Joe talks about bringing life back to the land. What kind of messaging do you think is most effective for eaters, for consumers right now? And Karuna, I'd like you to go first.
Sure. I think, you know, what I've been in the food industry a really long time, and I think the thing we keep learning again and again is that taste is what's really, really important. You know, people really do not want to sacrifice all that much. Some people do, but most people aren't willing to sacrifice in order to do better for themselves in terms of health or the planet. So we really are focused on creating delicious food, and hopefully those of you who tried our 5 bites right now, that was the spicy Indian version, they're great. I mean, they're not trying to be something they're not, they're just delicious food. And so we try to, I mean, it's very similar to, I think, what you were saying earlier. We try to lead with that and then engage people in a deeper conversation about their health and the health of our planet. And we know that's the reason we're here. I mean, our mission is about that, but I think we find over and over again, when we lead with delicious food, you get people engaged, and and food brings joy, right?
Yeah.
So we need to remember that and always lead with that. And then I think you have the opportunity to engage with people about some of the deeper conversations. But it's for us especially, we have a complicated story to tell. So while I can sit here, if I could talk to every single consumer and tell them the cool story, people really lean in. But I'm not going to be able to do that when I'm standing at a shelf competing with every other yogurt or every other frozen product. So we lead with taste, we get people excited about what they're eating, and then they're curious to learn more. And that's when we can give them the message about our deeper mission and what we're trying to do. And our goal is very much to nourish people and nurture the planet. And that's what we're here to do. And we're trying to do it in a way that is gentler on the planet. We use a fraction of the resources required for any other type of agriculture. Plants, take a season. Animals take years to duplicate. We're duplicating in 3 to 4 days. So it is, again, one approach. We alone aren't going to solve this challenge, but I think we need to bring all of the knowledge we have collectively as an industry forward in order to solve this challenge.
And this fermentation process is so cool, and I love what you said, and this is what I appreciate about you all as a company. You're not trying to be something you're not. You're just trying to bring deliciousness and joy, and that's what makes it important. Dusan, you've talked about the need to think about these things in terms of binaries. How does Tony think of messaging in terms of that binary?
Yeah, to us, binary is very important. I think if you run any kind of business, especially mission-driven, impactful businesses, the more it can be yes and no's and less maybes, the easier it is to run the business. Because I think it can be yes, no, and yes, but not now. Because if you start with maybes, that's usually an excuse to do shortcuts, do things that you don't want to do, and I think it's a slippery slope. So once you start going into that direction, you start making decisions that you're going to regret. You start creating a brand that you don't want to create. So that's very important. I can give you a few examples. Like we source only our chocolate, our cocoa beans from West Africa. There's a crisis in industry today. We could have easily sourced our beans from South America. We said, no, this is the way we decided. It's tougher, it's more expensive, we're going to do it. We don't use paper in any of our packaging. That's kind of something that people love to hear. For bars, that's one thing, but pouches, to do paper pouches is extremely difficult. We go to a lot of producers, they look at us like, paper pouch? I've never even heard that exists. But that's the right thing to do, and to do it, it costs money, time, and everything. And it's even funnier because the bigger you become, those decisions are tougher because the savings are greater than it would be initially.
Sure.
So making the tougher choices. So to me, the less maybe is the better for the business.
And I can personally say that those paper pouches last a long time. They're not easily destructible because I have children and they've not ripped them apart yet. So thank you. Sorella, simply, as Dusan said, doesn't do shortcuts either. And I'm wondering if you can talk about how you explain that messaging to your consumers.
Yeah, and I think as Karuna mentioned, it really starts with leading with quality, the nutrient density, the attributes of what the product is versus the why of why the product is the way that it is. For us, it really be able to tell someone that in the categories that are originally commoditized, your grains, beans, and oils, that our product is better and you're going to be able to taste the difference is a very difficult challenge. But we've been able to prove that there is a market that it was mainly dominated by private label, 365, Nature's Promise, where simply as a brand can create a premium for retailers, but also is a better product from a nutrient density and a quality perspective. And if you're able to taste our products or extra virgin olive oil, you're gonna notice that it has a higher antioxidant level and the flavors are just richer. Our beans are going to be more nutty and they're gonna be more buttery and they're gonna be fresher. Our grains are gonna be fluffier. They're not gonna create those coagulations or a little bit of balls that you find with grains that sit for years at storage. So you're gonna see the freshness matters in the dry goods categories as well. So for us, we lead with quality, we lead with nutrient density, we lead with the packaging. In a retail space, packaging, innovation of packaging is key. If you look at our grains and beans categories, we have this beautiful, iconic, paper bag that is sewed on top. That is a very simply iconic signature, and you see that billboard effect on the shelves. And similarly with our oils, you see it on a tin that really represents the century-old cultures that you find in the Mediterranean for oil. So packaging is really key, and you see that with other brands where you really are able to captivate the story of the product through packaging.
It's incredible. We're out of time, and I've been asking each of the panelists to give a call to action. My call to action for all of you is to try out these brands. They are mission-driven, they are delicious, they bring joy, and they are doing the right thing in all the right ways. So give yourselves a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Holy shit, what a day. This has been great. I'm sorry the kids who are watching, but people curse. It's not over, though. We have so much left to do. There's a reception, the Star Tour that I mentioned. We'll get live entertainment. DJ John Luckman is going to play. I want to thank a bunch of people, and then you can go frolic, okay? A huge thank you to our host, BARR Mansion, and our partners, Huston-Tillotson University. Give them a round of applause. A huge thanks to her hospitality for creating such a delicious menu. Round of applause. My food tank team, my co-founder Bernie Pollack, give him his own round of applause because he deserves it. Elena Seeley, our content director. Kenzie Wade, who runs our events and makes them special. Annie Rubin, who does our social media. Jessica Levy, who's both a lawyer and a great writer and researcher. And Sarah Sherborne, who is our fellow. They are all volunteering behind the scenes, and I love them all. Give them a round of applause. And I want to thank Dr. Gary Blackwood, a retired member of NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He will begin on the lawn tonight at 7 o'clock, so just very shortly from now. And finally, thank you to Mode in the back, and especially Andre Martinez, who just does so much to make this event run flawlessly. I can't thank them enough. And thanks to all of you who have been joining in person and online. I love you all. I'm so happy to be here at South by Southwest, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you.